The Reset by Zachary Montgomery. Preface. To better understand the motives of characters, importance of locations, and severity of events taking place in the Shelter series, one needs to know of the unstable foundation upon which the world was built that would allow it to crumble so rapidly and violently. Although the apocalypse was directly caused by a global economic and societal collapse through an event known as the Reset, the sheer magnitude of devastation which came after was due in part to policies, legislation, and unmitigated mixture of greed and authoritarianism from individuals to entire nations across the globe. There isn't one soul to place blame for the end of the world, rather a cast of unfortunate circumstances arranged by multiple people in varying positions of power. While some individuals and entities had the best of intentions, the collective result was a world unprepared for the cataclysm to come. During the United States presidential race in 2016, China became the first nation in the world to announce a transition from traditional currency to cryptocurrency. Not long after, many other nations followed suit, declaring transitions of their own, with the next being India, Russia, and several smaller nations in the Middle East. Either through arrogance or ignorance, the United States held firm to the buying power of the United States dollar and refused any notions of transitioning or accepting utilization of cryptocurrency on a federal level. Although it was widely seen as a bold and brave move for nations to transition away from traditional currency, it wasn't seen as a mandatory endeavor for the sanctity of maintaining economic superiority. At the close of the 2016 election, the Democratic Party proved victorious, claiming the presidency and most seats in Congress. In a daring and what some would later consider audacious move, the Democratic Party would present and push forward an act of legislation that would forever alter income inequality in the nation, as well as push a firm stance on the global stability of the USD. This legislation would be known as the Standards Workplace and Wages Act. The act had three prime directives: establish income equality, enforce higher workplace standards for the rights of employees, and raise the minimum wage to $15 an hour on a federal level, applying to all workers in the United States and employees working for American-based companies. Moreover, all American-based companies would have to cover medical coverage for all employees, adhere to strict guidelines for breaks, time off, allow worker unionization, and provide mandatory paid vacation time and maternity leave. The deadline for companies to meet the requirements was just 6 months from the date Congress approved the act and then signed into law. While the intention of the act was to provide better pay and enforce workers' rights, the overall goal was to keep most jobs localized in the United States, as the requirements would remove the benefits of companies outsourcing work to nations with less strict and unfavorable worker rights. However, the language of the act did not cover nor change the rights to independent contract. Any company with the capacity to shift did so quickly and drastically wherever possible to use independent contractors over traditional employees as a way to circumvent the restrictions guidelines laid out through the new legislation. All the while, many more nations began transitioning away from traditional currency, having seen the growth and success of the nations that were early adopters. The largest blow against the USD was the European Union announcing their transition. As other nations transcended into an era of prosperity, the ramifications of the Workplace and Wages Act, along with the United States government rejecting the currency transition, led to a major recession, ushering forth another Great Depression. Inflation began creeping to unsustainable levels, rendering many of the regulations set by the Standards Workplace and Wages Act ineffective. Over the course of a few years, striving towards the American dream became an unrealistic and unobtainable goal for millions. With hyperinflation raising the cost of living, many Americans began to organize, advocating for revisions to the Standards Workplace and Wages Act to counteract the economic downturn. While not known to the public, there were plans within government agencies to transition to cryptocurrency, provided the government could establish control of the largest crypto mining and investment firm in the nation, Preface. Although ripe with high-profile investors all over the world, control of the company's operations remained under Danielle Fort and Nicholas Wright, its founder and CEO respectively. Many poor decisions laid a sensitive foundation fickle to even the slightest of changes. America was cornered at a tipping point of collapse, with civil unrest becoming the norm. Once seen as the greatest and most powerful nation on earth was now in the early stages of its demise. an undoing that was inflicted upon itself. And then came the reset, plunging the entire world into a new dark age that would lay many great nations to ruin. Preceding this preface is a series of articles, case files, and documentations outlining key players, events, and locations following the global cataclysm commonly referred to as the reset. Although new information is continuously brought to light, this compendium holds as a reference guide and will be updated frequently to ensure accuracy and validity. While some key information may be redacted or otherwise lost to time, the endgame of centralizing this information is to fill in the blanks and connect the dots wherever possible, while not assuming theorized informational is factual without a trail of evidence to act as validation for such claims. Welcome to the reset. Bunker 20. I'm starting to lose my mind. First, it was the deafening silence that was only occasionally broken by the vibrations from the air filtration unit. Depending on the room, the whirling of the fans would either increase or decrease in volume, yet the vibrations always remained constant. Without another soul to talk to, the hollow affliction of loneliness crept in, causing me to be haphazardly thrown into weeping fits of a gloomy hopelessness where all I accomplished were hours of sobbing. Some days were better than others, but one solid fact that grounded me to reality was the mountain of rock hanging right above me. Buried deep into the side of the Appalachian mountain range was my fortified home, Bunker 20. One moment it felt like a bastion of salvation, while at others it was nothing more than an arduous prison. I know I'm safe from whatever nonsense is going on outside the bunker, in whatever barbaric state of society any survivors have mangled together, but keeping this place habitable is a fucking chore. They designed this bunker to comfortably contain about 40 people for a year. Yet here I am, constantly scrambling around, making sure that all the life support systems can keep me breathing. I might be exaggerating a bit. It's not like I spend every waking minute of the day running maintenance on all the equipment. However, when something does finally go wrong, it does so in disastrous fashion. Thankfully, there are plenty of binders and manuals for every aspect of this facility to help keep everything operational. Consequently, it means very little to me as it's all written far beyond my comprehension. It's like showing hieroglyphics to a caveman. Every time an alarm goes off, that means I'll spend hours trying to find the right booklet, and then many more hours reading through it while attempting to make the blinky lights and that annoying buzzer turn off. I feel as though I'm just slamming a wrench, beating hunks of metal until shit finally works again. The absolute worst thing in this entire place is that damn claw machine. I've been here for months, and I have yet to master that damn contraption. Among all the potential distractions in the recreation room, nothing has captivated my attention more than that dastardly machine has. There was nothing unique about it. Sure, it had flashing lights and played sound effects, but the only special quality it held was being in the bunker in the first place. For all I knew, someone could have installed it here as a joke, destined to drive whomever dedicated their free time playing it past the brink of insanity. It took everything in me not to destroy the damn thing, but I wouldn't allow it to get the better of me. All it took was a single quarter to bring the contraption to life for a mere 30 seconds. 1 quarter and 30 seconds of each day was all I could ration for this mindless entertainment. As with every other valuable resource in the bunker, change was a rare commodity that wouldn't be replenished anytime soon, so I had to use what little I found sparingly. Provided I stuck to one play once a day, I calculated that I could hone my prize-grabbing skills for at least 5 months. The thought of opening the claw machine and taking out the spent quarters passed through my mind, although my previous attempt to do so on the Galaxy Blaster pinball machine made me think otherwise. Before the claw machine became my obsession, I spent my free time on an excessively loud and flashy pinball cabinet. In my first couple weeks spent in the bunker, I would spend hours listening to the bumpers pop against the rolling steel ball as a synthesized beat blasted from the speakers. Over time, I became so connected with the device that while I was playing, I viewed it as an extension of my own body. The flippers mentally tied to my muscle memory, becoming mechanical additions to my thumbs. Without a doubt, the cabinet was manufactured as a game of skill, where through repetition and diligence, the active engagement could allow the art to be honed to a masterful peak of perfection. After multiple sessions, I felt that my performance at the game had hit a plateau. although I never felt I wasted my time practicing. I turned a single coin into hours of entertainment, allowing me to forget about solitary life deep inside the mountain. The sad reality was that in order to learn the game well enough to play with any kind of consistency required that my first several dozen attempts be short-lived with relatively low high scores. Upon putting my last coin and losing the game sooner than I expected to, I discovered I was out of quarters. Instinctively, I tried opening the machine's money compartment only to learn that it needed a key. There was a half-hearted attempt at searching for it in the administration office and maintenance room, but I found a crowbar first. Using it, I pried open a small door at the front of the cabinet, revealing a tray where the coins were collected. Through forcing my way into the machine, I had set off a security switch that had disabled it from being played again. Each time I set a coin into the machine, the LED screen at the head of the cabinet would display an error code with the following phrase, "Maintenance requested," in a bold, red-dotted font. I wasted hours, if not days, trying to fix the pinball cabinet to no avail. The damage was permanent because of my lack of understanding and brutish attempt to retrieve my money. Try as I might, I couldn't find a single manual on the machine that would help me repair it, not to mention the fact that while doing a self-diagnostic, I did not know what I was even looking at. Eventually, I gave up as the extra time spent fixing it was better maintaining the rest of the facility. Much like a corpse in the morgue, I covered the machine with a sheet from one of the bedrooms so I wouldn't have to see it anymore and be reminded of my foolishness, rather than out of respect. If anything positive can be said about that experience, at least it taught me a valuable lesson, not to force myself into arenas unprepared. It taught me to ration the resources I had and to properly account for the future. When I finally moved on to the claw machine, I did so knowing that my time spent with it would be limited. As prepared as I might have been, the crane game was its own beast, designed inside and out to make any auspicious player obsessive. Where the pinball machine was a game based on skills that could be improved, the claw machine was one of chance, where victory was random. Over many weeks, I was able to steady my aim, aligning the gantry perfectly just to have the grabbing mechanism on the claw fail to engage. The prizes were nothing of note, a bunch of stuffed animals ranging from furry bears to feathery ducks. What little skill could be attained by playing the game only assisted in selecting the physical prize, while whether the machine would grab it was left to an unknown yet infallible probability. Victory wasn't contingent on the prize that fell through the chute. Rather, it was the affirmation that flesh could conquer machinery. Ultimately, the machine would always win. I knew that. Whatever emotional rush I felt upon successfully grabbing onto a stuffed bear was entirely dictated by an outcome of mathematical happenstance the circuitry was premeditated to deliver. It was nothing more than a gamble, where I fought the odds, resulting in a futile enterprise as I became emotionally invested and dependent on an arbitrary result. The joy I received from winning was only just enough to surpass what aggravation I felt from the numerous losses. Pointless as it may have been, I couldn't stop playing. Talking to myself became as natural as any other inconspicuous habit, like breathing while asleep or blinking to avoid my eyes drying out. I became my only friend, the only soul to confide with my deeper thoughts, the only ears to listen. I realized the claw machine had established an unhealthy addiction when I would repeatedly argue with myself over continuing to play. Not playing would have definitely helped soothe my fractured mental state, allowing me to find healthier, more productive things to obsess over. After much deliberation, I agreed to stop playing the machine after one more win. A lie I told myself far too many times. Once I managed to grab onto a plump felt chicken, I was fully prepared to unplug the claw machine and walk away for good. Until a small glimmer of metal shined from the floor of the play area where the stuffed bird used to reside. There, in the middle of the machine, was a silverish key tied to a foam corncob key ring slightly larger than my thumb. Rather than debate over what the key was for, I figured that one more game wouldn't hurt. Obviously, I could have used the crowbar to smash the glass and just pick it up, but I viewed the opportunity as one last battle against the machine, and I was determined not to let it win. With only 9 coins remaining, I had only 9 days, 9 chances to win the utmost valuable prize in the entire cabinet. I spent the following next few days as any other, Wake up, eat, hear an alarm go off, wander the bunker looking for something to fix with binders in hand and tool bags slung over my shoulder, yell at whatever hunk of metal was giving me strife, magically repair said device enough to stop the alarms, eat again, play the claw machine, go to sleep, rinse and repeat. On the morning of my 5th attempt at capturing the corncob keyring, I was met with an alarm I was wholly unfamiliar with. Opposed to the incessant, low, repetitive, trumpet-like buzzing accompanied by the deep, red flashing lights, there was a short, high-pitched chime that echoed the empty hallways. The sound emanated from a single room instead of ringing throughout the complex. Curiosity got the better of me, so I ignored my daily routine and searched for the source of the new sound. As I crept through the halls, I would stand still for a moment as I awaited for the sound to ring again. When it went off, I would walk towards what I assumed was the direction it came from, followed by another momentary pause to hear it again. By the time I made it close enough to greatly pick up in volume, I found myself quickly dashing through parts of the bunker I rarely, if ever, treaded. The chiming came from a dark room close to the bunker's entrance. I frantically brushed my hands on the walls, looking for the switch to the overhead lights, and once illuminated, discovered that the room was mostly occupied by a large control panel. On the dashboard, next to faint, flickering lights, dials, knobs, and switches, was mounted a microphone with a large red button at its base. 2 large speakers were fixated where the control panel met the corners of the room that periodically rang out the high-pitched chime. The wall in front of the control panel had a large plexiglass window that peered to the large steel door that served as a threshold to the outside world. Rolling an office chair out from its tucked position in front of the mic, I sat down with the otherworldly contraption before me. I had no idea how this thing worked. Just glancing at it, I became overwhelmed with just how complex and busy the whole setup was. Operating this was a far cry from simply adjusting the crane of the claw machine or hitting flippers on the pinball cabinet. In the center of the dash was a display. I peered over it, trying to find the right button to turn it on, and after several failed attempts, found it was powered by turning one of the dials along its right side. With a satisfactory click, the display slowly warmed to life, showing a very dated display of text. External input received. Allow entry. Could this mean there were people outside? It had to. Someone outside the bunker had to put in the code to get inside. But why was it asking for my permission to allow them entry? Surely, if someone had the code, the system would just open the door for them. But what if that's not how the bunker's security worked? Hell if I knew. I wasn't even supposed to be here, so it was no wonder that I didn't have the faintest clue on how this place was properly run. Then I recalled the guy who brought me here in the first place. It had been so long since I had any thought outside of the alarms and the machines in the recreation room that I gradually forgot about anything else. When the reset hit, and everything outside became so chaotic, I was the lucky soul that just so happened to be camping in just the right location. What little I knew about what happened was from a few news updates before my cell battery died. And as I made my way back into town, I met him at the park crossing to the main road. Never bothered to get his name. Or did I? He probably told me. But after all this time, I never cared to remember. All I did was go off his word that it wasn't safe to go back into town, and if I wanted any chance of survival, I would help him. I had nothing left to lose and no home to go back to, so it took little convincing. But he left. Why? Why, after dragging me here, did he leave? Was it something about family? Yeah, I think that was it. He brought me here to help him secure the bunker and left for his family. Why were they not with him in the first place? I sat pondering for a long while, with the chime ringing every couple of minutes. It was as though a part of me was coming back to life. The thought I wouldn't be alone anymore. The very idea of seeing another human face nearly brought tears to my eyes. A lump grew in my throat as I fought my surfacing emotions. All rational thought went out the window. If it was him or someone else didn't matter. The only thing that mattered in that moment was not being alone anymore. I desperately analyzed every label on the control panel, looking for a way to confirm opening the door. I saw a red cover with the dusty label, Access, above it, slightly scratched out. Flipping the cover up, I came upon what looked like a sizable spring-operated plunger button with a keyhole. The chime sounded again, along with a flash on the display, pestering me to reply. All I needed was a key to unlock the mechanism to engage the button, which would then send a confirming signal that allowed the door to open. At least that was my best assumption, considering I knew nothing about the inner workings of the control panel. I scanned around the room for where the key might be hiding. There were 6 drawers under the dashboard, 3 on each side, yet my frantic exploration produced no results. Off the top of my head, the only place in the facility I knew I would find keys was in the admin office. The people buzzing in the intercom had already waited for a while. What difference did it make if they waited a little longer? With a spring in my step, I hurried over to the administration room. As I rummaged across the surfaces of the desks and pillaged through drawers, I found nothing of use. I could have sworn that keys were in there despite never actually seeing them in the room. The last time I panicked over keys, I was desperately trying to get into the pinball machine. Had I ever actually seen a key the entire time I was living here? Yes. Once. The very idea that once I unlocked the door, I would be met with another human face was enough to give me a complex mix of joy and anxiety. It didn't matter who was on the other side. Anyone would be welcome company after so many months left in solitude. Still, I had to prepare myself, just in case the person on the other side of the door had devilish intentions. When I arrived at the recreation room, I quickly grabbed the crowbar left near the pinball cabinet, then made my way to the claw machine. Raising the crowbar steady with both hands, I readied myself to strike swiftly against the glass. Before I could swing, there was an abrupt moment where I reflected on breaking into the machine. I had a few quarters left, so I could easily play a couple rounds attempting to win the corncob keychain the old-fashioned way. In doing so, there was the possibility of beating the game with the ultimate prize during the most critical of moments. It would have been the sweetest of victories, a crescendo to symphonize my superiority over the device that crippled much of my sanity. With my last few attempts, I would know undoubtedly that my skills were fine-tuned enough to prove my talents outmatched a random number generator. An exploit to champion such a dismal accomplishment. No, I said to my blurred reflection in the glass, this is how I win. With the greatest amount of force I could muster, I swung the crowbar, sending my reflection to shatter into many sharp, fractured pieces that rained in every direction. The game never cared if I won or lost, as its prime directive was to encourage me to continuously feed it money. The only way to truly conquer a system designed to enslave the mind of its captive audience was to dismantle it, to disassemble it, to destroy it. By crushing the very existence of such a hypnotastical structure, I brought down the very means of power and control it had over me. No more would I allow myself to willingly participate in a game destined to rule over my emotions, letting them get the better of me. I might have gotten a little carried away when I realized I continued to swing several more times, bashing and denting parts of the machine that weren't in the way of myself and the key. Taking a quick breather to collect myself, I gave a chuckle at just how ludicrous everything was about the claw machine. It definitely gave me something to do, a daily goal to attain for making each day just a tiny bit easier during my isolation. For that, I thanked it, but for everything else, it could burn in hell. Once I had the spongy foam keychain in hand, I smiled at the brilliant metal key it was attached to. With the key firmly in my grasp in one hand and the crowbar in the other, I headed back to the bunker's entrance, ready to finally address whomever was requesting entrance inside. Although I highly doubted the curved bar of metal would readily aid me in self-defense, it was better to be prepared than empty-handed. Even the slightest show of force was better than appearing completely defenseless. The chime went off once more as I positioned myself in front of the panel. I placed the key into the keyway and gave a firm turn, setting the plunger to its unlocked position. An unintentional belt of laughter erupted as it left me astounded that the key actually worked. After a few deep breaths to steady my nerves, I looked through the plexiglass and at this large steel door. The anticipation of what waited on the other side made my heart race, but with the alternative being an indefinite extension to my loneliness, I pushed the plunger down, completing the circuit.
The display flashed a confirmation of my acceptance, and the door opened.
The Reset. The Reset was a global event that transpired on November 23, 2020, when all cryptocurrency disappeared from all servers, digital wallets, and hard drives that were in any way connected to the internet. Since most countries had transitioned from traditional fiat currency to cryptocurrency, the immediate reaction to the sudden disappearance led to a just as swift global panic. While the cause of the disappearance remains to be unknown, results have been catastrophic all over the world, most notably in high-density urban centers of major cities. Stock markets around the world went into a state of freefall. Trillions of dollars worth of capital evaluation evaporated as quickly as the cryptocurrency. The immediate event led to a global panic, with key infrastructure designed to maintain and provide for the modern world becoming highly damaged or outright destroyed during the ensuing chaos left to the devices of mob rule. Entire supply chains became disconnected, resulting in an exponential domino effect, leaving the highly reliant urban centers of major cities hit the hardest. Once electrical power was cut off to important web hosting servers, the convenience of a modern internet connection became a thing of the past. Without a consistent method of communication, it became nearly impossible for governments to remain organized. Whenever one part of infrastructure failed, it made it easier and quicker for another, and with no one to maintain a firm connection to the grid, electrical power was reserved to isolated pockets within each nation. These small hubs of power became havens for millions of people, resulting in refugees flocking to them, which only resulted in more violence as desperate souls fought over remaining stores of food and drinkable water in those regions. A small portion of crypto has indeed survived the event, having been locked in digital wallets not connected to the internet at the time of the reset, but without a stable, globally connected internet connection, it rendered blockchain technology useless. Following the reset was a series of catastrophes resulting in the deaths of hundreds of millions of people, marking the event as the greatest humanitarian crisis in human history. Many died in the immediate onslaught of violence during the riots, while soon after many more died of starvation. With bodies lining the streets and no one to care for the dead, disease ran rampant through surviving communities. As the human population dwindled, wildlife began encroaching into the ruins of cities, adding a new, dangerous threat for remaining survivors. The world we knew it had ended. In preparation for such a disaster, the U.S. had one plan they could follow that might allow for the continuance of government. The program was designed to maintain important regions that would allow for a rebuilding effort in the future at the expense of ignoring the well-being and progress of most of the country. This last-ditch effort to maintain peace and authority was the Shelter Initiative. The Road Trip, November 3rd, 2020. Nothing fights back the demons like Jack on the Rocks. Some days get so bad that drinking straight from the bottle is barely enough to push back such shitty memories. Hell, even an afternoon spent smoking on the couch was enough to finally let me sleep easy. Not anymore. Not with the kiddo around. I don't give two shits what my whore of an ex-wife's unsolicited opinion may be. I'm his father, and I have rights. But rights don't mean shit to responsibility. I might have certain rights, yes. Outside all the legal jumbo, how a man handles his responsibilities defines his character. Sure, she might piss my name all over town, gabbing with her equally degenerate friends, swapping stories of how they royally fucked over their previous partners. But I won't let that shit get me down. It's all out in the open. Doesn't make a lick of it true. Some low-tier, nearly failed out of med school doc at the VA told me to take my pills and, just for shits and giggles, suggested I keep a written account of my feelings. So I gotta take the word of a supposed professional in the hope I can get my shit straight, while his only lived experience is hearing about the horrors of war from people like me. The VA preaches incessantly that they have a deep passion for helping veterans, and an unfortunate part of that help requires me to talk about shit I don't want to think about, let alone vocalize to another person from the discomfort of their cheap-ass plastic chairs. This is my road to mental recovery. Bullshit. Yeah, I get it. I have a lot of fucked up shit on my mind, and maybe, a very slim maybe I might add, Getting all that out in the air won't make it all go away, but through that I can find someone I can trust, someone to have a human connection with. Safe to say, those suits and all their years of reading books, taking tests, and collecting a mountain of debt never once have experienced the effect a child has on their father. My kid keeps my sanity, along with the prescriptions it makes for a winning combination. A dastardly duo to conquer anything together. I love my boy to death, and I would do anything for him. I just wish I knew how to be a better father. For fuck's sake, he means the world to me, and deserves everything this world has to offer. If only things weren't so dire, then maybe I could provide more than the bare minimum. November 5th, 2020. Well, I guess what I'm supposed to do is catalog my feelings, use this as a safe space to write my emotions whenever a particularly strong one arises. At least that's what I was told to do. I know what goes on in my head, so I don't see any point in writing it down. Reliving sour memories a second time doesn't sound very helpful. It seems like everything around me is an utter disaster, with the exception of Little Man. The election just passed, and to be perfectly honest, I completely forgot about the whole dog and pony show. Wasn't planning on voting anyway. But maybe that's how we got into this collectively fucked situation. Too many people like me not wanting to entertain the sham in the first place. That act, the one that raised the minimum wage and provided greater benefits to American workers, now that was the greatest disaster I have ever witnessed. They say the road to hell is paved with good intentions. Well, that act led all of us to the greatest economic dumpster fire this country has seen since the Great Depression. On paper, damn good idea. In practice, the stupidest thing imaginable. Hell, I'm not one to judge. I wanted it as much as the next guy. No one could have foreseen the rest of the world moving to that crypto bullshit, or how corporations would circumvent the act with their jumping from one loophole to the next. It pisses me off. When I take a moment to think about it, allow my emotions to pass, to allow logical thoughts to prevail, I realize I can't always be mad at the world for being the way it is. Besides, I have my own disasters to focus on. November 16th, 2020. Hey, Ricky! How you been, bud? The doc recommended I humanize my journal entries. I'm too old to make an imaginary friend, so I figured I'd write to you since you're dead and all. Hell, we had some good times together. Remember that time you were leading PT in the snow and threw a golf ball in the field? Jesus, I still laugh my ass off thinking of those dumb fuck privates digging around in the snow looking for that damn thing. The look on their faces was priceless when you pulled it out of your jacket pocket. Drum was a lot of things. Most of it was complete dog shit, but we found a way to have fun when there was none to be had. Okay, check it out. Boston is getting a bit out of hand. There have been protests and riots all over the place. It's gotten to the point where it's no longer a safe place to raise Jacob. Against my own feelings on the matter, I've got to get him back to his mom's in Spokane. What I'm having a hard time with is that rather than me being able to tell my ex-wife that I think it would be best if our son went home early, she called me demanding I get him back immediately before I had an opportunity to have a mature and rational conversation with her. I'm trying really hard to keep it together. To not lose my shit over this dumb, cheating, worthless bitch. It's not a good day. Not even close. The entire conversation was a screaming match between the two of us. And, naturally, she decides to bring up old, unrelated shit. We've been divorced for 2 years, but she bitches and moans as if the shit is recent. Get over it. It's ancient fucking history. Dealing with this woman is going to be the death of me. I just know it. Every time I speak to her, my blood boils, and all I can think of is bashing that bitch's face. Fuck. I don't like this. How is this helpful? I've taken a moment to breathe, rereading what I have written, and all I can wonder is how the hell is any of this helpful? It's easier to just bottle everything up. I'm trying. I really am. I'm putting in the work and the effort necessary to open up, doing the one thing I can't stand. If there was a way for me to forget every intrusive thought, every atrocious memory, and all the present and constant reminders that I walked away from that mission without a scratch, I would go through hell for that opportunity. But I know I can't. Nothing can change what's already been done. Nothing can bring you or the others back. Worst of all, like it or not, I don't have a choice. The hard reality I need to come to grips with is that I need to get my shit together for Jacob's sake. He's 3 years old. He doesn't deserve to have his old man be so unhinged. I've got to get my mind right for him. November 17th, 2020. Ricky, buddy, baby, how's it going up there? See any magical angels? That old fucker St. Peter opened his gates for you, or did he send your ass to hell? Nah, I'm sure you and the boys are right where we left you. 6 feet under and your dressed greens to be worm food. That's the only thing waiting for us in the afterlife. An eternity in a cold grave alone. Our only company being the coffin lid slammed shut. Fucking hell, man. I'm sure wherever you are, you're doing fine. Better than me right now. Better than me. November 20th, 2020. I've cooled off since talking to my ex, Cassandra. In an emergency video call, Doc mentioned that I need to humanize the people around me, including the ones I don't care for. The bonus is that it leaves a good impression on Jacob, and the Lord knows I don't want him turning out like me. You know, I love knocking those VA shrinks down a peg, but I'll take good advice when I see it. Well, you would know had you been around. On the bright side, Cassandra and I managed to get through an entire phone call without screaming at each other. Cheers to progress. Gotta celebrate every victory, no matter how small. I've tried looking at flights, but even 2 one-way tickets all the way to Washington are extremely out of my budget. Trust me, I'd go into the negative if I could. It's outright highway robbery what these greedy fucks are charging. So, it looks like we're gonna have to go with plan B. It's morning right now. The little guy is still asleep. I've made myself a hot cup of joe, and as quietly as humanly possible, I've been finishing up packing our bags. Little man and his pops are going on a road trip. Still going to be crazy expensive, but at least I can afford the gas there and back. Only downside is that there isn't enough room in the budget for hotels. Thankfully, I know a few people between here and there that can put us up for the night. Trying to stay positive. Trying. But here's the kicker. This road trip scares the ever-living shit out of me. Full transparency. Half the time, I have no clue what I'm doing. I'm taking my responsibility as a father the best I can, but my best just doesn't feel good enough. I've got anger problems, but I don't want to lash out at the kid. So when he goes ballistic with one of his toddler tantrums, I freeze up. My parental instinct is to knock some sense into the kid. Chop that up to the environment I was raised in. But I just sit there telling myself, don't do it. You think you wanna, but you don't. He's only 3 years old. He doesn't know any better. Eventually, he calms down almost as quickly as he started. Leaves me fucking baffled. Makes me think, oh, wise guy. He's fucking with me. Once again, I remind my brain to shut the fuck up. Jacob really is a sweet kid. I know I wasn't perfect at that age, so I can't take the way he acts personally. Yeah, it's stressful as all hell. But man, Ricky, let me tell you, there are moments, quiet moments of stillness when I reflect on my time spent with the little guy, and suddenly all the stress and aggravation in the world is worth a few headaches every now and then. Shit in town has hit a new peak of fucked up. Word is that soon they will place a stay-at-home order as a way to keep the peace. Highly doubt that will do any good. People everywhere are broke as fuck, overworked, and taken advantage of, and instead of solving those issues, the government just wants to keep everyone quiet. Shit's going to get far worse before it gets better. Now is a damn good time to get the hell out of here. Thinking of pushing straight through from here to Pittsburgh in a single day. Hit a few rest stops along the way, let the little guy run around a bit. I know a long-ass car ride isn't the most exciting thing in the world. We'll be staying with my aunt and uncle for the night. I haven't seen nor spoken with them in years. Bonus, they aren't a talkative bunch. I've never been too keen on my extended family, but they were never problematic like my parents. Decent, quiet folk, right up my alley. November 22nd, 2020. Good mother of God. What the fuck? Okay, for what it's worth, I did anticipate the long car ride being a shit show. I prepared myself mentally for more than a few tantrums, but what I did not expect was the extent of his hysterics. Ricky, listen and listen carefully. You inanimate piece of paper, I have given the miserable gift of life. This kid would not stop kicking and screaming for most of the way through Philly. I'm saying full blast, volume turned to 11, kicking his legs nonstop against the back of the passenger seat like he was riding in the Tour de France aiming for first place. Full disclosure, safe space and all. I kinda had it coming. Long-winded story short, I left his stuffed bunny in the apartment. I tried to keep most of my attention at remembering his tablet to entertain him for most of the trip, that I completely forgot the bunny even existed. For a grown man, that's just a forgetful mistake. No harm, no foul. To a codependent 3-year-old, you bet your ass that's an apocalyptic event. And therein lies the core of my problem. I cannot fathom why this minor, insignificant thing was such a big deal for him. I wanted to connect and understand what he was going through, but I get so stuck up my own ass with my own perspective that I can't sympathize with another human being. What the fuck is wrong with me? As with all storms, that too did pass, and Jacob eventually passed out. I felt like shit about the whole thing, but instead of going back and forth debating on the deeper meaning of it all, I kept my attention to the road. Once we got to Uncle Bob's house, we were met with warm hugs and a home-cooked meal. Jacob was hesitant at first, but once he noticed that he wasn't the only kid there, he cheered right up. At the same time, I felt an insane urge to die. Turns out my aunt and uncle let their kids and grandchildren move back in. Fucking great. Would have really appreciated the memo. Yes, they were parents trying to help their kids during hard times, but had I known the house was going to be so crowded, I would have kept driving through Indianapolis to see Fernie and Rose. If I was forced to be around a crowd, I'd much rather be around 2 close friends I served with than cousins I hardly knew. Although I wanted to leave early the next morning, my mental and physical exhaustion proved to be more than I could handle. Their couch might not have been the most comfortable in the world, but god damn, it was heaven after such a long drive. Instead of sneaking out at dawn, I didn't open my eyes until noon. I immediately began fumbling for excuses to leave, talking about all the time we had already lost and needed to hit the road to make it up. My aunt calmly told me she could tell I was tired and that one more day of rest wouldn't hurt. Plus, Jacob was having fun playing with the other kids. If we didn't stay for my own rest, then at the very least, letting the little guy enjoy being a kid was worth one more day. Just like with the docs, I couldn't argue with sound advice. Traveling across the country was a pretty big event for someone so small. Rushing the trip wasn't a good idea. All it meant was a minor sacrifice of my sanity engaging in meaningless small talk with my cousins. Maybe I shouldn't be so pessimistic about them. They are family after all. That has to count for something. November 26th, 2020. The day we laid you in your grave. I remember wishing that you could still be with us. Now, I think you checked out of life just in time. Shit has literally hit the fan. I thought all the protests, riots, and looting in Boston were rough, but that has become the norm everywhere. It's been a rough few days. Hell, I'm only bothering to write this because it's Thanksgiving. I knew that was your favorite holiday. We've managed to make it to a secluded rest stop off the highway in Iowa. From what I witnessed over the past few days, all the cryptocurrency disappeared. Fuck, you weren't around for it to even become a thing. Okay, let's break it down like this. Crypto was a digital currency. Not just like money sitting in your account that you could withdraw, but it existed online. Fuck it. I never understood the stuff myself, so I know there's no simple way to explain it to you. Besides, you're dead, so I know you don't give a shit about the details. So on November 23rd, something happened that caused all the crypto to just vanish as if it never existed. And as of right now, no one has a clue why or how that happened. Here's the kicker. The American dollar has been taken ever since the rest of the world moved over to using crypto about 4 years ago. For a reference, gas costs about $11 a gallon. which in turn means that everything connected to gas costs more as well. Food, clothes, fucking toilet paper, everything is expensive as fuck. Once all the crypto went away, people began losing their minds, and rightfully so. A lot of people invested what little money they had into something that was seen as a safe bet, the supposed superior way to buy goods and services. All horseshit to me. I won't trust something I can't see or touch. The news dropped shortly after we arrived in Indianapolis. Jacob passed out shortly after dinner, granting Fernie and I the opportunity to crack open some beers, sharing VA horror stories with each other. Now that's worthwhile small talk. It was around 1800 when Fernie received the alert. For some unknown reason, all the crypto in his digital wallet had been removed. There wasn't any indication that his funds were sent to anyone, as there was no recipient on the blockchain. Oh, fucking hell. More made-up words I don't understand. I guess it's like a book of transaction receipts that shows where, when, and to whom crypto was sent and received between. Initially, Fernie was frustrated, rightfully so since all of his money just disappeared. He treated it as an annoyance and chopped it up to the wallet app in his phone being faulty. He was positive that it was just a bug and with a quick phone call it would be fixed. He didn't start freaking out until he discovered that the customer service number was experiencing higher than normal call volume. One quick glance at Twitter answered some of our questions. There were similar reports of crypto disappearing from wallets everywhere. Seeing as how I never really cared nor bought into the hype, I was unaffected. But Fernie, damn, he started freaking out. I didn't know how to respond. He was an old friend, and of course I wanted to be supportive, but how the hell was I supposed to do that? I retired to the guest bedroom to get some rest with Jacob. The timing of our visit was abysmal, and figured a brief stay would be best. Then came the next catastrophe, gas. Overnight, people all over town started hoarding whatever they could get their hands on. I think I should have paid more attention to the things I felt didn't affect me, because ignoring the severity of what happened the night before bit me in the ass. Rather than fight others over what little gas remained in the city, I kept my fingers crossed that I could find some on the road before I ran out. The original plan was to cut through Chicago and make our way across the northern states to reach Spokane. But with the weather getting harsher along with the recent supply shortage, I decided that it would be best to stay a bit further south. The downside of going against the plan I already had in place was that we would be hard-pressed for a place to stay for the night. We made it to the outskirts of Davenport, Iowa, with the low gas light turned on. Fuck that orange bastard. I know I'm on the borderline of completely fucked and shit out of luck. No need to twist the knife reminding me. I didn't find any issues on the highway, but once I pulled into town, I was met with lawless chaos. Storefronts had their windows smashed in, many cars were flipped on their sides, with most of them broken into, and every gas station I drove past had large signs with "No gas" written in bold spray paint. I did my best to avoid any crowds, as there were many of them wandering the city streets, looking to loot whatever they could find. Scratch that. Scavenge. Looting would imply they were looking to steal. It was obvious given the current state of things that most people were just trying to survive. Most radio stations only played government-issued emergency messages requesting people to stay indoors and await further instructions. I found that to be very comical. The government barking orders over a communication method that was rarely used since people started streaming content from their phones. I was worried that by driving around I would eventually run out of gas and become a target for the roaming scavengers. Since everyone else was taking whatever they needed wherever they could find it, I decided that it was high time I did the same. While Jacob was distracted by his tablet, I pulled into a quiet neighborhood looking for a reasonable vehicle to siphon some gas out of. The only shitty part being I did not have a hose or container. I did have a knife that I always carried, and looked on the side yards of the houses for a garden hose to cut a reasonable 7 feet of tubing. Being without a container to store gas wasn't a problem. I just lined up the holes of the gas tanks of my car and the one I chose to pull fuel out of. It was the first time I ever tried sucking gasoline out of a hose, and dear God, it tasted horrible. What I thought was a brilliant idea was riddled with issues. For one, both fuel of the car tanks were relatively the same distance off the ground, meaning that once the fluid leveled off, the flow of gas would stop. Fortunately, there was enough gas in the donor car to give me more than enough to get out of town. It didn't take long for someone to run out of their house, yelling and screaming at me for stealing their gas. The moment I became aware I was caught, I quickly pulled the hose out of the fuel tanks and rushed back inside my car. I peeled out of the neighborhood, heading right back to the highway. Jacob bawled into a mess of crying, tears rolling down his flushed cheeks as he wailed. This was different from his screaming fit when we left Boston. These were tears of fear. He was shaken by the abrupt appearance of the person yelling at us, along with the quick speed I drove as I tried to get us away from the potential danger of the stranger. I felt hopeless again. It was my fault he was scared. I did this to him. December 8th, 2020. What a miserable 2 weeks it's been. We made it as far as western Nebraska before the car was stolen. A few guys took it from me at gunpoint, but I was able to grab mine and Jacob's backpacks. It didn't matter. It was running on fumes at this point. There wasn't any point in fighting off a group of armed thugs, especially with my son's safety at risk. Just another traumatic memory for Jacob. That's the only notable takeaway from that experience. What am I doing to this kid? Everywhere we go, things just seem to get worse and worse. I've resorted to scavenging abandoned stores for food with Jacob in tow. Every trip to get some food carries a risk that something could happen to him. But what are my options? Well, letting him tag along looking for supplies, I have to keep a watchful eye on him. Before the reset hit, taking him out in public had its challenges, but it was never this difficult. With all the strangers around, he would keep within my eyesight. Now he sees the world as a giant playground, silent and motionless from the presence of others. Not gonna lie, looking after the little guy is rough. Potty training has been a bitch too. He made such good progress while staying with me in Boston, but ever since the road trip began, I've had difficulties keeping steady with it. Most places no longer have running water, so pretty much every toilet we come across is single-use and disposable. The hardest part is getting him to sleep, which is no surprise considering how cold it's been outside the warmth of the car's heater. Thankfully, we managed to get some sleeping bags and other useful camping gear from a sport and recreation store. Jacob's tablet was left in the car when it was jacked, and I see that as both a blessing and a curse. It was useful in a pinch to entertain the little guy, but I didn't like how sucked into it he would get. Sure, it might have been the worst time in human history to go on a father-son road trip, but there's nothing quite like witnessing the beauty of this country with the awe and wonder of fresh eyes. Although that sentiment of positivity completely ignores the reality of trucking across the country on foot with a 3-year-old. We lucked out, though. Turns out we got robbed not far from a refugee camp, at least what could pass as one. A company that owns several farms and factories nearby are providing food, water, and housing for people willing to assist with transportation and distribution of emergency supplies. The only catch is that while I assist with the others in town, I have to leave Jacob with all the other kids under the watch of volunteer caregivers. Lucky for them that there aren't a lot of kids. I'm still trying to figure out a way to get the two of us to Spokane. Most cell phones stopped working about a week ago, so I haven't talked to Cassandra in a while. Last we spoke, she was crying her eyes out, begging me to get her baby boy to her as quickly as possible. Yeah, sure thing, sweetheart. I'll snap my fingers and just like that. Presto! I'll teleport over 1,000 miles. A lot of good her new hubby is, just staying there in Spokane, not even offering to meet us halfway. Fuck it, why should he? My kid isn't his responsibility. Better to play it safe in that warm little cabin they got than take chances of getting beat to death on the open road by a bunch of dickless pricks looking to score a working ride. Just stay safe and sound up in the mountains while raw-dogging my ex-wife the same way you fucked our marriage right in the figurative and literal ass. Fucking worthless, cheating bitch. God. All these years later, and just the thought of it stings. I've got to vent my emotions to the universe, right? I feel this entire trip is fucking bullshit. Like, what the actual fuck am I doing? I'm risking Jacob's and mine's safety to deliver him to his bottom-feeder mother? All for what? To be given a fake-ass smile as thanks and then be asked to leave? Just to then face the end of civilized society on my own? Fuck that. It's not worth going all that way for someone I couldn't care less about. But I care a great deal about Jacob. And that's the part that hurts so much. Having to admit that he's better off with his mother than me. December 17th, 2020. God, I wish you and the boys were here to help me deal with these assholes. This whole small town operated like a sweatshop, working long-ass hours with hardly any time for rest while getting barely enough food to make it another day. I wanted no part of whatever game they were playing, so I tried to get me and Jacob out of there. The shitty part is that management didn't take too kindly to us leaving. If anything, I think that by allowing us to leave, it would encourage the other refugees to do the same, causing the production of their entire operation to slow to a crawl. Keeping us here was nothing more than a power play, and what better way to control someone than to hold hostage the one thing they hold most dear in this world? The farms were pretty much dead since we were all well past the growing season, so most of our labor focused on moving grain from the long storage silos. We would take loads to the mill where it was given to factory workers to grind down the grain into flour. After the grain was processed and packaged, we would then haul it to a distribution center, where it would then be sent to other refugee camps in major cities, or so we were told. The wheat chaff mixed with corn and other undesirable and edible portions of waste was used to make livestock feed, to then be sent to the next town over to feed chickens. Aside from keeping Jacob away from me, these guys ran a pretty efficient enterprise. They were able to provide food and keep the lights on, so maybe things weren't so dire everywhere. All of this was at the expense of freedom, a cause worth sacrificing the independence of a few to grant an abundance to the many. What a crock of horse shit. Fuck the sacrifice. Fuck the many. My aim was to keep my head down long enough to get Jacob the hell out of here. They had trucks, which meant they had fuel. The only thing standing in my way were the ever-watchful eyes of the security teams that followed us around, and those fuckers were armed to the teeth. I couldn't pull any moves on my own. If there was any way of getting out of this place, I had to nut up and make some friends. To be frank, a lot of people I've worked with disgust me. I always found it odd that there were so few children in town, until I learned a horrifying truth. Not everyone here was a parent, but of the few that were, many of them simply left their kids behind wherever they came from. I understood the logic, the reasoning, the sacrifice, but it still sickened me to my core. How the hell could someone abandon their own flesh and blood in times like this? Part of me sympathized with them, as I know the idea to just walk away from Jacob crossed my mind once or twice, but the thought of actually doing so made me hate myself more than I already did. Hearing about it pissed me off, but at the same time oddly made me feel superior. I was capable of doing the hard thing, the right thing, when few had the center fortitude to do so. Maybe I wasn't a horrible father after all. Most of the children in town still living with their families were children of people running the operation. The privileged few that had the means to support an entire family while the rest of us fought over scraps. I doubted that there was any chance of striking a deal with management, and the idea of teaming up with some of the refugees seemed like a lost cause. Their will and spirit were broken just enough for them to accept their new reality under the heels of those who barked orders at us. Luckily, I found someone in a very advantageous position to take pity on my predicament. Every couple of days, security drives me over to the caregivers to spend a few hours with Jacob before he goes to bed. I've never seen the little guy so happy to see me. He's well fed and taken care of. Things might be grim, but at least my efforts working allow him to remain safe. It makes me feel right back where I was during my divorce, rarely being able to see him with supervision. I know he's taken care of, but damn it all to hell, it just ain't right. Jacob has made a few friends, with his best friend being a small German Shepherd puppy. The staff says that having the pup around has greatly assisted with Jacob's temperament while I've been away. Sounds like bribery on their part to me. Once Jacob was set to bed with the other kids, one of the female caregivers walked me out. She sympathized with our situation and thanked me for not trying anything rash that would affect Jacob's stay. I just rolled my eyes, thinking, "Thank you, citizen, for your servitude and cooperation while we hold your offspring as ransom for your continued exploited labor." What surprised me was a note she slipped as she shook my hand goodbye. It read, "Tomorrow, 9 p.m., the distribution center, back dock, far left, red semi." Jesus titty fucking Christ. This was either a setup, or this chick was going to help us get the hell out of here. December 19th, 2020. Ricky, You wouldn't fucking believe it, but we got the hell out of Dodge, man. Dude, I got pathetic ass tears of joy streaming down my face and a fat lump in my throat. I can't believe it. I really can't. I don't know if the lady felt sorry for me or if she actually felt what those bastards were doing to us was immoral or what. All that matters is that little guy and I are on our way to Washington. Plus, we're taking the fast track. A direct line, baby. Just when I gave up all hope and goodwill from my fellow man, I was given a goddamn miracle. I took the risk and arranged getting to the meeting spot. We hit the distribution center at the end of the workday, which was around 7 or 8 o'clock. Kind of hard to tell time without a watch or a charged phone. I made sure to stick with the last group, getting in the back of the last truck of the convoy heading back to the hotel they let us sleep at in town. As we started driving off, I told the others I couldn't do this anymore and jumped out of the truck. Thankfully, it was already pretty dark, but I still crouched down as I scurried to find cover. I had to keep my fingers crossed that the others would keep their mouths shut until security noticed my absence once they unloaded everyone. I made my way around the building, sticking to the shadows since the distribution center was still busy with semis getting ready to deliver their loads. When I found the red truck mentioned in the note, I bit my lip, nervous as I tried opening the passenger door. The door popped open with no resistance, and I climbed inside. I waited for what felt like an eternity before I heard movement heading my direction, so I moved to the back of the cab to remain undetected. When the driver door opened, a man with a handlebar mustache and mutton chops settled in the driver's seat and asked, "Did pretty miss send you over?" I froze, uncertain if I should answer, until I stammered, "The caregiver in town, yeah." "All right, then. Just keep your head down. Let's go get your boy." I tucked down low as he drove away from the distribution center. He took us to the outskirts of town and pulled over next to a parked car, flashing his high beams with the car turning its hazard lights on in return. Out of the car came the woman that gave me the note. She opened the back passenger door and brought out Jacob. As they walked over to the semi, I rushed to grab my boy. The freedom of being able to hold him outside the strict control and supervision of the town's managers filled me with an indescribable bliss. Turns out that she had a child of her own and was planning to skip town as well. Knowing our situation, she took a risk sneaking Jacob out and meeting with us. The trucker was one of the few connections she trusted that just so happened to know a way to send us in the direction we were headed. I was eternally grateful for both their kindness, knowing just how much they risked for a stranger. The only caveat was that Jacob wouldn't leave without the puppy. Jacob, the pup, and I climbed into the semi and waved a heartfelt goodbye to the woman. Little guy was too young to comprehend the magnitude of it, but I knew one day, when he was older and heard the story, he would appreciate all of it as much as I did. The trucker's name was Stephen, and he was bold, brash, and smart-mouthed, with little patience for bullshit. I think you would have enjoyed his company despite being a civvy. The way he made sense of all of it. He had a job to do, but that didn't mean having to concede his humanity. We made a little small talk while Jacob slept next to the dog in the back of the cab. He was alone in this world. The only life he knew was the open road. No friends, no family, no woman to come home to. When the reset hit, people like him were perfect to continue working, doing whatever they could to help ease the damage to the world. His load was destined for Seattle, but he wouldn't drive all the way there. Rather, he was sent to a train station across the border in Wyoming. There, we would have to sneak into one of the train cars and ride along with it to a short drop-off in Spokane before it continued its journey. From there, I just had to manage to get us up north to Diamond Lake, keeping my promise to deliver Jacob to his mother. Needless to say, we managed to pull it off. So far, at least. Jacob woke up when the truck stopped to unload its haul. I had expected the puppy to come with us, but little Jacob gave me another pleasant surprise. He might not speak a lot, but he tries his best to say whatever is on his mind. He wanted to know if Stephen was alone, and was surprised when he confirmed it. "I have my daddy, but you're alone, and so is the puppy. You take her. Then you will have a friend. That way, you won't be alone anymore." "Are you sure, little buddy? I wouldn't want to take your doggo away." "It's okay. We're going to see my mommy and she has cats. I don't think cats like dogs. Does this pretty little girl have a name? I don't know. Stephen scratched and scruffed the puppy's ears. Well, she looks like a killer if you ask me. I think we'll name her that. I'm not one to display affection of any kind, but I was so thankful for Stephen bringing us here that I gave him a hug. Fuck, man, say what you want. I'm sure you and the boys are cracking jokes, looking down or up at us. This guy was a fucking hero in my book, and a quick squeeze seemed fitting. Now Jacob and I are on our way as the tracks rattle beneath us. It's kind of sad knowing the trip is almost over. I almost want to just stay on the tracks until it reaches its final destination. But I know what I have to do for the little guy. I can't stand his mother, not one bit. But I can't let him suffer for my hatred towards her. December 25th, 2020. It took a while to find a functioning car, and even longer for us to find gas. This time, instead of sucking fuel through a hose, I did the smart thing and found a large container and used my knife to stab a slit right into the fuel tank of the donor car. It was quicker than waiting for physics to work its magic. We made it to Diamond Lake safe and sound. Both of us were pretty damn hungry. Might have been the hunger that finally made me knock on the front door of the cabin. There she was, her eyes red from sobbing as she ran to pick up Jacob. Her prick of a boy toy just stood there with his shit-eating grin. Yeah, he might have just been happy to see Jacob arrive, but still, fuck that piece of shit. We arrived on Christmas Eve, and I couldn't imagine a more wholesome Christmas present than seeing your son show up on your front door after a cross-country road trip while the world is on fire. Shit, I forgot to mention all the constant questions about Santa. When the reset hit, most places had already started decorating for the upcoming holiday. I always thought it was so fucking dumb. Let's all bring in the Christmas cheer well before the turkey's killed. It's that overindulgent consumer mindset that got us into this mess in the first place. Diamond Lake was a tight-knit, God-fearing community. I reckon this was a good place as any for Jacob to be. They didn't have many ties to the outside world, which made it safe from dangerous people wandering by. What little community could be found up here helped one another, so I knew Jacob wouldn't go without. I kept telling myself that here he was safe, here he could thrive. I felt as though my job was finally done. Cassandra offered to let me stay a while, but there was too much bad blood between us for me to keep my composure around her. I gave her everything I had, and she threw it all away, and then took what little I had left. The only worthy footnote that she would ever have in my life is giving birth to our perfect, sweet baby boy. For all we knew, the world was never going to be the same after the reset. This new, quiet world was filled with danger and uncertainty. Everywhere became the new Wild West, and I wanted to experience it firsthand. I wanted to become one with the changing landscape, to be hardened with its severity. But I wanted Jacob's memory of me to be the man that moved through heaven and hell to bring him to his mommy. One day, I would see him again, but I refused to have him bear witness to who I truly am. We were trained to be survivors, to take whatever life could throw at us and figure shit out with what scarce resources were available. Ricky, you know it better than most. We are born outlaws. The world needs hard men ready to do the wrong things for the right reasons. But the world also needs men that are calm, collected, understanding. I can't provide Jacob the patience and care necessary to remain a sweet and gentle soul. He's just a kid, and now more than ever he needs to be just that, a child filled with wonder and optimism for the world around him. I don't think I'll ever get over how I feel about his mother, but I am confident that she will raise him the right way. Maybe all this pouring my thoughts and emotion onto paper did some good for me. Maybe the docs knew a thing or two that would actually benefit my life moving forward. Or maybe it's all bullshit and I'm just getting sentimental after leaving my son in the clutches of that witch. Fuck it. I'm done with this kind of therapy. I think it's making me grow soft. Doesn't change the fact that you're still gone and I'm left to contend with this shitstorm alone. Why don't we see what the grand old reset has to offer a disgruntled war vet like myself? Best regards and the only fuck I have left to give, Brandon K. Maverick. Supply acquisition. Unbeknownst to survivors living within cities under the shelter program, the supply chain that provided necessary goods weren't sourced through traditional means. With the means of production grinded to a halt, resource allocation was primarily derived through scavenging the ruins of other cities. Supermarkets, warehouses, manufacturing plants, and even abandoned residences were targeted as locations to be secured and then looted for everything from basic necessities like food, medicine, and gasoline to infrastructure materials like pipes, concrete, and refrigerant. Acquisition of these types of supplies was paramount and were overseen by logistic corporations like Hermes Distribution. Hermes maintained their operations similar to how Shaw led the direction of his runners, but on a much larger and organized scale. Distro units were a convoy of transfer trailers with armed guards. Upon reaching a location of interest, a perimeter would be set, and once the area was contained, it would then be pillaged for any resources of usefulness. If and when the distro team would find a group of survivors or small settlement, security of the location would be met by any means necessary, often ending in mass casualties if the team met any resistance from the survivors. The livelihoods of tens of thousands of people living in the shelter cities relied on resources obtained by distro teams scavenging in the great new frontier of a ruined America. The lives of a few stragglers merely looking for a means to survive meant nothing when compared to the people that were actively trying to restore law and order in the shelter cities. Those working within the distro operations quickly adapted to scavenging as their own means for survival and paid little care or concern for anyone that got in their way. This ultimately became an issue for their shelter cities as several distro teams disbanded, splintering off into nomadic groups out for their own interests. Rural settlements. Far away from major cities and the highways that connected them were the safest havens in all the frontier. Rural settlements. Before the collapse, these small towns had very little traffic and were accustomed to living without being as connected as the rest of the country. They survived the first wave of panic that hit directly following the reset. Being so far away from modern civilization, they had designed their way of living to be as self-sustaining as possible. Their remote locations also made them not viable targets for scavenging, leaving them free from the potential carnage from distro teams. Although they did feel the immediate impact from the lack of communication with the outside world, their self-dependent nature made it a manageable transition from seldom contact with the rest of the country to completely being left to their own devices. Generations had laid claim to the lands very few would welcome to call home, with ways of life deemed as far too simplistic and away from contemporary conveniences that made urban and suburban lifestyles significantly more convenient for the average American. It is within that differing perspective on what defines a comfortable existence that made rural communities the masters of post-reset America. Not just that these people were already accustomed to a simpler way of life, but that they were seasoned veterans with generations of first-hand experience of what living in a smaller, tighter community meant. Unlike the devastation brought on through civil unrest in urban centers with high population density, everyone in a town of 500 people knew one another. Although they may not be connected with the outside world, citizens of these tiny towns were exceedingly connected with one another more than any other community in the country. Rather than fight over what remained of civilization, they were able to band together and fight the coming apocalypse together. While the major cities were ripped apart from the inside out, the rural townships thrived under a collective understanding that they were all each other had upon facing an uncertain future. As mobs rallied together to loot from one another, the rural communities shared both resources and skills that were necessary to accommodate their basic needs. While people struggled to survive a hectic, if not hellish, landscape of urban survival, those bred, born, and raised on the frontier worked to strengthen both their might and resolve against anyone that might pose a threat to their land. Evidently, it would be poetic irony that the communities most directly ignored by the Shelter Initiative would be the ones most likely to survive the very calamity the program was designed to confront. The ranch. Our family ranch was standing on its last legs. Nearly a month had passed since the reset, and things were becoming dire. The few remaining hands Dad managed to keep on staff were willing to work for food and shelter, although they didn't seem very pleased at the idea of not getting a paycheck. It wasn't as if they had an option. From our understanding, no one was making money anymore. There were no more trucks coming in to offload feed or ones to take mature cattle to slaughter. We were a quiet homestead in the midst of endless plains as far as the eye could see. With so few people to help steer the herds, we locked them all into a 2-acre corral. Without feed in their troughs or land to graze, our livestock were slowly beginning to starve. We operated this ranch for generations, and slowly watched it dwindle from its former glory. Dad had no idea what he could do to fix things. It all seemed out of our hands. We couldn't call anyone as the phones were down. What little power we did have from the generator was used sparingly. Each passing day, encroaching further into winter, was met with harsher elements to contend against. The house was kept warm thanks to a wood-burning stove, although even that had sparse logs of firewood that had to be strictly rationed. Dad's only option to contact the outside world was to send one of the cattlemen 30 miles into town to learn of any news that might grant us the slightest bit of helpful information. Once the worker drove our truck over the horizon, we never saw him again. Eventually, the workers felt their previous arrangement wasn't good enough. They demanded to sleep in our home and have unlimited access to our food, rather than be given meals in the bunkhouse. This home was our temple, a sacred place reserved for family, so naturally, my father revoked their demands. That's when the fighting began. With no one to aid him, my father was beaten to a pulp, and our family was thrown out to live where the workers slept. After the first night, I could see why they wanted out. There was a draft that sucked out most of the heat generated by the small wood-burning stove. My father, mother, and I spent the first night in the bunkhouse, huddled together near what little warmth we had while our empty bellies growled. I knew there was nothing left for us in the ranch, but I also knew it would be difficult convincing my father to leave. The workers wanted food and shelter, and they took it from us. It was only a matter of time before they gained a craving for the touch of a woman, as I'm sure they would look to my mother and myself to satisfy those devious urges. Against all odds, we woke up to a miracle. Just after the rising sun ushered forth the dawn of the new day, several trucks carrying bull racks lined up along the access roads running beside the corral. It was as if an entire crew had been sent to us, ready to take our herd to the slaughterhouse. Regardless of their intentions for arriving, it was a relief to have people around other than the disgruntled workers turn to thieving marauders. My family left the bunkhouse just as the workers came out of our home to see the commotion outside. A tall, gaunt woman looked at both groups, then requested to speak to the owner of the ranch. One of the workers proclaimed the property was under new management and demanded that all conversation should be held with the cattle hands in the main house. She shook her head and repeated that the only person she cared to speak with was the legal property owner of the land. Her refusal to validate the worker's claim to the ranch caused him to turn red, either out of embarrassment or frustration. As he began marching towards the woman, a couple of armed men approached him at gunpoint, making him freeze in place with his hands up. My father, weakly, raised a waving hand, followed with a welcoming nod. The woman returned the nod and walked over to us with her hand out, eager to greet us. After exchanging a few pleasantries, I learned that her name was Alex, and she was here on behalf of the logistics company Helios. We then went inside the bunkhouse to continue the conversation. Although we didn't have much to offer our guest, my mother was able to brew a pot of coffee on the wood-burning stove, but the smell only made our hunger pains grow. I'll cut to the chase and give it to you all as direct as I possibly can. Alex smiled at my mother, took a thankful sip of her cup of coffee, then looked to my father in his bloodshot, bruised eyes. The world as you all knew it is no longer the same. There was a financial disaster that affected the entire global economy. As you are aware, most countries converted to crypto as their official currency. We still don't know why, but all of it vanished. The domino effect started here in the United States. One after another, critical infrastructure began to fall, leading to an exponential collapse. First the power grid, then water and sewer services, then natural gas, cell towers, pretty much anything involved in providing the basic necessities for modern living. Once AWS servers were powered down, 70% of the world's internet infrastructure went with it. From what information we have been given, the rest of the world has been hit just as hard as us. For lack of a better phrase, we have entered a new dark age. So basically, Father struggled to comprehend what she was saying. The whole world is facing an economic depression? That would be preferable, but as things currently stand, what we are facing is an apocalyptic catastrophe. The economic collapse led to civil unrest. In turn, that drove society to crumble apart. There is no power because there is no one to generate it. Money is worthless because there is no longer an economy to validate its worth. There are no laws because there is no government to enforce them. All that is left is survival. There was a moment of silence as we let her words sink in. We knew things were bad, but never imagined the reality of it all being so dire. If what she was saying was true, then I'm glad we were so far away from the bulk of society. I couldn't imagine trying to contend with hundreds of thousands of other people facing the disasters so close together. My father gave a heavy, sorrowful sigh as he accepted the sorry state of the world. And where's that leave us? I doubt you would have wasted the fuel coming out all this way just to tell us the world ended. By the looks of it, I reckon you and your team are gearing up to take the entire herd and be on your merry way. Alex took another sip of her cup, scrunching her brow at the bitter taste. Well, you are right about that. Usually, we wouldn't cross this far into Oklahoma. We had a chance getting here before your entire stock keeled over due to starvation. Judging by the looks of it, they are knocking on death's door as it is. The bad news, as you are very astutely aware, is that we are indeed taking all of your cattle. The good news is that we will compensate you for your cooperation. Father scoffed and slammed his fist to the table. Compensate? With what? You just said yourself, money's worthless. Hell, before this whole shitstorm, it was worthless anyways, thanks to inflation. I tried paying those sorry fucks what little I had to offer, and a lot of good that did us. For my troubles, all I managed to get in return was an ass kick. Alex ignored my father's outburst and stood up. We'll be taking your cattle nearby to be slaughtered. Portion out the horde's yield and preserve it. Once that task is complete, we can offer you 10% of the total product. It is your property, after all, so it's only fair that you be granted a sizable cut. Of course, since I am the one with the trucks and the manpower to successfully make such things happen, that is why the offer is only 10%. You provide the raw materials, and I the means to turn it into a viable product. My father was a prideful, stubborn man, but he wasn't stupid. He knew that there was no rejecting her offer. With his blessing or not, Alex was taking the cattle. It didn't take long for him to agree to the deal, with the only condition that he wanted Alex to tell us how they were able to pull it all off, given the state of the larger world outside our quiet ranch. As her men started herding cattle into the trailers, Alex walked us through a simplified explanation of her relationship with her employer. Following the reset, there was an emergency order placed to secure the infrastructure and development of several major cities, places that would be easy to maintain while offering the best chance for the nation to recover from the economic collapse. The company she worked for, Helios, handled shipment and delivery of various goods around the country prior to the collapse. When the emergency order was enacted, several companies like Helios were granted protections and authorized to operate independently, so long as they assisted with sustaining the cities during the rebuilding effort. The company executives, their families, and the families of their employees would be allowed to live within the safety of those cities. It was the government's best effort to maintain law and order while establishing a working relationship with those who had the means to assist with such a large project. Alex was the head of one of several Distro teams tasked with securing the countryside for food, water, and fuel to be distributed among the approved surviving settlements as part of the program. My father wanted to know if there was any way that our family could be approved to live in one of the cities, knowing that even with our share of the livestock, we wouldn't last long enough left to our own devices so far away from civilization. Alex pondered the request for a moment, then denied the idea altogether. She didn't have the authority to grant us clemency into one of the major cities. However, she did have an alternative. We would give up our cut of the livestock slaughtered, and in return, she would assist us in getting to a farm in Arkansas. It was one with hundreds of company-run farms tasked with supplying the rebuilding effort. There, we would be protected from roaming ravengers, groups far worse than my father's disgruntled cattle hands. In exchange for food, water, and shelter, we would work either on the farms or with their distribution. Although not ideal, it was the best offer that would provide safety to my mother and myself. In the end, that's all my father cared about. Losing all of his livestock, his ranch, everything our family spent generations building, was worth protecting his family. When Alex asked my father what he wanted to do with the workers that beat him and took over our home, he just shook his head. Let them rot. The Distro team went through the entire ranch, collecting everything of value. The cans of food from the pantry, bags of dried goods, jars of preserves, every ounce of fuel left in the tractors near the barn. Every valuable resource was taken. My family made themselves comfortable in the semi-trucks. My father in one, my mother and myself in another. As the convoy departed the ranch with the cattle ready for what little meat they had left to be harvested, I looked to the side mirror of the truck and watched the workers slowly become smaller and smaller as we drove away. We left them in the middle of nowhere, with no food, no fuel, no water, and no sympathy. The Shelter Initiative. The Shelter Initiative was a government plan to maintain law and order in the event of an economic collapse. Several high-ranking government officials would be set to oversee key regions in the U.S., most notably areas predicted to be hit the hardest, major cities. Officials would govern these regions and establish supply lines while maintaining infrastructure connecting each region. Surviving citizens would have to forego their entire way of living to have the faintest attempt to stabilize any region in the U.S. What were once simple amenities would turn to a lavish luxury. To clarify, imagine a simple roll of toilet paper. It can easily be ignored, but the value a single roll has is massive. When society faces a collapse, the pillars that lift it up also face ruination. For a roll of toilet paper to be manufactured, packaged, and then delivered from the factories would be a massive undertaking. Once society has collapsed, so too do the means of production for tens of thousands of goods. Trees need to be grown and harvested at the right moment to craft lumber. Whatever scraps remain can be used for paper milling. Before even starting the paper-making process, we've hit a snag. Should these scraps be shredded and broken into a pulpy mass just to yield out a few rolls of toilet paper? Or should the scraps be better given to a team trying to manufacture medical supplies? The logistics involved in making a single roll of toilet paper are just not possible on a large scale in a post-collapse society, and the masses will understand this notion very quickly. Without structures upholding the rule of law in place, panic and disorder will overwhelm the nation and cripple any hopes of maintaining a functioning civilization. Common hygiene supplies will become a finite luxury people will kill over. This disorder, this chaos, cannot be avoided, but knowing what grim reality lies ahead, we can organize in advance. Major cities will fall the quickest and hardest during the onset of total collapse of society. They are not designed to be self-sufficient, whereas rural areas with a lower population density stand high odds of taking care of themselves. With the majority of Americans living within or near major urban centers, any event extensive enough to result in societal collapse will leave those regions at the most risk to experience civil unrest. The political leaders of these key regions will consist of state senators, governors, and mayors of the major cities listed as part of the Shelter Initiative. Once initiated, the program will invalidate all amendments, abolish the Bill of Rights, and leave all laws under the guidance of the new leaders of the state. Police officers, with the aid of each state's National Guard, will rule with an iron fist to ensure civil obedience while maintaining and preserving peace among the surviving citizens. Once law and order are established, the state will focus on maintaining and, if necessary, repairing the city's infrastructure to include power, water, sewage, and communication with other cities in the program. In order to aid in the rebuilding efforts at the activation of the program, corporations leading in food and medical supply production, transportation, and logistics will be granted protections of the state to secure a sustaining supply chain. Armed forces, both military and civilian, will be assigned to guard and protect the operations of the companies listed under the shelter program. Ensuring the safety and progress within major cities will come at the cost of limiting the program's reach. Any city, regardless of size, location, or prominence, not listed in the program will not under any circumstances be given aid. To maintain stability and resource allocation, all endeavors to rebuild society will be localized within limited borders. New York City, Washington, D.C., Baltimore, Los Angeles, Las Vegas, Detroit, and Dallas are major cities of note that are not listed to be a part of the program. They are specifically pointed out to be intentionally ignored. Through a combination of geographic location, rational resource allocation, along with the temperament of the local populace, these cities are labeled as prime examples of areas that will be too costly to secure and provide a realistically manageable path to self-sustainability. Regardless of their participation status within the shelter program, these locations are marked for their stockpiles of resources that will be critical for the success in the selected cities under state control. In theory, the shelter program is designed to establish a foundation on which the United States government can rebuild itself, though it is not intended to be a long-term solution once faced with the aftermath of an economic collapse. The program was constructed as a last-ditch effort to maintain continuity of government long enough to stabilize each region participating in the program. This cannot be overstated enough. The shelter program is designed to be temporary for the protections and forward progress of a few major cities post-economic collapse. With communication lines severed from many of these regions in the U.S., it is safe to say that things did not go according to plan. Rumors have circulated among surviving settlements that some cities have become sanctuaries, while others have fallen into absolute ruination. With the vast majority of the United States left to their own devices, the status of any singular location is uncertain. The most well-known example is the securing of the city of Chicago, which only remained under state control for 5 months before becoming divided. Neglected cities like Detroit fell into a state of total anarchy far quicker, leaving any survivors to fend for themselves against the insanity of the lawless new world. Past due. The only thing in life more frustrating than a landlord is one with cell service. Thankfully, my service was cut off weeks ago. Add that to my growing pile of debt. Still, it hasn't stopped the never-ending barrage of debt collectors filling my mailbox and knocking on my front door. I've adjusted to the borderline harassment to nothing more than white noise, the background music of my life. If there were any possible way to settle my debts, I would have months ago, but unfortunately my reality doesn't permit such an idea. Work is scarce in my profession. Not very many clients are looking for an AV tech these days. Can't say I blame them. All the years of my life tailoring a wonderful resume and networking in my field are now worthless. Once they passed the act, the comfortable and structured 9-to-5 work week was flipped on its head, and after so many years of commitment, my company showed me the door. Traditional employees became a thing of the past as they ushered in independent contractors to fill in all the vacancies. I can't blame them given the circumstances, but I was still livid all the same. Without a steady job, the bills started piling up, and it didn't take long after that for my marriage to fall into a state of disrepair. Safe to say I'm not alone in that. The same thing happened to quite a few fellas I knew. To death do us part, a quote I scoff at now. Just like work, I can't blame her, but it has left me bitter. I left the only home I ever knew to be with the love of my life, cross the Atlantic to share a life in a new land with someone I felt I was going to grow old with, only to be abandoned once times grew hard. When my wife decided our marriage had run its course, she not only left me, but the family we built. 17 years together down the drain, leaving me to support our son Owen by myself. I had spent so many of his younger years working that once she had left, it became rather evident that Owen and I didn't know each other very well. We were left as two strangers in a broken home, both left with guilt and remorse for his mother leaving. Although he was almost an adult, Owen still felt somewhat responsible, despite his mother's choice to leave having nothing to do with him. He was a child, and it was our responsibility to take care of him. Try as I might to make the most out of an unpleasant situation, I could barely take care of myself, let alone another person. Owen discovered rather quickly that I was ill-prepared to function as a father figure. His disdain from his mother leaving turned into animosity at being left with me. All the years of missed moments in his life came to light. I was never there for him when he was little, and I couldn't support him now. He felt alone, and there wasn't anything in the world I could do to change that. What little work I could find was through an application called Shift Now. Through it, I could see potential short-term jobs from employers ranging from washing dishes to unloading trucks. The app was just one of many that were a dime a dozen, but it was the one I had the highest reviews on, making it easier to find work. One of the upsides was that the app allowed me to negotiate my fee, although in practice it was a race to the bottom. So many people were desperate for work, they wouldn't mind taking a large pay cut to land a job, which created a vicious cycle of each job's potential earnings getting less and less. It was the closest thing to getting cash onto the table. And sometimes, once on the job site, I would manage to convince the employer to cut out the middlemen altogether, saving us both money in the long run. Shift Now charged a base fee for every job posted, and then double dip, taking a percentage of whatever its users made. It was a tried and true recipe for financial success, as the company behind the app made a killing while they charged contractors for every job they completed. The system was rigged against all of us, except for the needless middlemen that benefited at everyone else's expense. With our cell phones turned off, the only work I could rely on for the time being were the few employees I had managed to get off the app. On the bright side, some work was better than none, although many of them would take advantage of my desperation, often withholding a cash payment and offering food or gas instead. When push came to shove, I would sell off my belongings just to have enough to scrape by, and even then it would only last a short while. "Surprised to see you're still home," I greeted Owen after a long night helping stock a grocery store. "I brought some goodies." I left the plastic bags of food on the counter next to a pile of unopened mail. "I'm off today." Owen made his way to the kitchen and began sifting through the bags. "How much did you make?" I took a deep breath before muttering, $60. "That's it? For the whole night?" "Well, that's where the food comes in. We've been running low for a while now. Given how much it costs, I figured it was a fair trade." Owen shook his head in disappointment. "We're back due on rent as it is. Our phones have been turned off, and then we're 2 days away from getting our electricity turned off. We can get by with food stamps. We need money now." I hated the idea of my kid working when he should have been in school. Against my wishes, he dropped out so he could contribute to keeping a roof over our heads. Truth be told, I wouldn't have made it this far without his help. It was an under-the-table gig. Wasn't like I had much of a choice. Take the 60 and some food, or get nothing at all. Owen gave a heavy sigh, then shook his head. "It's whatever. Just put the 60 towards the phone bill. Once they're back on, maybe we can find some better paying jobs." "That's the spirit." I hated myself the more I spoke. Good idea. Not like we have many options. Things had become so stressful we rarely spoke to one another about anything besides money and bills. Owen deserved more in life than this, but this was all I could give. He was a bright kid stuck with an uncertain future. If he was smart, he would take whatever money we had and ran. I think that's one thing I would be perfectly fine with. No regrets or hard feelings. For better or worse, we were stuck with each other. At least here he had a place to sleep, which I feel is the only reason why he stayed around this long. I tried to get some rest before my next gig working at the warehouse fulfilling shipments of online orders. Nothing glamorous, but it was work nonetheless. It made me sick working there. Not just the long hours for shit pay, but the fact that there were people out there that were able to ferociously spend their cash while people like me boxed up the stupid stuff they bought. More often than not, people ordered the dumbest and most unnecessary things. There was a silver lining to it all. It meant that there was money to be made out there. I just had to find the right job to get it. I awoke to the abrupt sound of knocking at the door. Several loud bangs alerted that it had to be the landlord. Owen opened the front door before I could tell him not to, welcoming me to a confrontation I spent weeks trying to avoid. "Finnegan! Finally, I caught you while you're home!" He gave an expression somewhere between surprise and aggravation. "The first was 3 weeks ago." Still groggy from just waking up, I rubbed my eyes and made my way past Owen to the threshold of the door. "Mr. Miller, hey there. Sorry, work's been, hectic lately." "Right, well, that's not really my problem. You're already 3 months behind on rent, not to mention the additional month you'll be behind next week." "Yeah, you see, that's the thing. I'm not sure if you've seen the news lately, but the job market in Detroit is kinda non-existent at the moment." The irritation on Mr. Miller's face grew. "Once again, not my problem. I'm sure that you can come up with something for the time being." "Well," I looked over to Owen sitting on the couch, staring at his phone. The kid must have paid enough of the bill to turn them back on while I was sleeping. "Sadly, my other loan sharks got to me before you. With his patience worn thin, Mr. Miller raised his voice. Let's just cut the crap. With all the stimulus payments, along with the unemployment benefits the government has been throwing around, you have to have something left over to cover even the thinnest portion of your rent. Contrary to popular belief, I work as an independent contractor, so none of these benefits applied to me. I gave a shrug. We're barely making ends meet as it is. And that's with the kid working too. You're just going to have to wait. Once work picks up, I'll pay you what I owe. I'm done waiting. This has been going on for months, not just from you, but from every other tenant. I'm given the same sob story. You signed the lease, and your part in that agreement is to pay your rent on time. Or else what? I smiled at his feeble attempt to threaten me. You'll evict us? Toss a kid and his single father out in the street right before Thanksgiving? I'm sure you remember there's a moratorium on evictions. The moment I uttered the fact, Mr. Miller let loose into a rage that quickly turned his face red. He threw one insult after another at me, while all I did was stare back at him unfazed. We both knew I was right, yet all he could manage to do was refer to me as a lowlife, a bottom-feeder, as trash, and finally, a horrible excuse of a father. The last bit cut deep. He vocalized a thought that kept me awake at night, a feeling I couldn't shake that made me realize what a complete failure I was. He could have said anything negative about me, but by attacking me with my biggest insecurity, a part of me broke. I grabbed him by the throat and met his gaze inches from his face. Now you listen, and you listen well, you fucking piranha. I might be a lot of things. Many of those things are true. But the difference between me and you is that I stake my livelihood off honest work. What do? You feed off the misfortune of others, collecting rent that is too high for an apartment that is barely above squalor. I released him from my tight grip, and he gasped for air. You don't deserve the right to judge what you don't know. While he struggled to catch his breath, I looked back to see Owen standing stunned behind me. I lost my temper and allowed this parasite to get the better of me, right in front of my own flesh and blood. Maybe he was right. Still, he had no right telling me what I already knew to be true. Owen raised his phone. Dad, look at the news. As I reached in my pocket for my phone, Mr. Miller pulled out his as he slowly stepped away from the door. You screwed up big time, buddy. I can't evict you for non-payment, but you're sure as shit I can kick your ass out for assault. Damn. So that's what this was all about. Rally up my emotions to get the better of me. Given the circumstances, it was a fair play. When he looked at his phone to dial the cops, his face turned white. It was as though he had just received some grim news that made him forget about their altercation. Without a second look in my direction, he frantically began screaming, No, no, no! As he ran towards his car, his fat fingers scrolling through his recent alerts. I looked back to Owen to see his face was just as pale. When I turned on my phone, the screen was blasted with multiple alerts. I swiped over to see the news, and there was a frightening headline in bold print. Reports of cryptocurrency vanishing everywhere. Last resort. There isn't an agony worse than the poignant anguish delivered by hunger. It's not a pain one can adapt to. Rather, it acts as an ever-repeating beacon, constantly emphasizing a yearning for even the slightest bit of sustenance. The pain starts with a rumble in the pit of your gut, before creeping throughout every fiber of your being, then settling its treacherous grasp into every wrinkle of your mind. Starvation begins life as an annoyance, a pesky obstacle always diverting rational thoughts. Once famine takes your mind, it cultivates a darkness ready to sacrifice your humanity, a desire to satiate the primitive impulse. I've witnessed what such hunger can do to a man. Even worse, what it does to tens of thousands of people left roaming the streets of Detroit. In the wake of devastation following the reset, the city faced one calamity after another. The anarchy led by radical mobs was only a meager complication at first. Emergency services did what they could to quell the infighting, though they were not active for long. It became apparent that the city was standing on its last legs when we realized there was no external assistance coming to aid our plight. Every aspect of what made our lives convenient was quickly stripped away from us. The endless stream of trucks carrying essential supplies like food, water, medicine, and gasoline were no more. There was a mad dash for what few resources remained, with a few groups hoarding entire warehouses of goods. Not long after, the entire city faced a blackout as the power plants that supplied us were shut down. Without power, the pumps that carried drinkable water were also off. The only source of fresh water in town came from Lake St. Clair and the Detroit River, but even that was sketchy at best. One of the best places to get water was the most overlooked: water heaters. They were tanks of pure gold, with every home, apartment, and business having one, yet remained hidden from all but the ingenious of eyes. I spent many months rummaging abandoned parts of the city for food. Without gas, I could only make it so far on foot, so Owen and I left our apartment behind, resting wherever we felt was safest. Things became so dire, I allowed the animal in me to beat others over what few sources of food they had. Whenever we came across a cat or a dog, I made sure to kill it. The notion of it once being someone's pet didn't matter anymore. Their meat was better left in our full bellies than roaming the streets. Owen would often object to how we obtained food, but the hunger struck him regardless of his animosity. We were playing a game of survival, and that meant doing the ugly things that kept us alive. These dirty deeds dampened his spirit, but he mustered through it, knowing that for the time being, this was the only way to survive. Although we tried to endure the hardships set before us, there was no way to escape the misery invoked by our impending famishment. The longing for food had become so severe, it weakened our bodies as malnourishment sapped all available energy reserves within us. It felt as though we were to meet our end, unceremoniously trapped in a decaying city where only vultures conquered the upheaval aroused by the reset. We faced hard times only to be confronted by hard choices. I left Owen to rest while I investigated our surroundings for anything remotely edible. Carried on the warm summer wind was the distinct scent of grilled meat that pricked at my nostrils and salivated my mouth. Had the hunger grown so great that I had begun to hallucinate smells? I pressed forward with each step, a strenuous labor towards the inviting aroma. It was then I found a saving grace that would damn my soul. Before me was a small group gathered around a fire pit with large slabs of meat roasting above it, fat liquefying and basting in the heat and smoke. It was glorious food, more than we had seen in weeks. I remained hidden. If anything was certain, it was that other people were not to be trusted, especially when food was involved. Once they had their fill and wandered away from the makeshift grill, it granted me a brief moment to gather what scraps remained. I scarfed down the charred morsel of meat with a quickness. The small serving didn't taste like anything I ever had before, but it was enough to silence the screams from my gut, if only for a moment. I wasn't a fool. I pieced it together quickly. This group found abundance where there was only wasted potential. They knew it had to be done for their own survival, a thought that routinely echoed in the back of my mind. This was the price of survival, to eat the flesh of man. Although the very idea of indulging in thoughts of cannibalism disgusted me, the succulent taste of meat was enough to leave those thoughts palatable. When I returned to Owen, I presented him with a sample of the group's leftovers. Without a word spoken, he knew what this was and refused to consume it. No matter how much I begged and pleaded, he rejected my offering. He preferred to perish from this world with his humanity intact, rather than survive another day at the expense of losing his soul to the consumption of a fellow man. I had done this boy wrong his entire life, and upon his final moments left him with a final impression of my accumulated failures. There was nothing left for me in Detroit. I gave my son a final farewell in a shallow grave, the deepest my aching bones would allow me to dig. The heartache was too much for me to bear, but I couldn't bring myself to end my own life. Despite everything that transpired, I had too much fight left in me to give up. I know I'll never be able to shake the feeling of being better off dead, but I'll carry on all the same. Perhaps one day I'll find a way to forgive my own sins, but my soul will be forever lost having dined on the flesh of another. Death Wish. The Reunion. Garret. I could never stand being around crowds. Even more so after my unceremonious departure from my time enlisted. People have always tended to make me uncomfortable, especially when they are gathered together in a disorganized mass. Despite that uneasy feeling sending my anxiety over a cliff, I wanted to pay my respects to fallen comrades that I once held near and dear while overseas. That, along with an open bar, made attending the battalion reunion event tolerable. At the very least, I would run into a few familiar faces that were worth the trip all the way up to the middle of nowhere in upstate New York. Although I was dishonorably discharged, I was still allowed to attend the event as Forrester's +1. Gotta love loopholes. It had been years since I had seen him, but we kept in contact nonetheless. We both knew the reasons why I got kicked out were complete dog shit, but I was happier as a free man outside of the military than nothing more than a warm body with little to no value while enlisted. It was a sentiment a lot of us vets had. Never carried a single regret joining, but thankful to no longer be a cog in a broken machine. The moment I arrived at the venue in Watertown, Forrester approached me with the same half-dance, half-strut swagger while clapping his hands to the beat of music he only imagined to hear that he was so well known for, the trademark of his nickname, Trinidad. I let out a genuine laugh with arms wide open to give my old friend a hug, something I only granted those I deemed as family. "Welcome back to the frozen north, Wonderbread." His accent was just as heavy as I remembered. Not sure if I'm more surprised that they actually sent you an invitation or that you willingly volunteered to come back to this shithole. Blink twice if you're here against your will. Forrester put his hands on his hips, opened his eyes wide. After a brief moment, he blinked several times before bursting out in laughter. "Did you know they begged me to come? They sent emails, text messages, even letters in the mail. The only reason I responded was because I wanted to know how the hell they had any of my information. I had changed everything the moment I ETS'd. I swear it. Yeah, don't lose sleep over it. I'm sure they only want you here to look more diverse." "Well, joke's on them. I said I would only come if I could bring whoever I wanted." At that point, my entire mood changed from reluctance to pure mischievous joy. "So you chose the one guy that beat the shit out of the man they're honoring tonight. Damn, no fucking wonder why they call you Trinidad." After walking inside, signing the guest list, and receiving our name tags, we headed straight for the bar. I caught a few wandering, judgmental glances in my direction, but rather than be annoyed, I maintained a half-cocked smirk as a symbolic middle finger. We quickly ordered a couple shots of whiskey, giving cheers to our reunion. Just as we raised our glasses, I caught a scruffy face raising a glass to us at the end of the bar. My fucking god, is that who I think it is? I was shocked to see Mason attending the same event as us. There's no way they let both of us in here. Let me guess, our resident foreigner put you down as his wife or some shit? Frigia dotesh kakahol, Forrester exclaimed with a smile before downing his shot. Jesus, I couldn't understand you 5 years ago, and I certainly can't understand you now. How the hell have you managed to avoid deportation all these years? Yas as stupid as I members ya. The two shared a quick embrace between fits of insults. After they kicked you and Garret out, the army assisted in getting my citizenship. So, brother, there's no way of getting rid of me now. About you. How the hell you managed to get in here? Long story short, y'all remember how I was porking honey bun while we were deployed? Well, never really stopped. Oh shit, congrats, man. I slapped Mason on the back while I motioned the bartender to pour some more shots. Never thought you were the marriage type. Mason's jaw dropped and he quickly shook his head. God damn it, no. When you see her, don't mention the M word. It's more of an extended friends with benefits, no strings attached thing. Ah, hell. I gave him a nod of understanding. There's definitely a story there, but I don't think we want to know. It wasn't long after that for the rest of our old gang to gather around the bar playing catch-up over drinks. I wasn't too keen on the setting we were in, but thankful to be around fond company. Du Yun continued her medical education and landed a sweet gig with the VA. Big Dave, unsurprisingly, took up work in private security as a bodyguard. Tech spent most of his days not doing much of anything out on his homestead collecting disability checks. And dear lovely Honey Bun put that geeky brain to work as robotics engineer designing drones for the Department of Defense. For the most part, everyone was comfortable where they were in life, with the exception of Mason. Without uttering a single word, I felt something was off with him. He had that long, disinterested stare that a lot of us shared. It was easy to tell there was something on his mind, but without asking him, I couldn't be sure. It was enough of a distraction for him to drink twice as much as the rest of us. We all had regrets, bad memories associated with our time enlisted we wanted to drown into oblivion. Rather than make a scene in front of the others, I opted to keep an eye on him. After all the horrific things we had seen together, I had a pretty good idea of the demons he was running away from. Our laughs talking about the good old days really made time fly. Before long, it came time for the main event. The current 187 Battalion Commander took to the stage, thanking everyone, both currently enlisted personnel and the veterans invited that once served with the unit. A slideshow was presented on stage, giving the whole thing a high school reunion vibe that had us cracking up. From black and white photos taken decades ago all the way up to when the 7 of us were deployed to Kunduz, Afghanistan, I caught a single picture of Mason struggling to fill sandbags in 110-degree heat, yet not a single one of myself. On one hand, I really didn't care, since outside of the friendships I had made, I didn't have any fond memories of the battalion or the piss-poor leadership, let alone the fact that I was dishonorably discharged. On the other hand, it did feel as though I was eradicated from history. All the bloodshed and sweat I gave on behalf of my oath to serve my country was refused to be acknowledged. Mason's departure was a special circumstance. A general discharge under honorable conditions, all due to mental health issues. I kept checking in on him as the commander spoke to the guests. With each moment that passed, he became focused, holding a tight stare to each picture on the slideshow, as if he was waiting to see a particular picture. The joy he had while talking with us was replaced with a sour, stern expression, making him look disgusted with the whole presentation. I leaned in with a whisper to see if he wanted to leave, but all he did was shrug and continue to drink. I figured he was just dealing with combating mixed emotions like the rest of us. We all had our reasons to detest our time in service. Once the presentation transitioned to remembering the fallen, I noticed Mason cross his arms and bite his lip. It hit me just as hard as him to see 3 pictures flash on screen. Anderson, Harris, and Wade. The 3 people we had deep connections with that gave the ultimate sacrifice. Even now, just thinking of losing them makes me question if any of our efforts in the region was worth their lives. There wasn't enough time in the world for us to take in a moment of grief on their behalf. As quickly as they were shown on screen, their pictures were replaced by an officer the 7 of us had a very rocky history with, Lieutenant Eric Bosch. I could have gone the rest of my life without ever hearing that name ever again. Yet instead of remembering the friends I had lost, I had to be reminded of arguably the worst human being I ever met. Needless to say, our last interaction was the reason for me getting kicked out of the army. They say not to speak ill of the dead, but that piece of shit deserved every ounce of the beating I gave him. The only regret I have was that it wasn't the ass-kicking I gave him that sent him to an early grave. Turns out one of the local nationals that worked on our FOB murdered him long after I had been sent home. I'll pour some out for that guy. He did the world a service. I wasn't surprised that the unit spent extra attention on his memorial. It was the 5-year anniversary of his death, and the invitations made a heavy emphasis on remembering his sacrifice. They invited his family and his widowed wife and young daughter on the far side of the stage. When I looked over to check on Mason, he was gone. "Fuck that guy," Mason yelled, pointing his finger to the screen as he drunkenly pushed his way toward the stage. "LT Bosch deserved exactly what he got." There was a loud gasp at Mason's remarks, followed by a short silence as the commander motioned to have him removed from the venue. "You're his kid?" Mason looked at the frightened little girl hugging her mother's leg. "Your father was a rapist. He was a monster. You're better off with him in the ground." "All right, sir, enough." A couple members of military police approached him. "You need to leave." Mason staggered a bit, scrunched up his face before laughing. "The fuck are you gonna do? We're off post. You have no power here." As the MPs moved to restrain him, the rest of our group made our way between them. "We'll take him with us." Big Dave said with a low yet intimidating voice as he looked down at the men. The 7 of us began to move towards the door when we overheard the commander. "There's a reason why we didn't invite the people that couldn't cut it within our ranks. You know what? I had enough of the nice, quiet guy act. Fuck him. And fuck all the people that covered up what he did. A lot of us are glad he's dead. We didn't stay long enough to hear all the people yelling back at us, appalled at our lack of respect. I did feel bad for the kid. She didn't deserve witnessing people talk bad about her father, although our feelings were true, especially in such a public display. Even still, it felt damn good to have one last metaphorical jab at the guy." Mason lurched towards the wood line and proceeded to vomit, heaving several times before finally leaning against a tree. I lit a couple cigarettes and gave him one. The 7 of us stood in a circle, with all eyes on Mason. No one wanted to be the first to say anything. It was hard because none of us could disparage what he did. We all hated Bosch. We all knew what he did. We were all glad he died the way he did. Things have been hard lately. Honeybun finally broke the silence. Her typically quick speech was slowed and calm. Mace has been seeking help for years, but all the therapy in the world can't erase certain memories. What Bosch did... She gave a guilty glance at Du Yun. "Well, just the thought of it can eat a person until there's nothing left." Du Yun finished Honey's thought. "I've had to live with it. What he did to me, how the unit covered it up, and how they silenced the guys that witnessed it. I've had to find my own way of dealing with all of it. But I still feel guilty for what happened to Mason and Garret. It's taken a long time, but I have found a way to move on from what happened to me. But I lose sleep knowing I can't change what happened to you guys." Fuck it. I flicked ash from the tip of my cigarette. I wanted out anyway. Don't lose sleep over me. Getting out was one of the best things that ever happened to me. Me neither. Mason composed himself as he looked at Du Yun in the eyes. "The bastard is dead. That's worth all the bullshit in the world for me." As she fought back tears of appreciation, Du Yun put a hand on Mason's shoulder. "What happened to you? Ever since all that shit went down, you changed. I don't want to be responsible for that. Let's see. How much time do we got? A few suicide attempts, constantly on a cocktail of antidepressants and mood stabilizers, the occasional night terror. Oh, and of course, the endless streams of VA therapists that only give a fuck about a paycheck. Not that none of that is on you. I'm just done. So fucking done. Thank God I've got Honey to help keep my shit together. But I'm tired. Sick and tired of being sick and tired is how the saying goes. Truth be told, I'm ready to die and tired of waiting." That had to be the most upfront and blunt self-assessment of one's mental state I have ever heard. To a degree, it rang true. There were so many moments when I felt the same way. An anger would build within me, and I would push people away as my own way of containing my rage. Some days were better than others, but I would feel empty knowing that some things were beyond my control to change. My anger with my own experiences would turn to a burning aggression to the world around me. In those moments, I wanted the entire world around me to collapse. "If you could do anything in the world, what would it be?" Big Dave was the next to break the silence. Hell, I don't know. Mason shrugged. "Fly and shoot lasers out of my eyes, I guess." "No, I'm serious. Anything in the world. With us. What would it be?" "Anything at all, eh?" "Damn the consequences. You say you're ready to die? Fine, let's hear it." Du Yun hit Dave's chest. "What the fuck is wrong with you? You don't say shit like that to someone who's hanging by a thread." "We all heard him. He doesn't care if he lives. Let the guy have at least the fantasy of a last wish." Tech spit chewing tobacco on the ground and agreed with Dave. "Shit, he's right. Mason's a dead man walking." "What is wrong with you two?" Honey chimed in, protesting. Trinidad and I just looked at each other, smiled, and agreed with Dave and Tex. "Fuck it, if he's planning to off himself, we might as well have some fun on his way out." Du Yun and Honey quickly began berating all of us. It was hard to pinpoint what they were yelling as they both screamed over one another. I'm guessing Du Yun was throwing out all her medical experience with suicidal patients, while Honeybun was focused on the emotional implications. I want to rob a bank. The rest of us fell silent when Mason made his request. You want to do what? Both of the girls were taken aback at the request. Mason uttered the sentence again with emphasis on each word. I want to rob a bank. As the girls remained dumbfounded, the rest of us jumped for joy, giving each other high fives while yelling, Hell yeah! It's true, I want to die. But if you want me to live so badly, then the price is we rob a bank together. Wait, a heist. That definitely sounds cooler. We do a bank heist robbery thing. Trinidad laughed. The way you say it sounds dumb as fuck, like Tex came up with it. Well, fuck you too, you island fucker. See, exactly like Tex came up with it. We are not robbing a bank. Du-Yun attempted to put an end to our foolish idea. Do you have any idea what you're asking of us? The level of risk involved for each and every one of us, let alone the amount of planning involved to pull something like that off. Fine. What about you then? Mason redirected the idea back at her. If you could do anything with us, and damn the consequences, what would it be? She froze for a moment, clearly pissed off at the very idea of thinking of doing something so idiotic. Fine. Damn the consequences? I'd take a bunch of rich people hostage and take all of their money. Du-Yun's fantasy of playing Robin Hood made all of us break out into applause. That's a mighty bold request. Dave gave her a nudge. A lot riskier than a bank robbery. What about your little dream job with us? Better than that? Oh, hell yeah. I'd have us break into the Federal Reserve and get our hands on all that gold. Oh, fuck, that's way cooler than robbing a bank. You're not helping, Mason. I'm trying to show him how batshit crazy this whole thing is. Oh, you want crazy? Tex stretched his back and put his hands on his belt buckle. Well, we could break into Area 51, guns a-blazing, so I can fuck me one of them aliens they got in there. That outlandish request finally broke the tension. This bizarre encounter with old friends made the trip all the way to upstate New York worth it. As crazy as it may have sounded, we all agreed that our lives had been a different kind of hell for each of us, and the idea of making a bucket list of strange, illegal adventures was an oddly healthy way for us to reconnect. There was a time when we were the only family we had, and meeting together after all those years proved the profound strength of our bond. Crazy as it may be, we all agreed to fulfill what Mason referred to as his death wish. Mason wanted to rob a bank. Du-Yun wanted to steal from the rich. Big Dave wanted to break into the National Reserve. Honeybun wanted to take back the home she grew up in. Trinidad wanted to cut the dick off a government official. Tex wanted to see aliens at Area 51. And I was perfectly content watching the world end alongside my friends. Collective and decidedly, we vowed to undertake a bucket list of the most outlandish deeds and damn any consequences. Death Wish. The bank job. Big Dave. I'm no stranger to the horrors of war. That type of inhuman conflict can rip someone's soul apart, dissolving every fiber of their being. Like loose threads, gradually unraveling the very mental connections that keep us grounded to reality until what we are left is nothing more than a husk of our former selves. A hollowing where the only viable solution is a swift end to the mental anguish. Some of us can hold out longer than others, bracing our minds against the intrusive breach of atrocious thoughts grown by festering recollections. The only remedy for such a wound is time. All the same, it is time that pulls open those wounds, allowing for a cascade of regret and remorse to deal significant damage. Despite the similarities of our time enlisted, I knew I could never fathom what Mason was going through. All I could do was make an attempt to be by his side so he didn't have to face his demons alone. When I asked him, if you could do anything with us, and damn the consequences, what would it be? I never imagined anyone taking the idea seriously. The idea became more and more rational the more we entertained it. Every one of us had our own appalling experiences while in service, along with our personal grievances with the current state of the world. Maybe tackling our absurd bucket list would give us the sense of pride and accomplishment we were missing in our lives. I couldn't speak on behalf of everyone, but I knew for myself that I never felt right in the world ever since I came home from my first deployment. Garrison life was a bore. The majority of our time was spent training, attending pointless classes, performing one pointless equipment layout after another, or just waiting around for hours on end, full stop. Literally waiting around for not much of anything. Oh dear God, the standing around doing nothing, waiting for some dickhead with rank to grant us the privilege of being done doing absolutely nothing. All these years later, and I still can't wrap my head around the desire of higher-ups to watch us waiting with our thumbs up our asses. I chop it up to nothing more than the egotistical power trip of a megalomaniac. While staunching their opposition to the bucket list, both Honey Bun and Du Yun came around to the idea sooner than expected. Between all of us, they stood the most to lose from tagging along with the rest of us. They both had amazing careers with great benefits, doing stuff that greatly interested them. Not the kind of thing that was worth risking. Of all the reasons for them to accompany us, it had to be the most obvious. The girls were far smarter than us guys. We didn't stand a chance of pulling off a bank robbery without them. Over the course of many months, Honey Bun and Du Yun had us meticulously going over every detail from the location, the date and timing, step-by-step directions of the operation, and all the tools we would need. Since none of us had experience in this area of expertise, it was down to adjusting our personal skills to fit into the job. None of us wanted to get caught and face time behind bars. We might have been prepared to die, but no one wanted their freedom stripped away like a caged animal. If we were going to pull this off, we had to make damn sure to diminish the percentage of the chance of getting caught. There was a presidential debate in Richmond, Virginia. That proved to be the best option to serve as a distraction. A large portion of the city's first responders would be centered close to the event. Along with it being televised, we could use that to draw more attention away from the bank during the time of the robbery. Provided we played our cards right and kept to our timeline, we should have faced little to no resistance during or after. Honey Bun's only stipulation with participating in the job was to choose the particular bank and branch that we would be robbing. Richmond & Sons Credit Union. The same bank that oversaw the mortgage and eventual foreclosure of her family home during the 2008 housing market crash. She held a bitter skin in the game, which only drove her to fine-tune our preparations. That sour resolve made Mason's bucket list request just as important as her own, which in turn set an invigorating spark throughout the rest of the group. Not only would our efforts grant Mason the sense of camaraderie he most certainly needed, but award us all the sentiment of liberation standing against an entrenched cancer that plagued all of modern society. After many long nights spent theory-crafted countless strategies, we developed the best course of action to maximize our haul while minimizing our exposure. The plan was to hit the bank once the presidential debate began. On the downside, it meant during that time the bank would be closed, making the vault the only viable target. Forrester and Garret spent a solid month casing the joint, keeping a close eye on all the employees and their schedules. The two spent hours on end from dawn to long past dusk watching from their van. They made sure to change up the van's appearance with varying decals representing phony companies, along with changing out the license plates. Pretty much what you expect out of a bad spy movie. Du Yun pulled the riskiest play and went inside to get her own safe deposit box. She made sure to make weekly trips while keeping a sharp mental note of the interior layout. From the floor plan of each room, she was allowed to walk past to the exact location of the security cameras. Du Yun provided the best possible blueprint of the bank. All the while, she would slowly place the tools we needed for the heist into her personal secure container. The most notable of which, the day before the job commenced, was a device that would allow Honey Bun to remotely access the bank's servers from the inside, granting us a direct feed into their security system. Tex's task was to ensure that all eyes were glued to the presidential debate. The event was to take place at the University of Richmond Auditorium, the perfect platform for execution of the First Amendment, and just far enough away from the bank to grant us some breathing room if things turned sour. With a handful of burner phones and several Bluetooth speakers, Tex connected each device and set timers on the phones to play loud and annoying sounds the moment we breached into the bank. He placed each of the paired devices in seemingly random locations around the campus the night before the job. Honey Bun was the most tech-savvy out of the group, and made haste to provide a few necessary upgrades to our loadout. To ensure we had a solid form of communications, she fitted the gas mask with microphones and a wired earpiece. She would remain in the van alongside Forrester, who took the role as our getaway driver, as well as keep an open ear to the police radio scanner. Inside the back of the van, Honey had an entire workstation set up with displays that would link to the security cameras inside the bank, making it a cakewalk for her to feed us intel. The cherry on top of the cake was the prototype scouting drone she had brought along to give us additional eyes in the sky. When the day finally came to put our half-baked plan into motion, it's safe to say a lot of us were on edge with a mix of emotions. As excited as we all were, none of us could shake the realization that we were indeed committing a crime. We didn't care about the crime itself, but the possibility of getting caught. Mason was adamant that in no way, shape, or form would he allow handcuffs placed on his wrists. Worst case scenario, he vowed to go out fighting until he drew his final breath. There wasn't anything any of us could say to change his mind. For reasons we may never fathom, Mason was prepared to die. He made a singular request from all of us. He wanted all of us to write a letter and then seal it shut. In the off chance that any of us should die during the job, the others were to take the sealed letter, and once they reached a safe location, were to unseal the letter and read it as a group. Mason referred to these death letters as a careful consideration of the final words we have to say before our demise. No one was permitted to share their final thoughts. Rather, those last words were saved for us to share as a group, as a family. With our death letters written and sealed, we proceeded to perform a final check of our equipment. Each of us were decked out head to toe in tactical gear courtesy of old Tex. Guy really went all out in stocking up for what he foresaw as the impending apocalypse. He provided boots, helmets, bulletproof vests, gloves, eye pro, magazine pouches, medical kits, handguns, rifles, shotguns, countless types of ammunition, and most importantly, full-face NBC masks. Needless to say, it was overkill. But we accepted the generosity granted from Tex's personal arsenal. Duyun, Mason, Tex, Garret, and I comprised the team to enter the bank. We arrived at the north end of the bank in a rust bucket Tex procured from a junkyard near his homestead in West Virginia. He had the pile of junk towed into Richmond on a trailer and repaired just enough to make it from our hideout to the heist location. No plates nor tags, nothing to connect the vehicle back to him, unless anyone willing to investigate the vehicle could find the scrapyard it came from in the middle of nowhere and try to pry information out of the toothless hillbilly that sold the car for cash. Tex held zero sentimental value in the car. Getting us here just to be left behind was its only purpose. Forrester and Honeybun parked the van in an alley on the opposite side of the building. We all did one final communications check to ensure our gear was in working order as we watched the last of the bank employees lock up and leave the building. The presidential debate was kicking off at 7 o'clock, and 10 minutes after that, Texas speakers would start going off all around the university. Not a word was shared as we waited for the clock to strike 10 after 7. Then, moments before go time, Honeybun chimed in on the radio. Okay, good news is that I have access to their security system. Bad news is that the signal I'm getting is cutting in and out. That's mainly due to the distance and material between my equipment in the van and the pineapple in the safe deposit box. A pineapple? Tex barked, bewildered at the mention. The hell kind of good is that gonna do us? No, not a pineapple, but a Wi-Fi pineapple. Ah, hell. Tex sighed and lit a smoke. They just gotta make everything connected to your phone nowadays. It's just slang, Tex. Garret gave a chuckle as he motioned his fingers, requesting a quick puff. So what does this mean exactly? Will we not be able to connect to their network? Duyun rolled the window down a crack to alleviate the hot box of smoke growing in the car. Well, technically we are already connected to their network. We're just having trouble connecting to the, pineapple itself. The closer you guys get to the safe deposit box, the easier it will be to connect to the device. Basically, I'll be using you as a jumping off point to then make a solid connection and everything should be fine. Until then, we are in the dark. Just from the inside. A small figure whirled around the car windows before revealing itself to be Honeybun's drone hovering over the car's hood. But for now, I'll have eyes and ears outside of the bank. We'll let you know if there's trouble coming. The drone shot high up into the dark night sky as quickly as it came to us, just as an alarm on Tex's watch began to beep. Well, it's now or never, ladies. Tex kicked open his door with a forceful push of his boot. Make sure your masks are sealed. The 5 of us rushed out of the car and readied our weapons. It felt like the good old days during deployment. A fully armed team lining up to breach into enemy territory. In all the years I spent protecting the unworthy ultra-wealthy, not a single day spent protecting them gave me quite the same exhilarating feeling as that moment with my war buddies did. For the first time in a long time, I felt alive. Forrester started yelling incoherently right into our ears as Tex prepared a small breaching charge to blow through the locked door. Thankfully for all of us, Honeybun cut him off to translate Trinidad's inaudible frustration. Forrester wants to know why Tex left a bunch of explosives all over campus. Tex gave a hearty bell of laughter as he activated the tiny charge of C4, blowing apart the door's lock. "Oh, calm your tits down. I swear I didn't leave a single bomb anywhere other than where we need to get into the vault." Okay, then can you please explain to us why not only the cops on the police scanner, but all the news broadcasts are reporting gunshots and explosions all over the university? That, my friends, would be the masterful distraction in action. Relax, it's just those speakers going off, just like we planned. I held the door open as Do-Yun, Mason, and Garret made their way into the lobby. What did you have those speakers play exactly? Let's see. Firework sounds, machine gun tutorials, yes, a few explosions on repeat, and a couple hour-long tracks of screaming goats. Should keep the pigs busy long enough for us to get the hell out of Dodge. I couldn't argue with the results. It was more than enough for all the attention to be focused far away from the bank. Sure, it sounded foolish in the moment, but after all was said and done, it was going to make one hell of an interesting story. Once we were inside the bank's lobby, Honey radioed to inform us that she had a stronger connection to the device in the safe deposit box. We just need to hold out for a moment so she could do whatever technical magic she needed to do to establish the van's connection with the bank's internal network. Rather than stand around doing nothing, we each started getting our bags together to carry all the money. Tex wandered off to find the door to the back alley, so we had a quick exit to escape. Okay, I'm in. More good news and bad news. Do-Yun tilted her head for us to follow her to the safe deposit box room near the vault. Give it to us straight. We don't have a lot of time. Our entrance was pretty damn loud. It's just a matter of time before the damn building's alarm brings every cop in town this way. That's both the good news and bad news. Good news is the alarm was shut off right after Tex blasted in the door. The bad news is that it wasn't me. Someone had to put in an authorization to turn it off, but that was before I managed to get into their system. I am pulling up the security feed now. As for outside, the drone footage shows we are in the clear. Tex, hold the door and get ready for us. Mason, Garret, and Big Dave, we're ditching the vault idea entirely. Hey, that wasn't the deal. Mason quickly sounded his disapproval. We can't leave empty-handed after how far we got. We're so close. Before I could say anything agreeing with Do-Yun that things had already taken a turn from our initial plans, she replied, We aren't leaving empty-handed. The vault was never a viable option. No one here knows how to open one, and all the plastic explosive Tex has won't be enough to leave a scratch on it. We're taking the safe deposit boxes. As far as consolation prizes go, the safe deposit boxes were a fine collection of mystery items to have. For all we knew, they could have contained stuff far more valuable than the entire vault. The only downside was the dwindling time we had left. We could only take what we could carry on a single trip. It was better than nothing, and enough to stop Mason's protest. With another quick blast of Tex's well-placed C4, we made it into the back hallway of the bank with the lobby behind us. Do-Yun led the way, all too familiar with the bank's layouts thanks to her many visits. As the door to the safe deposit room came up, we all lined up along the wall, bracing for our next emphatic infiltration. Mason gave me a nudge for the remote. He wanted to be the one to detonate it this time. I figured, what the hell? This was his idea after all. Might as well let him have some childish fun. Although the gas mask obscured his face, I could tell that pressing firm on the big red button gave him enough joy to smile from ear to ear. The doorknob blasted off with little resistance, and Mason gave several pumping moves with his arms along with a light dance with his legs. Oh man, did that one small press of a button make him feel young again. I tried to stay focused on the mission at hand, but I couldn't help but participate in his moment of amusement. With a brief jiggle of my hips and swaying of my arms, I did my best Rick Astley impersonation I could muster. It was enough to make the both of us laugh with embarrassment. When you two are done dancing with each other, we can move along. Honeybun radioed in, calling out the prancing her and Forrester just witnessed. Mason looked to the corner part of the ceiling where the hallway had met the room with the safe deposit boxes and waved. Oh, sweet! You can see us now. Hey, trust me, I got plenty of moves like that to show you once we're out of here. Honeybun held a better focus on the job at hand than Mason did as she completely ignored his flirtatious advance. Outside is still good. Scanner chatter is still directed towards the campus, and I'm pulling up a live feed from all the cameras inside now. I see Tex as he has the back door propped open. The four of you are in clear view, and that means we should be good too. The moment Mason heard Honey utter the word good, he walked past me and Garret and pushed the door open. Mason, wait! Don't go in there! You're not... Before Honeybun could finish her thought, bullets started firing out of the room. Mason was caught in the midst of the hailfire barrage, but was fast enough to lunge himself over towards Du Yun. Blood gushed out from his arms, staining his shirt and tactical vest red. Thankfully, he dove right into the reach of the best damn medic we ever had the privilege to serve alongside. Garret ducked low and I right above him, and the two of us returned fire into the room, alternating our firing position to allow breathing room to reload when necessary. Du Yun put all her years of experience to work, tying off the upper part of his shoulder to slow the bleeding and then compressing it down tight to stop it. There was no rhyme or reason for there to be another living soul here except for ourselves. All the same, I was damn glad Tex insisted on coming as prepared as we did. The unfortunate reality we now faced was all this commotion the gunfire caused would surely draw attention to our now completely botched robbery attempt. We couldn't peek into the room to assess our adversaries or their numbers. The best hope we had was to send as much lead down range as we could until they died or ran out of bullets, whichever came first. I hope to high hell your master on tight, Tex said in all of our earpieces as he tossed a smoking canister down the hall right into the room with all the guys firing at us. We heard them cough and yell, but each breath they took only made the gas sting more. Two of them tried running out of the room, only to be met with the fast pull of our triggers, then collapsed lifeless to the floor. The gunshots ceased. We were finally in the clear, or so we thought. I noticed Mason was nearly choking, which was a good indication that he didn't have his mask on tight enough, allowing for the nasty airborne chemicals to seep in through the cracks, nearly making him vomit. Death by drowning in your own vomit was not how I would want to go out, so I picked him up, slung him over my shoulder, and ran with him to the lobby. We have one shot at this, so listen up. I spoke stern and clear into the mic wired into my gas mask. Forrester and Honeybun, get to the pickup location. I'm getting Mason ready for extraction. At this point, there's no way in hell we're leaving here empty-handed. Tex, Garret, and Du Yun, get as many of those safe deposit boxes out of there as you can carry. Now move, move, move! As we reached the lobby, Mason removed his gas mask and then proceeded to cover my side in vomit. Wait, just put me down. I stopped by a countertop and laid Mason against it. His face was pale as if the life had just been sucked out of him, but he forced himself to crack a smile. Chunks of his lunch dangled from his chin along with a pinkish bile. From the looks of it, he was coughing up blood. I took a step back to get a better look at him, only to be stunned by the bloody mess before me. Mason had gotten shot several times right in the gut. The shot in his arm was of little concern. I didn't know what to make of it. The bulletproof vest should have helped against one of the rounds that hit him, but from the looks of it, they pierced right through. I'm fine, Mason choked. Get the safe boxes and get out of here. I knelt down to meet his gaze, broken, tired, yet somehow happy. We're not leaving you here. Fucking Tex. That could have been any one of us. All that talk about being prepared for anything, a lot of good that did. Mason weakly raised his fist and pounded gently on his chest. This isn't Tex's fault. I took the plates out. Like I said, worst case scenario, I'm not going to be taken in. I could not believe what I was hearing. Mason was so far gone in his own mind he willingly volunteered to remove the very thing offering him protection. Was this his plan all along? Did he bank on the chance that we might get caught so he could go out like this? Maybe so, or more likely, he had finally made peace with the world and this whole event was his way of having one last hurrah with the old gang. I've been in dark places, parts of my own thoughts so messed up I never wanted to think again. But I'd never been so lost in those thoughts that I walked down the path of absolution like Mason. Let us help you. I fought back tears as all I could think of was the day Anderson died when we were deployed. Let's get you out of here, man. Let's get you home. I held a tight grip on Mason's hand, clenching it in a vain attempt to keep him with me longer. But there was no stopping what was coming. I knew that, and so did Mason. Honey called in letting us know that she and Force are ready to pick us up as the other three dragged the heavy bags filled with safety deposit boxes. Everyone was trying to convince Mason to let us take us with him, but he just slumped back and shook his head. This is it for me. Please, just go. He reached into one of his magazine pouches and pulled out his death letter, the envelope stained with drops of bright blood. Thanks, you guys. I needed this. I really needed to feel alive again. I'm just gonna slow you down. Besides, this marble tile, this is a good place to die. And not in the back of that van with the rambling islander. Fuck you, man, Forrester replied with a lump in his throat over the comms. Honeybun tried to say something, but it was just a complete mess of sobbing. The two were closer than any of us. It's safe to say that she'd hoped one day Mason would make an honest woman out of her. Instead, here he sat in a pool of his own blood trying to say goodbye. Du-Yun, reluctantly, accepted Mason's death letter, kissed him on the forehead, and walked away. Tex looked at Mason, then to the bloody vest, then back to Mason. He was at a complete loss for words, given nothing more than the nod before he followed Du-Yun. Garret gave Mason a single fist bump, followed by an opening his fist like an explosion. Then it was my turn to say goodbye. I just stood up and walked away. I didn't have the stomach for what I should have done next. It was all too hard to experience another friend dying alone. All I managed to do was follow the rest of the group towards the back door and assist with loading the van. Once all the bags were loaded, the faint sound of police sirens began echoing down the road. Du-Yun was near a breaking point, as expected. It was a lot to take in. That made handing her my death letter that much harder. I'll buy you some time. Don't you dare open it unless you know for a fact I'm dead. Before anyone could protest and waste any more valuable time, I ran away from them and back into the bank, making sure to close the door behind me so that they had no other option than to leave. The look on Mason's face when I walked back into the room was worth staying behind. He was out of it, but coherent enough to show exhaustive confusion. I sat down next to him, sharing the same growing pool of blood. Why are you still here? Seeing as how it was my idea to antagonize this whole bank heist bullshit out of you, I feel it's fitting that I see it to the end right alongside you. Oh, so you feel guilty. Great. No, I'm grateful. We all needed this as much as you did. No one wanted to inflate your ego by letting you know. Well, you're a bit late. It's a well-known fact that my ego is in love with himself. That's just narcissism. You and your big words, as big as those tree trunks you call arms. That's a healthy diet and exercise. You know, proactive self-care. Kind of like robbing a bank with a band of veteran misfits. With every moment that passed, Mason was fading away more and more. What happens now? I didn't think this far ahead. I hope they stick to the list. Well, actually, I hope they got a decent score from those boxes and then stick to the list. Any chance you'll be able to hit the reserve? I hung my head down. Nah, at this point it'll take the world ending for me to have a chance at that. What about you? What's waiting for you after all this? The screeching wails of sirens were close now. So close it was safe to assume the cops had finally made it to the bank. I turned to look at Mason just to discover his gurgled breaths had stopped as he lay motionless against the counter. With that grim realization, I figured he knew the answer to my question, but would never be able to share it with me. I tossed my gun to the ground, removed my gear, and stood tall with my hands high, ready for the police officers to arrest me. Mason refused to give them a moment of his life. In turn, I refused to utter a single word about the bank job. I've done enough talking for one night to keep my lips sealed for good. The bank job. Garret. The entire affair ended worse than any of us could imagine. All the best laid plans meant nothing when faced with unforeseen certainty beyond our control. Fuck the vault. Fuck the haul from the safe deposit boxes. All the money the bank held meant nothing if we couldn't share it with Mason and Big Dave. Not only was the entire heist completely botched, but we lost two of the most important people in our lives. I wanted to be mad. I wanted to destroy something. In the end, none of my rage mattered. Nothing would bring Mason back or free Big Dave. Forrester drove the van all the way back to Texas homestead in West Virginia while the rest of us sat in silence. We all felt the same heavy weight of what had just happened. No one thought of the right words to speak that would lessen the impact that night had on every one of us. Mason's death was enough to break us, but Dave's choice to stay behind was incomprehensible. The only logical reason he had to stay behind was so that Mason didn't have to die alone. Dave's decision to stay back may not have made sense, but it did grant us ample time to escape undetected. When the cops showed up and arrested him, Dave did the smartest thing anyone could possibly do in that situation. He kept his mouth shut. In the days following the heist, it became one of the most prevalent topics discussed on the news. Texas' disruption at the university definitely aided in increasing the bank robbery's relevance. Of course, an investigation followed suit, but the feds hit a roadblock. Big Dave refused to speak. If anything, this garnered far more attention than we were comfortable with, but thankfully we were met with a final saving grace. Each of the presidential candidates used the event as fodder for their campaign. Rather than the news focusing on the intricate details of the heist itself, everyone began tearing each other apart over the debate of gun violence and national security. A fight as old as time, and one that moved the spotlight off the individuals involved to look at the bigger picture. We spent about a week with Tex. All the while, our haul sat in the back of the van untouched as we mourned our collective loss. Looking back, I think hitting the safe deposit boxes was Stu Yun's intention from the get-go. Along with the Wi-Fi pineapple, she also included 3 portable drills and a couple pry bars to be locked away in her personal lockbox. They made busting the locks and the doors secure in each box of the wall easy work. Despite having only a few minutes, we were able to load up 55 of the smaller boxes and only 2 of the medium-sized ones, while we ignored the larger ones. In that particular situation, the quantity of our loot surpassed the overall proportion. Ultimately, the contents of each box would judge the overall outcome of the job. Once we came to grips with the newfound reality of having 2 fewer members in our group, we brought the boxes inside Tex's living room. After everything that transpired, we agreed that Mason and Big Dave sacrificed their lives for these boxes and our escape. We might as well see what they paid for so dearly. Some boxes were better than others, which was to be expected. A few held cold hard cash, others gemstones. A bunch of them contained valuable heirlooms and collectibles, and damn near all of them had bundles of paperwork. Many of the documents were of personal importance for the box's owners, and since we weren't in the business of identity theft, we set aside all the wills, birth certificates, and social security cards to be burned. Obviously, the righteous thing to do, at the very least, was to make arrangement to return the documents. But seeing as how we didn't want to chance getting caught nor garner any unwanted attention, we would only go so far as to erase any sensitive information from failing into more unsavory hands than our own. In total, we managed to collect just under $850,000 in cash. The physical items, if sold at fair market value to the right buyer, would net around the same. However, due to their rarity and uniqueness, it wasn't safe to advertise them in our custody. For that, we would have to take a financial hit and sell each piece to people with questionable morality, more so than our own. Doing so would take quite a long time, so we left the task to Tex, who seemed to be best suited to finding shady people to strike a deal with, let alone the fact he had nothing better to do. After assessing our spoils, we debated our next move. Forrester and I were set to quit our boring day jobs and live off our portions of the earnings. Honeybun enjoyed her career enough to continue working until her current prototype drone project was finalized, which lined up around the end of her employment contract with the Department of Defense. As for Dillian, there was one thing about the botched heist that she refused to relinquish. Who the hell were the guys inside the bank, and why were they there? The news reported fatalities, but details regarding the identity and affiliation of the deceased were never disclosed. Had they been official bank employees, there would have been some indication as such, but instead, it was as if they were just nameless bodies to dramatize the incident, allowing greater public attention. While the rest of us shrugged it off, Du-Yun was fixated on figuring out why they were there when no one should have been. She focused her obsession on the safe deposit box they had pulled out before we entered the room. The one box she was adamant we add to our collection. What she discovered inside the box invigorated our desire to continue on with the bucket list. While we might never know the identities of those men, we had a better idea of why they were there at the bank that night. The box contained several notebooks containing sensitive documents pertaining to an almost endless list of corporations and politicians. Many of them, although loosely, were interconnected with one another through some government emergency program, although the specifications on which were hazy to us. What did pique our attention were documents that gave us insight to the corporations. It was a treasure trove of hard evidence containing tax evasion, lists of offshore accounts, records of money laundering, pretty much any major blue-collar crime one can imagine. Most notable of all these records were that of a non-profit organization that was in the practice of doing nothing more than a money-printing machine for the ultra-wealthy. Du-Yun had a distinct disdain for the exorbitant affluent. The entire group had been through hell. We were emotionally traumatized from the loss of our friends, but with our winnings was a wonderfully curated list of an establishment each one of us despised. This catalog of nefarious institutions and individuals would become a list of potential targets. We agreed to do our best to stick to the bucket list. We owed it to Mason and Big Dave. Eventually we would get there, but for the time being we would relish in what we gained while appreciating what we lost. That left only one thing for the now 5 of us to do together. We sat at Tex's dining room table and proceeded to read Mason's death letter. Death Letter Mason. To the only family I'll ever care to have. It's safe to say I never had proper role models in life. My parents pushed me to enlist the moment I came of age just to rush me out of their lives. Ever since my little brother died, I was seen as a burden. Their chosen son, the one they planned, the one they put all their energy and love into was gone, and all that was left was me. In their grief, I became their emotional punching bag, always the target to throw blame. In truth, I was just a child and deserved none of their attacks. At first I felt that I could finally find a sense of family in the army. Instead, I found nothing but disdain for my corrupt leadership. My voice meant nothing, my opinions invalid. Events I witnessed were ignored. So I learned quickly to keep my mouth shut and my walls stayed strong. Until I met all of you, I had no family, no close friends beyond the occasional drinking buddy, no one I could trust. Life had beaten me down from a young age, which made it easy to fall in line, do as I was told, whatever it took to get by unscathed. I willingly volunteered to join an endless flock of sheep just to fit in and not be noticed. It sickened me to the core, pledging blind obedience to a system I hated with every fiber of my existence. I knew there was something wrong with the world, yet was completely powerless to change any of it. Then, I realized that the most evil in the world was because of people like me. Millions of people fall in line without question, and in their inaction allowed corruption to fester. The powerful would always find ways to protect themselves, even if it meant sacrificing people like me. I knew that by allowing these feelings to rest unspoken, they would only rot away any hope I had left for humanity. What mattered most was that I took action. Du-Yun, I'm sorry for what happened to you back at the checkpoint in Kanduz. That kind of shit would fuck anybody up for life, and you didn't deserve any of it. You came out to do your job, to help others. Best damn medic that battalion ever had. In return for braving the horrors of war, you were given the stuff of nightmares. What happened to you will sit with me for the rest of my life, because in the moment I did nothing to aid you, and for that, I'm sorry. Garret, I wish I had your balls. You raised hell that night while I stayed stiff and silent. The moment you heard her muffled cries for help, you barged into that tent with a vigor and rage that would frighten the dead. Before I could allow that vision to fill me with the same valor, they had you pinned to the dirt with M4s pointed to your skull. The little courage built inside me quickly vanished. Knowing what I know, it would have been worth it to get a few punches in. When we got back to the FOB, Garret was in confinement for attacking an officer, which later resulted in him getting dishonorably discharged. When Du Yun reported the incident in his defense, I found it to be the right time to break my silence and corroborate her statement as a witness. Our efforts were in vain, as our chain of command created a paper trail of documentation that stated that she was never out on that particular scouting mission. They even convinced her first-line supervisor and officers in command of the medics to support that false claim. To this day, I couldn't imagine what was running through her head. To have her horrific lived experience covered up to protect the bastard that stole the remaining innocence she had. Needless to say, she went completely apeshit and wrecked the aid station. In turn, they sent her back stateside under a mental health hold. I didn't know what else to do, as my options were limited while I was deployed. I tried speaking up, letting them know I was there and saw what happened. They pulled me from all future missions and had me filling sandbags on Mayor Cell for weeks. Then when they found out my free time was spent at the MWR using the computers to research what avenues I could take to have my voice heard, I was banned from the building. Everything I tried to do just made my life more miserable over there, and my last resort was to try to go through the battalion chaplain. We had just one meeting, and I poured my heart out to him. I talked about the event, how it was covered up, the different ways it was affecting me, and even talked about the years of mental and emotional torture my chain of command put me through. In the end, it felt refreshing to have someone listen to all my grievances. I trusted him. He was a man of God, and his position granted him a crazy amount of influence. I really thought that for a final effort, it was the best Hail Mary I could muster. But as with most things in my life, that last-ditch effort resulted in a train wreck that would mark the course for the rest of my life. Turns out that speaking to the chaplain managed to make things worse. Our conversation was not in confidence. He told my commander that I was paranoid, agitated, and obsessed with an event that never took place. The chain of command unanimously agreed that I was unfit for duty and that my experiences in Afghanistan made me develop a severe case of PTSD. They took my weapon away, claiming that I was a danger to myself and others. Just like Du Yun and Garret, they made arrangements for me to get sent back to Drum. While I waited for my flight off the Kunduz Plateau, they assigned a couple of E-Fuzzies just fresh from being demoted and working on extra duty to monitor me in shifts because, I was potentially going to kill myself. I was sick of all the bullshit and knew that my window for revenge was closing. The night before my flight to Bagram, I laced the drink of the guy watching me with crushed-up Ambien. Thanks to Du Yun for sneaking me the pills earlier in the deployment. Within 20 minutes, he was out like a light. I took that opportunity to do what they trained me to do best. Take a life. Now, this will be news to all of you. We all saw the news reports of that dickless prick dying. They blamed it on one of the local nationals that had access to the fob, but truth being told, I was the one that slit his throat. By the time they found his body lifeless in his bunk, I was on a flight out of the region. Of course, I was questioned once we reached Bagram, but thankfully the guy watching over me that night vouched for me being there all night. Obviously, he didn't want to admit to sleeping on the job and getting into more trouble. It was the perfect storm of circumstances that allowed me to get away with murder. By reading this, one thing is true. I'm dead. If I were a betting man, I'd wager I've lasted longer than Forrester. But if not, he gets my share of whatever spoils we managed to get away with. The reason why I'm even bothering telling you all this is because I want you to know he didn't die a hero. He was killed in cold blood under the cover of darkness in his own cot as he slept. Fucker never saw it coming. It was the best justice I could imagine, and honestly, just reminiscing about it makes me smile. Sure, all the world might see him as a war hero that died for his country, but we know he's just another dead rapist, human garbage that I sent straight to hell. Killing him was my only goal. I didn't care if I was caught, but getting away with it feels so damn good. You are my family. I'll die for you. I'll kill for you. Life has fucked all of us over, but at the very least we have one another. My hope is that we do what makes us happy without allowing more evil to fill the world. There are plenty of people out there that have been just as screwed over by the broken system as we have. My dream is to one day see the system broken. I pray that our bucket list of adventures will be complete, and those missions will result in a new, fairer world where the scumbags at the top know what it's like to live at the bottom. I'm sure I went out with a bang. My departure from life shouldn't make you sad. Just smile right through it, for I am in a better place. One day, when all our work is finally done, we can rest easy knowing that we made the world a better place for people like us. In the face of absolute and certain death, fear not and stay the course, for a departure from this atrocious world is preferable to remaining under the heels of those deserving unmitigated ruination. This is my death wish. Faithfully, Mason Frey. A donation to those less fortunate. Not everyone is privileged to enjoy the finer things in life. At least that's what lesser people might lead you to believe. Privilege. I scoff at the word's definition, twisted and mangled into an insult thrown at the upper echelon in society. Despite my disdain for its intentionally hurtful connotation, I'll wear it as a badge of honor. The road to privilege is worn down by blood, sweat, and tears. Oh, the multitude of tears that path yields. Through those heartaches, we find ourselves atop a glorious mountain with a vista few will ever see and many will never earn. My privilege is to look down at those below, quicker to shout a derogatory remark rather than dig down into the trenches that led me here. Hard work, accompanied by a quick wit, leads one to victory, while a dull mind with an aptitude for lethargy keeps those deserving at the bottom. I'll never feel sympathy for someone lacking my motivation or tenacity. The world only rewards those with a thorough understanding of the machinations that make every interconnected system function reliably and without fail. For those unable to understand the complexities of those systems, their lives are spent better turning the gears that make the world go round. But not everyone is a disgruntled cog in the machine. For some, the very systems they are born into do not allow any form of social advancement. No matter how hard they work, their station will always remain so far below what could vaguely be seen as comfortable, if not livable. To those unfortunate souls, I share my pity, and only that. Although they may never see a day with clean water in their cups, nor a belly full of nourishment, their sorrowful existences are still utilized to their fullest advantage, their meager lives placed on a pedestal to better elevate the standings of those who conquer the mountain. If charity were a language, it would be written out in dollar signs with plenty of commas and zeros. Picking a cause to fight for isn't difficult, but transgressing that language into personal advantage isn't acquired art. My husband and I rallied for a cause as old as time, to provide food for those less fortunate than ourselves. The fight to end world hunger was trivial to rally support for, although finding the right impoverished group to aid was tricky at first. We settled on the sunken faces of Venezuelans to be the display of our foundation. Latin America was the perfect region to funnel money through, and what little finances remained after transferring from one shell corporation to another could be used to do some good perhaps. Like many other non-profit organizations, our operations were like a snake eating its own tail. It only grew larger with every bite. As heads of the foundation, we were privy to wondrous benefits, the most important being tax-exempt status. By donating to our own foundation, we received generous tax deductions and would sparingly award ourselves with bonuses. Strictly following the letter of the law, we created an ever-flowing money machine, and all it cost was the occasional photo opportunity at a food bank. We found a foundation that worked, and the world would have kept spinning until our banquet was so rudely interrupted by sour-mouthed, greedy vigilantes with a desire to take what we rightfully gained. The kind of bottom-feeders society wished to keep lowered to their heels had taken our event hostage to ramble on about the unfairness of a system they helped create. On November 23rd, 2020, we held a fundraiser for our foundation, Javier's Second Helping. The event was anticipated to receive the bulk of the donations for the fiscal year, as well as act as an over-extravagant publicity stunt. We knew that hosting such an event would draw a healthy level of media attention, especially given the current state of civil unrest, but that didn't sway us away from hosting the event anyway. Any publicity is good publicity, particularly if it's centered around a universally agreed-upon worthy cause. Our lavish masquerade would have been the talk of the town, and if a few bad actors jealous of our privilege wanted to comment on it in poor faith, then it was just that simple to paint them as the oppressors wanting to take food out the mouths of hungry children. With a few hundred guests in attendance, my husband and I made our way around the venue, conversing along with some of our most prospected high donors. Although everyone would partake in the evening's assured future tax deductions, we would be the only ones to truly profit from the occasion. We just had to smile wide and laugh along with jokes we otherwise would not have ever found humor in, all to save face and allow the night to go off without a hitch. From the lowest hedge firm to the most notable philanthropists, we were set to enjoy a night of pleasant music shared with members of our class while swapping accolades over cocktails. If only the festivities we envisioned were to flourish, the event could have been one to remember. Rather, we were left with a nightmare where only our darkest dreams could have imagined. A wondrous spectacle was sent to ruin by the very people our systems had designed to kneel before us. Every one of prominence was taken hostage. I'm not sure which part surprised me more, the fact that the very help we hired to cater the masquerade were the ones raising guns to our heads, or the very fact that it was a masked event allowed just enough anonymity to allow it to transpire in the first place. Perhaps a mix of both, but nonetheless, words cannot describe the horror I felt at the mercy of those beneath me. Their leader was quick to hijack the stage from our modest orchestra to focus all attention away from the cause we strive to promote. She was tall, slender with a thin frame, and strode to the stage with an air of both poise and confidence. Straight, jet-black hair flowed with each stride she took as she held firm to her automatic weapon, pointed high in one hand while a tall glass of golden champagne sparkled its delicate bubbles in the other. When she found her center point on stage, she quickly downed the drink without a care of taking a moment to savor the discerning complexity of its flavor, then tossed the empty glass to the floor, splintering it into a matrix of fine shards. She then took her slim fingers and untied the exquisitely crafted jeweled mask that covered her eyes, revealing a distinct Asian heritage. Her face held a beauty that was far removed from the ugly display she presented before the terrified crowd. The woman gave a smile and began her nonsensical tirade. Such a wonderful, worthy cause. Feeding hungry children in a part of the world most of you would never care to visit. It just makes me curious. What about the millions of starving children right here in the good old USA? No one seems to give a shit about taking care of our own. In fact, I'd wager that no one present really even cares about the very people this foundation is meant to help. No, this room is just filled with people helping one another steal from every other citizen in this country, not a part of your inner circles. It's obvious that this foundation, this non-profit organization, is structured entirely around exploiting cracks, flaws, and loopholes in our fair nation's laws. Legally, sure, all of you are just doing what our government allows. Morally, every one of you is bankrupt. Yet despite your blatant thievery, I'm confident that all of you sleep pretty easy. Your biggest headache in life is your maid not cleaning quickly enough, your drivers not driving fast enough, your employers asking for a proper salary. All the while, millions of us wonder, where are we going to sleep tonight? Where and when will we have our next meal? How much longer do we have to suffer so you can continue to live lavish and exorbitant lifestyles? You have no right, shouted a brave older man, taking a stand, although he had a gun pointed at him by one of the waitstaff. You stand up there and lecture us when you refuse to pull yourself out of the muck? Let me guess, you want a handout? Not gonna happen. It's only a matter of time before the feds rush in here and put you down like the dogs you and your conspirators are. She waited for a moment, allowing the man to vent out what all of us hostages were thinking. Are you done? He began to tremble, yet kept any further thoughts to himself. The woman gave a nod to her comrade holding a gun, and he proceeded to fire several shots into the old man's head. The room filled with screams as all the masked guests fell to the floor and covered their heads. Let me tell you how this is going to go so everyone is on the same page. I don't care about any one of your lives. Only you do. I will not hesitate to, as your friend so eloquently said, put any of you down like the dogs you are. As the crowd cowered to the floor, afraid of becoming her next target, the woman spoke loud and clear with a cavalier tone, as though every word that came from her lips were well rehearsed. Those of you working this event and have remained unaware of our planned festivities tonight, to you we come bearing gifts. Everyone from the catering and wait staff to the musicians and people in control of the audio-visual effects shall remain untouched. If you like, you can leave now and will not be barred from exiting the premises. However, if you choose to stay, you will take your share of the spoils." All of the people working the event continued to huddle down to the ground with the rest of us. With live weapons all around us, at the behest of an unhinged woman, no one wanted to chance giving her a reason to shoot them dead. Even with permission to leave, I would have stayed put as well. It wasn't worth the risk. For the rest of you, tonight we command a penance. You will gather, one by one, at the front of the stage and pledge a donation to the digital wallet we have set up. One of her acquaintances rolled a cot meant for holding hors d'oeuvres to the base of the stage, carrying a small tablet. If you do not have your wallet on you, we can assist with that. However, if you attempt to stall for time or outright refuse to participate, you will be shot. No questions asked and without hesitation. Upon everyone successfully donating their ill-gotten gains, we will redistribute those funds back to the help, and the rest of you will be allowed to leave the building with your infinitesimal lives intact. They wanted money. This entire venture was about taking what was rightfully ours. More so, they were oddly specific about what they wanted from us exactly. Our cryptocurrency. It was common knowledge that traditional currency was nearly worthless as of late, and that everyone with any sense had converted over, but what struck me the most was that with a single look at our wallets, they would see just how much each of us had. This grim reality made it evident when their first victim was called to the stage. Samuel R. Howard, CEO of Howard Capital and Investments, with a digital balance worth over $500 million. Please come and make your donation. My husband and I knew Howard and his family adequately. Well, we knew of them at least, as we entertained the same circles. These crooks knew our names, our accolades, and a rough estimation of our net worth. This information, although something we carried with pride, was tarnished in this particular situation. What didn't they know? As Howard placed his phone to the tablet, ready to submit a donation under duress, he looked up to the woman and croaked out a question all of us wanted an answer to. How much? The woman strutted to the front of the stage, then bent down to Howard with a devilish smile. Everything. An audible gasp filled the room as we all felt as though we were struck into the heart with a knife. They wanted every last penny from us. As dastardly as this was, I struggled to keep my breathing steady, trying to focus on getting out of here. So long as we followed their demands, we would, hopefully, leave with our lives intact. It would then only be a matter of time before they were caught. Thanks to the blockchain, the authorities could follow the ledger and eventually apprehend these criminals. Sure, they might escape for a little while, but stealing cryptocurrency would only put a target on their backs. The ledger alone would generate just the right kind of paper trail, one that couldn't be erased or changed. The moment the money left our digital wallets and arrived in theirs, it would forever leave a trail of evidence leading back to them. All we had to do was comply and get through the evening. One after another, people were escorted to the stage and stripped of everything they had worked so hard for. The entire experience made me feel ugly. We were exposed in a light most unfavorable from a group of greedy degenerates. The night wouldn't continue without bloodshed. Whenever someone approached the stage, they were set under a microscope. One claimed he didn't have a wallet on him, and that his crypto was secured in a USB drive in a vault in his home, resulting in a bullet sent to his head. That very well might have been true, but our captors didn't care. The only options were to give them everything we could in that moment or die. Another man attempted to give them only the entire balance in just one of his wallets, while admitting the fact that he used multiples. The lie of omission left him lifeless on the floor. We were helpless, as not even our paid security lifted a finger to aid us, as it was revealed that many of them were bought off to allow the event to continue without interruption. Whoever these people were, their entire operation was planned down to the finest detail. Either that, or the people we paid to protect us didn't feel their contracts were worth getting shot. When my name was finally called, second to last, everyone in the banquet hall trembled with every step as a masked man pulled my arm, nearly dragging me to the stage. I couldn't hold back my tears. but I tried to keep a steady hand as I fumbled through my phone to open my wallet. Everything from my personal wallet was drained, but I didn't have access to the foundations. My husband has the account for the nonprofit. I let the woman know, my voice shaking from the thought of potentially setting her off. She had me stand aside as my husband approached the stage to verify my claim. As he set all the crypto in the last of our accounts over, he glanced at me with a heavy sigh. "It's going to be okay," he mouthed. "You two," the woman called to us. "This entire event was your idea, wasn't it?" Before my husband could reply, I blurted out, Yes, it was. We wanted to do some good in the world, so we..." The woman leapt off the stage towards us and held her gun to my chest. "Bullshit!" "No, I mean it most sincerely. We established the foundation so that we could help hungry children in Latin America. This whole evening was arranged to acquire more funding to help others." She then grabbed a fistful of my hair and twisted it as she pushed me down to my knees. For those of you with skulls and egos too thick to understand, pay attention. Your ledger shows everyone that sees your wallet exactly where your money goes. Do you really think that we would go through all the trouble of doing this if we didn't properly prepare? She pushed the barrel of her gun to the back of my head, then yelled at my husband. "You and your kind are so disconnected from reality, you don't even see it. All of your constant lies are repeated so often that I think you actually believe it to be true. I'll give you one opportunity to save your wife's life, and you better be honest. Name one kid your Ponzi scheme has helped." At that moment, I was prepared to die. There wasn't anything we could say to change her mind. I looked at my husband as he struggled to come up with an answer. We both knew the truth to her question, and doubted it would stop her from pulling the trigger. Everything we built led us to this moment. Years spent crafting a non-profit following just the right laws that made everything we did legal, paved the road for the scum of the earth to want to take advantage of our generosity. I never knew it would end in violence. "I can't," he stammered out, ready for her to pull the trigger. I closed my eyes and tensed my neck, just to be thrown down to the ground. Surprised, she let me go. I quickly crawled to the safety of my husband's embrace. We held one another closer than ever before, and for the first time in our many years of marriage, I felt the warmth his love offered. She was a woman of her word. All it took was him admitting that ultimately, we do nothing. She called to the help for them to take their cuts of the proceeds, but none of them stepped forward. I'm sure they all instinctively knew that by accepting anything of value from the gain would make them complicit in their criminal activities. The woman and her 4 associates took the tablet containing all of our crypto and went on stage. One of the men handed her a small hammer as she dropped the tablet to the ground. She then began to beat the tablet with each lay of the hammer, sending more and more pieces of it flying about. All the money they stole from us was worthless to them. So they collected it all into a wallet of their own making and proceeded to destroy it. We all watched in horror with each strike, the pounding metal of the hammer meeting the glass display, causing it to shatter. We felt every blow. In doing so, they delivered a message to us that words could not describe. They didn't just steal from us. They ensured that the money they took was completely erased from existence. With the wallet pulverized, all the crypto inside it was also gone for good. Now, before we leave, any questions? She had made their statement abundantly clear. I stood up, a rush of courage filling me with rage at the display shown before us. The small part of me that remained unafraid of the world, entitled to know its secrets, demanded to know what all of this was about. All the deaths rendered needless, the terror they imposed that would live with us survivors forever. "Who do you think you are?" I cried with an urgent desire to know. The woman became stone-faced and delivered her reply with a sternness that shook fear into all of us. "We are your death wish." Prison Break. Text. Things could not have possibly made that sham of a fundraiser end better than something completely and utterly beyond our control. Sure,
Being blindsided by the sudden economic nuke that went off right before our eyes may have taken our moment in the spotlight away, but goddamn, it did so in a bright light of mesmeric flurry. If you ask me, that's the ultimate checkmate. Just blow up the board to Splinter Kings and all. Obviously, in the preceding fallout, we were all affected the same, but some others were affected in life-shattering ways. I will never, ever forget the look of pure dread that came from that finely dressed woman with her face slapped hard with layers of heavy makeup. She was beyond shocked, not dazed, not confused either. Her mind must have gone to another dimension when she found out she wasn't worth a dime no longer. Same could be said for many of the other guests, all wide-eyed, crying over all their money just flying off in the wind. And that was long after we destroyed all their crypto bullshit. Our esteemed leader, Du Young, sure carried on the entire event better than any of us could have imagined. Sure, a few times she might have gotten a bit more theatrical than we initially planned, but it was her show to take center stage, and I think she did a mighty fine job. Just imagining the look on the faces of those affluent, shit-stained leeches of society makes me chuckle. Not even 5 minutes after Do Young gave her whole death wish proclamation laying our claim to the event, everyone's phone started buzzing with alerts. Without rhyme or reason, cryptocurrency was vanishing from accounts left and right. In all my days, I have never seen something bring me joy like these crooked, well-dressed, egotistical asshats get what they deserved. Hell, I might have to find a copy of the headline myself to hold on to as a good luck charm. I'll keep that sweet music beside me for the rest of my days. Fuck all them thieving rich bastards. Looking back, it wouldn't have made a difference if we were there or not. It would have ended the same for them. Just glad we were able to see their misery with our own eyes. One thing is for damn sure, they will remember that night for the rest of their lives, and that thought makes it all worth it. Tex, our beloved ringleader, called out to me from the van. Are you still on board? It was her polite way of asking if I was still willing to accompany them along with our plans. I knew it and she knew it. For better or worse, I had nothing in the world left to lose by rushing from one suicidal mission to the next. At the very least, I'd get some entertainment. All our lives ended long before this whole reset business, and I wasn't planning on throwing in the towel now. If this really was the end of times, I felt no better place than beside these fine folk. You bet your ass I'm still on board. I hopped into the back of the van to meet the rest of the crew. So, what's the play? There's gonna be a run on the banks. Our resident fucking nerd Honeybun piped up, talking faster than most would care to listen. It's gonna be madness everywhere. Riots, looting, you name it. Meaning that emergency services will be stretched thin. We held over 200 people hostage, even killed a few. All that time, not a single patrol car headed our way. They're too busy trying to calm the rest of the city. But first things first, we gotta get the hell out of Dodge. Put some miles between us and any potential pigs looking to take us down. I think we can slow down long enough to figure out our next move. She grew in excitement as the bright screen on her phone illuminated the cab. We've done some light digging. This event is worldwide. Crypto everywhere is vanishing from the largest corporate accounts to even the thinnest of personal wallets. And just like here, it's pure chaos out there no matter where we go next. So in that case, I coughed a few times to clear my chest. If we were to go anywhere we wanted, it would be to try and score at the National Vault. Do Yun raised a finger at Honeybun, allowing her to interject before she went off the rails again. Correct. It's on the bucket list. However, which one of us put it there? We were more than a team. We were a family. A slightly dysfunctional one at that. Crashing the fundraiser and jacking all the guest crypto was Do Yun's idea. The bank job turned shit show was Mason's, God rest his soul. And as for assaulting the National Vault in Knoxville, that was Big Dave's passion project. You meaning to tell us that we go after Big Dave's mission imfucking-possible? Forrester sunk low into his Trinidadian accent whenever he got excited. Nah, we don't do this without the big fucker right at our side. Forrester, or more commonly called Trinidad, had hit the nail on the head. Sure, taking the vault would be great fun, but it would have been meaningless without Big Dave. I looked at Garret hoping to get his take on where to go next, but he just sat in the cab with his head to the floor. He had steady aim with eagle-eyed vision, making him the best damn sharpshooter I ever fought beside, although he was never too fond of being up close and personal with his targets. All the close proximity work that night made him quiet, and I couldn't blame him. It was messy work. That kind of shit really fucks with you mentally, and over time, enough of it will lead anyone alive. Figured he'd just keep to himself as he did whatever mental gymnastics were necessary to leave all the nasty business behind him. Without a single word of discouragement from any of the five of us, Do-Yun smiled and began to drive, leaving the banquet hall shrinking in the rearview mirror. Getting Big Dave out of prison wouldn't be easy, but thanks to the current panic nationwide, it was the best time to make an attempt to break him out. As we made our way to the nearest safe house, we started throwing around ideas. The hardest part was that in the last 4 years since the bank heist, none of us had any contact with him, and that was by design. Big Dave hadn't uttered a single word since his arrest, not to the feds, his lawyer, not even write a letter to his mother. None of us knew anything about his current condition. He kept silent to protect the rest of us, but that safety did little to aid us in finding the best way to get him out. Why don't we just do what we always do? Honey Bun stretched her arms as much as she could, being cramped in the back with us. Pretend we work there and just waltz in. It's a bit more complicated than that. Do-Yun looked back at us. Usually when we pretend to be working for a place, we take the actual identity of the workers. I doubt that any of the correctional officers will be willing to work with us to make that happen. This time, we're going to assume we'll have no help from the inside. Wait. Honey Bun looked as though she had just had a stroke of genius. What if we break out everyone and not just Big Dave? Do-Yun seemed intrigued. Go on. It's a federal prison, so there has to be some really rough guys in there, right? So let's use that to our advantage. We can cause a riot on the inside to distract the guards long enough so we can move in. We're going to need to plan out the specifics, but I like the idea. During our trip to the prison, the world around us appeared to crumble. From the news reports on the radio, every aspect of civilization was falling apart. To avoid the maddened crowds, we took back roads with minimal traffic, making it take nearly a week to arrive at our destination. We assembled the best half-cocked strategy we could to instigate a riot. Honey Bun tied loaded pistols to all her drones. The plan was to wait for the prisoners to have free time in the yard, then crash the drones into the middle of it. With any luck, the prisoners would see the guns and take up arms, while the rest of us would make our way in during all the commotion. The only hard part was that we couldn't see over the walls. The phone lines were down, so we had no way of attempting to gain any information by calling. Our only option was to scout overhead with one of the drones, which would easily put the operation at risk of failure. That's when we noticed something. There weren't any guards monitoring the outside of the facility. With the precaution in mind that their surveillance cameras still function, we looked for a blind spot to make our approach. But after much deliberation and a few choice words about how stupid the whole thing was, we settled on sacrificing a drone to get a better glimpse at the inside. Information, no matter how sparse, was extremely valuable. Of all the jobs we came up with, breaking out Big Dave has always been the trickiest. It was fortunate enough that he never ratted us out, but on the same note, his silence is what made it the hardest. We hadn't any communication with him since he volunteered to stay behind with Mason, bleeding out during the bank heist. He never spoke to the cops, his lawyer, the judge, never even got a closing remark to the jury. In fact, his silence seemed to even draw more attention to the media. Every journalist imaginable wanted to be the first to say that they were the one that Big Dave finally broke his silence for. Hell, one time, some big-name know-nothing thought they were going to get the inside scoop, all because of a nod Big Dave gave when the warden asked him if he would partake in an interview. They must have had spent countless hours setting the whole thing up just for Big Dave to not say a single word. We watched the video of it online and laughed the whole time. His facial reaction didn't change, not once. The whole thing was one colossal waste of time. But I think the only reason he allowed it to happen was to send a message to everyone else looking to score an interview. Fuck off. After the bank job, for a while, the rest of us just went on our own way. It taught us that, although individually we didn't care if we died, none of us wanted anyone else in our group to meet the same fate as Mason. Once our loot was sold off and the proceeds divided accordingly, Do-Yun presented us with a wonderful laundry list of targets she discovered in her little black book. After spending a few years apart, we rallied back together and started hitting each target, stealing whatever they had, not for our personal benefit, but so that they would no longer have it. These were crooked, corrupt entities, most of which were corporations that recorded record profits while the rest of the country was struggling to make ends meet. Having Honey Bun on board allowed us to get into secure servers where we could wipe away the debts of thousands of people with the press of a button. Hitting those payday loan and cash advance places felt as though justice was served perfectly. Fuck the loan sharks. I strongly think those years spent practicing with one another only brought us closer once we decided to crash that fundraiser, marking it off the bucket list. We were just as aimless as ever, living in a world we didn't belong to, one entirely built upon societal fundamentals we despise. Alone, we could do nothing more than wallow in our own hatred for everything around us. But together, we can go out in style, taking a piece of the fucked up system along the way. As inflation grew to unsustainable levels, we were resolute in the fact that everything would collapse soon enough. For us, the world ended long ago, and we were tired of existing as ghosts, wandering the ruined halls that endured as a memorial to the things that beat our souls to the submission of a civilization constructed for the betterment of the few or for the exploitation of the many. The only thing we had left in the world were the far-fetched ambitions we concocted in the deepest fathoms of our imaginations. Mason dreamed of robbing a bank, so we made that a reality. Might not have ended the way we anticipated, but he went out on his own terms. With fate left in his hands, he made manifest a destiny one could only dream of, an ambition most could never understand, to be fully in control of his life all the way till his last gargled breath. Honeybun kept a close eye on the drone's camera feed as it made its way over the prison walls. The rest of us geared up our bulletproof vests with pockets filled to the brim with ammunition. Each of us carried a sidearm or two that accompanied our main weapons. Do-Yun with her Uzi, Forrester cocked a shotgun. Garret and I did a final check on our rifles, better now than ever. Each of us had an earpiece in to communicate with Honeybun as we made our way to the entrance of the prison. For the intel she gathered, there was no movement around the perimeter, nor in the yard. When we arrived at the front gate, the whole place was vacant. Forrester used a bolt cutter to open the gate and rolled it open while the rest of us kept watch. Single file, we snugged close to one of the walls as we did the same with the next gate. And once we made it to the door, we found it was locked. We held back as Forrester blew the lock with a quick blow from his shotgun and made our way inside. The commotion must have scared the shit out of the sole remaining guard we found inside. "Please, dear God, don't shoot!" The little piglet screamed, his hands high in the air. "Are there more of you?" Do-Yun asked as all our guns were pointed at him. "Guards? Yes, there's a few inside, but I don't think they made it. I'm the only one left here." Do-Yun had us use the guy's own handcuffs to restrain him before we started our interrogation. Apparently, once the reset hit, most of the guards hightailed it out of there. Since the prison was in the middle of nowhere and all the cars were taken, those that remained were stuck. They tried to keep order until a riot broke out, and a few guards made it out of the blocks, causing all the trouble. Once away from the prisoners, they engaged in emergency lockdown, sealing the whole place shut. The others left, decided to take their chances out on foot, walking the open roads, while this guy felt it was best to stay put until help arrived. We missed the festivities by less than 24 hours. Seemed that perfect timing just wasn't our thing. Do-Yun explained just how bad it was out there, and that help wouldn't be coming. Then she did something that surprised all of us. She granted the guard his freedom if he opened the prison for us. "Why in the world would you want to go inside?" "We're looking for an inmate. David Jones. I'm assuming he's still here." "The big guy that never talks?" "Yeah, he's here. When the riot broke out, they were able to open all the solitary confinement cells, so I'm sure he's with the rest of them." "Wonderful. Now what's your name?" The guard stuttered. Eric." "Okay, Eric, I want you to remember something. We got here before the inmates did, and it was only a matter of time. Consider yourself lucky. Now do me a favor and open the fucking prison." He led us to a security room with displays showing the entire prison inside and out. On every one of them, we saw guys dressed in orange roaming all over the place, doing some absolutely heinous shit to the guards on the wrong side of the iron bars. True to her word, Do-Yun let the potbelly guy scurry off once he pressed the right buttons and flipped the right switches that unlocked all the doors. Before he scampered off, she told him to head north and to stay away from major cities. Just as he left, Honeybun made her way into the security room. There were 5 of us against hundreds of inmates. The coming confrontation was going to be rough. As tough as the girls were, at the end of the day they were still women, and most of these men hadn't seen a female body in a long time. The block filled with catcalling and whistling the moment we walked in. Not even our weapons scared them enough to keep their mouths shut. "Ah, thanks for opening the doors, little mama." A bald inmate covered in tattoos pointed at Do-Yun. "Damn COs couldn't do a thing on this side of the bars. Much appreciated." "We're looking for David Jones." Do-Yun ignored any flattery thrown her way. "Once he's safe with us, you can leave." "Oh, baby, it's not a good idea to show you cards like that. How about you and that plump little friend give us a few turns first? Save the sloppy seconds for the dark meat." "You realize you're outgunned, right?" I stated the obvious, trying to talk some sense into the guy. "Might be so. Looks like it from over here. But we now know what you want. So how's about trade? You're a boy for the girls. Sounds fair to us, right?" The inmates roared in approval. Forrester chuckled. Garret cracked a smile. I shook my head, knowing what would come next. Do-Yun pulled firm on her trigger and started spraying the room with bullets. Once her magazine was empty and most of the inmates were gushing blood, she asked, "Where is David?" The remaining inmates that were lucky enough to avoid being peppered with lead moved back to the safety of their cells, huddling like frightened children. Several of them began to call for Big Dave to show himself. Out from a cell on the second floor came this monstrous figure. As happy as I was to see him after so many years, all I could think of at that moment was how terrifying he looked in a prison jumpsuit. His tall stature and bodybuilder frame was normally enough to scare anyone, but wearing that he was truly the thing of nightmares. He passed the inmates bleeding on the floor without a care in the world, his eyes locked to us. Do-Yun smiled as she presented him his death letter, still sealed. When Big Dave approached us, he uttered something I imagine he waited years to say. "What the fuck took you so long?" Distro on the horizon. Honeybun. With every passing day, the world crumbled apart further until the modernity of the former status quo was unrecognizable. The reset was precisely so, a complete erasure of the world's hierarchy, leaving everyone on a level playing field. A catastrophe indiscriminate of one's social or financial standing. The rules everyone was indoctrinated to follow aimlessly without question was revealed to be nothing more than a synthetic restructure of the natural order, granting an unfair advantage to the very few deserving, while the many unworthy suffered. Now, we all endured equally, with the only edge of dominance being natural selection. Having Big Dave by our side again did wonders for morale. With his freedom, we finally wiped away any lingering guilt that remained from the bank job, although the loss of Mason would leave remorse forever etched on our conscience. For what it was worth, the group was whole again, allowing us to continue hitting the bucket list together. Rather than go after the big-ticket items, we chose to settle down for the winter. Thanks to the New World Order, we had nothing but time and opportunity on our side. We reclaimed my family home with zero resistance or difficulty. The entire neighborhood had become deserted. The small town of Harris, Virginia, was never known as being crowded in the first place, although the nearby highway did allow for enough traffic to keep the town afloat with income from travelers. Most notable was the many warehouses and factories that produced paper products that were the true lifeblood of the town. Over the course of the winter season, we kept to ourselves while the few remaining people still living in Harris did so as well. Tex and Garret would hunt for fresh meat, while Forrester kept a pile of firewood large enough for us to remain comfortable. Do-Yun and Big Dave would occasionally explore the town for necessities. Oftentimes, they would come across locals looking to trade. The pair were intimidating enough for most people to keep their distance, but the desperation of possible starvation made more and more people take the risk. After living here for a month, we grew tired of our isolation from the townsfolk and opted to engage as active parts of the community. By spring, we were able to band with the rest of the town and become somewhat self-sustainable. Forrester even hit it off with a redhead, and in the face of our apocalyptic reality, found love. The choice of coming back to Harris was a hard one for me personally. It was a small, boring town in the middle of nowhere with not much to do. I joined the military right after graduating high school with the intention of never coming back. During my first year enlisted, my family lost the house, and with it all my ties to the town. There was no reason for me to go back once my parents moved to Richmond. Late one night while we were deployed to Condu's, I was awoken with a grim message from the American Red Cross Association. My parents had died in a car accident. I needed to go home to attend their funeral, but in my way was my chain of command. Seeing as how I was the only person with the training and qualifications to repair the battalion's drones, I was forced to remain in-country until one of the civilian contractors could be transferred over from Bagram Airfield. My commander and first sergeant refused to allow me to take emergency leave until I had a replacement. That's the moment I decided I was never going to re-enlist. After all the company formations preaching about the importance of family, they showed me that they didn't give a shit about anything outside the mission at hand. By the time I was finally granted leave, my parents had already been buried. I spent my time back in the States talking to their graves about how sorry I was to miss their funerals and thanked them for everything they had done for me. It was the most depressing vacation I had ever been on. Once I arrived back in Afghanistan, apparently all shit had hit the fan during my absence, with several of my closest friends being sent home. Needless to say, that entire shitstorm resulted in many of us losing touch, but Mason wrote me countless letters while he was awaiting his discharge from service. Oh, Mason. I don't even have the words to describe just how much he meant to me. He was one of the only things that kept me grounded to reality when I felt so alone. I just wish I could have made him feel the same. Simply put, reclaiming my family's house was a nice enough idea, but having these people along with me made it feel like a home. I had a family, and wherever we went was home enough for me, and that would never have been possible without Mason's desire to rob a bank. Every good story is deserving of a tragic ending. At least that's what my pessimistic side has been conditioned to believe. Our sojourn away from the chaotic world couldn't last. Sooner or later, the new world born from the reset would creep its way into our quiet small town just off Route 60. Ever since the aftermath of the fundraiser, we stayed away from major cities, since all the information we gathered pointed to them being absolute garbage fires born of civil unrest. We kept to ourselves, far away from the rapid decline of society. With the exception of Forrester, all of us were on the north end of town, scavenging the paper mill for fuel on that cool mid-March morning. As Garret started using his lips and a cut-off portion of garden hose to siphon what diesel remained in a delivery truck, we heard the distinct rumble of vehicles echoing from the town's main thoroughfare. There had not been any visitors from out of town since our arrival the previous December, not to mention the fact that gas had become a hot commodity. Who in the world would waste fuel coming so far out to a place like Harris? Garret and Big Dave never left the house without their rifles, so thankfully the two of them were always prepared for conflict. Tex, on the other hand, had become overly relaxed with our living situation and only bothered to carry a weapon if he saw deer in the area. I never expected our resident doomsday prepper to become so lackadaisical. Guns weren't exactly my style, although I did have a spare drone sitting in the back of the van. Do-Yun drove us as I set things up so we would have an aerial perception of our unwelcome guests. Once my little metal bird was ready to go, I tossed it out the window of the moving van, the quad-style propellers whirled to life, and the drone flew straight for downtown. There wasn't a single car, just a couple of them. There was an entire convoy of trucks rolling down Main Street. There were 2 flatbed semi-trucks, 3 SUVs, a fuel tanker, and a single up-armored military-grade MRAP in the middle of the convoy. Whoever these people were, they came fully prepared to lay waste to the entire town. The only discernible logo I could see was a hastily sprayed Distro 6 on several of the trucks. That raised more questions than answers. If anything was obvious, is that we needed a plan. Fast. Do-Yun dropped off Garret and Big Dave at the back of the town's chapel. The church had a bell tower with a vantage point that pointed straight down the main road. Garret, being our most proficient marksman, took to the tower while Big Dave remained at the ground floor to assist with suppressive fire. My house was at the opposite end of the town, and there was no way to get there without directly going through the convoy. So we had to find another place to get weapons. Tex informed us that he knew how to make a quick, although low-grade pipe bomb if we could get him to the abandoned hardware store. Do-Yun managed to take a few side streets to get to the back of the hardware stores to avoid the approaching trucks that would pass by the front. While Tex snuck inside to crash and desperately needed aid, I kept my attention to the perspective of the drone so Do-Yun and I could radio updates to the rest of the team. The convoy halted at the town's primary intersection, and several men geared head-to-toe in tactical gear carrying M4s started rushing out of the SUVs. To avoid them seeing or possibly hearing the drone, I made it land on the corner of a building's roof, positioned precisely to allow free movement of its camera. The men started sweeping through the buildings, forcing anyone they found to the streets at gunpoint. Unfortunately, caught in the middle of the commotion, Forrester, along with his red-headed lady love, were pushed out of the apartment they called home. By the time the searches were complete, nearly half the town was knelt on their knees with their hands behind their heads. At that point, slithering out of the MRAP was a middle-aged man in a navy-colored suit. It became very apparent that he was an authority figure. The man paced around the lines of people on their knees, occasionally pointing at a person just for them to be dragged away, kicking and screaming into the back of the MRAP. There were 2 things these people had in common. They were all female, and they all had red to reddish-colored hair. We all knew the moment Forrester's girl was called that he would fight tooth and nail to stop the strangers from taking her away. We knew we were outnumbered, outgunned, and the odds were incredibly stacked against us. The risk of exposing our positions would only spell disaster for everyone held hostage. Tex reported in letting us know he was finished making the pipe bombs and on his way towards the back of the convoy, right where the tanker was located. If we learned anything from our time overseas, it was that fuelers maintained the riskiest position in a convoy, as they were essentially motorized massive bombs capable of causing immense damage. Of all the targets in the world, Tex knew precisely which to hit. When Forrester's girlfriend was motioned to take her seat in the convoy, she began struggling in protest. All the same, 2 men grabbed her by the arms and legs, while the others began beating Forrester. With a quick waving brush of his hand, the old guy wearing the suit turned away from the crowd and headed back to the MRAP. They say the shot heard around the world was the one that kicked off the American Revolution. The shot that will echo in my thoughts for the rest of my days is the one that killed dear Trinidad. One moment, he was pleading for the safe release of the love of his life. The next, he lay motionless on blood-damp pavement with a bullet hole in his forehead. Immediately after Forrester was killed, Garret and Big Dave started unleashing a barrage of bullets towards the convoy. To assist them, I fired up the drone, having it fly low to the ground to distract the men firing back at the church. The ensuing crossfire ended with many of the town's people getting hit and falling bloody and lifeless to the ground, much like Forrester. It didn't take long for my drone to get swatted down as well, leaving the only visual massacre of the town square a radio call away to the boys holding firm at the church. Tex didn't waste his chance to toss the pipe bombs at the trucks. A couple seconds after he tossed them, rang a loud explosion that shook buildings, shattered windows, and expelled an intense wave of heat that enveloped all of Main Street. Hitting the tanker was a bold move, yet necessary. We witnessed losing Forrester to these bastards, so why not take as many of them out as we could? When the dust settled after the blast, we saw a couple of SUVs and the MRAP hightail it out of town. All of us rushed to meet each other in the town center so Do-Yun could assess everyone's physical condition. Big Dave's neck was grazed by a stray bullet. Garret had shards of glass in his side, and worst of all, Tex's right eardrum ruptured with a trickle of blood dripping out of his ear canal. For what it was worth, we still had our lives, although that meant less and less with every departing member of our family. Big Dave found a survivor he dragged out of one of the busted trucks. All the hell unleashed, and the last person standing was one of the kidnappers that tagged along on the road trip to the wrong town. Before the guy even had a chance to beg for his life, Big Dave started laying into him, one fist after another until his face was unrecognizable. Do-Yun allowed him to pummel the guy for a moment, but stopped before Big Dave outright killed him. We would squeeze every ounce of intel out of the guy before we would grant him the serenity of death. According to the trucker at our mercy, he was part of what was called a Distro team that was sent to scavenge supplies and bring them back to Charlotte, North Carolina, where they were based. As for abducting all the redheaded women, all he knew was that people higher up than he was looking for someone that fit that description. Turns out the older man in the suit was a senator, at least before the reset. Now he was one of the men in charge of keeping Charlotte afloat, and not turning to ruin like so many of the other major cities. This guy, his only task was to drive a semi-truck to assist with stealing supplies and deliver them back home. To us, he was just as guilty as the man that shot Forrester. Through gurgled breaths, the guy begged for his life. Garret simply shook his head, spit on the man, and told him that they killed our friend, and for that he gets to suffer. Garret laid 2 shots into the guy's belly, making him convulse in pain. As we left him to bleed out, we walked over to Forrester's remains and collectively carried him away from the town center. We buried Forrester in my backyard next to where I buried my puppy that died when I was a kid. Forrester never told us what he wanted us to do with him if he ever died. It was a conversation none of us had. Well, except for Mason. He always told me that since he was so split on being buried or cremated, that he just wanted to do both, and that he would let me choose which half of him was buried and which to put in the ground. Needless to say, I didn't have any input for his last rites. We spent one final night in my family home, taking a moment to grieve for the loss of our friend. We stayed up most of the night telling stories about Forrester, how we met him, the fun times we had together, and just how much he meant to us. Collectively, we all agreed that come sunrise, we would set our sights on Distro Team 6. For the time being, the list could wait. Vengeance was the only endeavor we cared about, and we made it our mission to give each one of those pricks the justice they had coming. All that remained was something that we dreaded since Mason's death. We sat before the crackling fireplace and started reading Forrester's death letter. Death Letter Forrester. To this wonderful band of misfits. Is any of this really necessary? Mason is acting like as if tomorrow is going to be our last day on Earth. Newsflash, brother. The world isn't going to end anytime soon. We've put together a good plan of attack for the bank. I'm confident that it will go off without a hitch, especially with all the help from the girls. They really thought of everything. If it was down to just the 5 of us guys, we would have just brought ski masks and tried robbing it during a lunch rush. That would have been more exciting than going under the cover at night. I doubt that anyone will ever read these. That's the idea, right? To write whatever we want, knowing that no one will ever read it, and in the highly unlikely chance that we do indeed die, only the surviving members of our group will see it, which makes these letters, once opened, the final words we have to share with the world. So, basically, these are suicide notes. Or whatever the opposite of a suicide note would be. Fuck. Leave it to Mason to make us do this twisted shit. The 2 of us wagered our share of the loot gained from the heist, First to die gets the share of the other. Yeah, I know Mason was on the metaphorical edge of the rooftop, but you can't expect me to pass up a bet with the odds so highly stacked in my favor. I'm sure that even if he was in a sound mental space, I'd outlive damn near all of you, with the only exception of being Tex. I've seen the way you drink, the way you eat, and lost count of the number of cans of chewing tobacco you go through in a single day. You might be the oldest in the group, but if you hadn't croaked by now, I'm sure you'll never die. I guess the only thing I can say is thank you. To those still left standing, I appreciate the time we spent together. From your constant complaints of the food quality while we were deployed, to the Saturday mornings thanking me for breakfast after a long night of drinking in Watertown. I really do appreciate every moment spent with you. I always found it difficult to tell people how I feel about them. Words are ultimately meaningless. Only actions can prove what your words claim. It was an honor for me to share my culinary passion with you. Truth be told, I came to this country with nothing. I left Trinidad disowned by my family without a penny to my name. I figured enlistment was the best way for me to gain my citizenship. Being treated like shit on a daily basis was far better than being homeless. I never expected to form the bonds I did. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Sincerely, Richard T. Forrester.
Chicago. Following the reset, martial law was quickly implemented in the city of Chicago. The National Guard took control of the airport, while the Chicago Police Department began strictly enforcing curfews all around the city. The masses began rioting and protest, but were swiftly put down with a shoot-to-kill policy against anyone that broke the stay-indoors order. Chicago became a police state, governed with strict authoritarian rule over its citizens to preserve law and order. Order under martial law could only be maintained for so long as the citizens remained compliant, and some proved easier to control than others. While law-abiding citizens remained in their homes, the gangs of Chicago took rise in opposition to the oppressive regime of the state. As the streets were painted red with blood, the forces of the state pushed the gangs to the southern side of the Chicago River and then established a barricade separating the city in two. Around the time the barricade was constructed, Roman, the chief of police, staged a coup against the city's temporary government. The mayor of Chicago and the governor of the state of Illinois were removed from power, granting all control of the northern half of the city to the Chicago Police Department. The state consisted of what remained of the Chicago Police Department, the National Guard, and government officials remaining in the north, while the gangs fought amongst themselves for control in the south. Rather than annihilate one another like the state predicted, the gangs of Chicago banded together under the rule and direction of Shaw Davis. Supplies were rationed meticulously in the north, and every northern citizen must contribute in a meaningful way or face exile. Connections with suppliers were established outside the city with a few corporations that were still in operation. These supply lines became the lifeblood of Chicago, allowing it to stay afloat during the collapse. The north became further divided within its walls with the emergency of classes, allowing some citizens more privileges than others. Workers were still necessary to maintain the city's failing infrastructure, so the state implemented a mandatory work program forcing everyone into jobs except for citizens working on behalf of the logistics corporation supplying the city. Every protest held was seen as an act of defiance, resulting in increased infighting in the north. When a large portion of citizens in the north decided to abandon the city and try their odds outside of Chicago, the state reacted with mass executions and imprisonment. That isn't to say that life in the South Side was any better. Anyone not affiliated with and under protection of the gangs were seen as fair game to be mugged and murdered. Although people were free from the oppression of the state, they were left to their own defenses against one another. Theft was commonplace, as was violence the language of the land. Many parts of the South Side bowed to Shaw for protection, while others banded together creating factions of their own to protect what little they had. Without a steady stream of supplies, the factions of the South Side started crafting what necessities they could find from what was available around them. In the early summer after the collapse, the North was hit with an influenza epidemic where only a select few of privileged citizens were given adequate medical care. With the population of workers so low, the North opened their gates to the South Side to make up for their diminished productivity. Workers from the South Side were compensated with food and water, but never medical supplies, as those were saved solely for emergencies in the North. Upon their return to the South, many people willingly offered what little food and water they earned to Shaw as taxation for his protection. The gangs would ration out what they saw fit. But opposed to the operations of the state, Shah's gangs made it a priority to see after the sick and injured. What one would see as charity, Shah saw as an opportunity. The Handle. Acting as a zone of neutrality, the Handle bordered the north side of Chicago along the Chicago River and Lake Michigan. Outside of the gang-controlled White Sox Stadium, it was the densest populated area in the south side. The region is the center of trade and production of both goods and services. The high population density also led it to being the safest part of the south side. Triple T's. Themor's Tavern and Trade. Themor's Tavern and Trade, more commonly referred as Triple T's, was a bar retrofitted to a trading station located near Millennium Park in the Handle. The establishment was one of the many real estate investments of the eccentric Themor. Rather than survive the apocalypse scavenging for supplies, Themor built sustainable commerce around trade. With the assistance of others living in the south side of Chicago, he was able to turn a dry dock into a greenhouse, convert cooking oil into biodiesel, commandeered unused boats for fishing Lake Michigan, and provided a source of alcohol. Although strictly opposed to the operations of the gangs, Themor routinely utilizes the services of Shah's runners to obtain goods necessary to support his thriving industry. Triple T's operates as one of the few places in the south side to relax. With all the traffic at the bar, has become a hub for news within the city and rumors of the outside world. Triple T's is also one of the few locations in the south side to conduct trade with the north. With having gained trust with the state, Themor is one of the few allowed to issue day passes for people seeking work. Runners. Under the command of Shah Davis, runners were a group of individuals organized to gather supplies from the ruins of southern Chicago. In return for their services, Shah gave them an exception status that left them untouchable to other members of the South Side's gangs. Runners had the option of acting independently to secure supplies or take on more risky jobs that would yield greater rewards from Shah. These types of jobs would be as trivial as returning with a specific item to kidnapping and human trafficking. Although not popular around other members of the gangs, their accolades garnered both fear and respect from those who remained surviving in the South Side. Runners are considered the most well-adapted to thriving in the ruins of major cities between their physical capabilities and social connections with other survivors in positions of power. On the same note, this also warrants a large target on their backs, although Shah purposely doesn't divulge any more information than necessary when posting jobs, in case the runners in question are apprehended. Although in practice, runners are a valuable addition to Shah's operations, they are equally expendable. The higher-paying jobs he routinely offered were smuggling missions across the barricade and into the lion's den of his main adversary, the North. Runners caught trying to smuggle goods from the north side of town were beaten, ruthlessly interrogated, and ultimately publicly executed on the rampart that ran along the Chicago River. This led to smuggling operations being reserved for only a select few runners with the right connections and experience to pull off such a hazardous mission. Smuggling operations ceased entirely once the North instituted day passes. Day passes. Issued by the state in the north side of Chicago, day passes were 24-hour passes that allowed survivors in the south side to work in exchange for food and supplies. The passes were meant to assist in the vetting process for the flow of traffic between the two halves of the divided city. Workers were needed in the north, but with supplies being limited, the state kept a strict limit on who was allowed in and out of the northern half of Chicago. The Barricade. Located along the northern half of the Chicago River stood a structure that would divide the city in two, known as the Barricade. Constructed of a loose integration of deserted vehicles and shipping containers, the formation endured as a defining border, the first line of defense for those who resided among the authoritarian regime in the north. The structure was hastily built following a mass exodus of civilians as gang activity hindered the state from successfully implementing the shelter initiative in the city. Upon granting control of all portions of the city south of the Chicago River to the gangs, the state was finally capable of restoring law and order. All drawbridges were raised to an upright position, with the exception of the disabled bridge, which was converted into an entry control point and remained the only connecting section within the divided city. Shipping containers were stacked and positioned to create watchtowers overlooking traffic through the ECP and several other locations that were deemed as weak points of entry along the structure and connecting river. Before construction of the barricade, several bridges crossing the Chicago River were demolished with explosives along the west side of the handle. By cutting off easy access to the north on this portion of the city, construction of the entry control point could begin. Using a cargo ship and cranes, the painstaking endeavor of placing shipping containers on the pavement between skyscrapers became the most urgent project facing the denizens of the North. Throughout its construction, state enforcers maintained a routine patrol along the growing fortification, ensuring no unauthorized entry into the northern half of the city. The entry control point was eventually gated off and housed shipping containers that acted as confined tunnels where those entering would be searched and brought through an identification process to validate proper documentation to gain access. Patrol duty. There was nothing more boring than patrol duty, especially at night. Hours spent atop the barricade walking back and forth while staying alert for any kind of movement across the river was enough to make weary eyes quickly fade to slumber. Punishment for those caught sleeping on the job was a week's worth of sewage duty alongside the day pass workers. I'll take the monotony of staring into the darkness of the south side rather than shovel shit. As with most things, the alternative to something unwelcoming is always something far worse. Our duty was to secure and contain the border from anyone trying to sneak into the north under the cover of night. But our job in practice was for our presence alone to act as a deterrent. Typical security nonsense, as we were nothing more than warm bodies. Some portions of the barricade were more secure than others, so naturally the bulk of those on patrol were sent to the weak spots. If there was any possibility of a security breach, it was our task to relay the watchtowers and maintain our positions until reinforcements arrived. During 4 long, mundane months of patrol duty, my group has seen 5 nights with the excitement of calling in a potential breach, only for each incident to be labeled a false alarm. Although you'd think things were better safe than sorry, we were reprimanded for being a strain on resources. The time wasted clearing up a wrong call at our location meant that other parts of the barricade were left undermanned. Still, no one in our group has ever been caught stealing a few winks, so thankfully our only punishment so far has been extended shifts. Our patrol consisted of 5 officers initially, although after that nasty case of the flu that spread the past summer, we were down to just 4. The main watchtower along our section of the barricade was at the remains of the Adams Street Bridge on the west side of the handle. It was our task to monitor movement at each part of the wall that connected the bridges that hadn't been completely demolished when the structure was erected. Looking back on the past year, I'm thankful to be where I'm at. Better off with a comfortable, although be it boresome, assignment in the north than bending a knee to the gangs in the south. My normal is boring, and boring means calm, safe. Hell, all of us on this particular patrol are damn grateful given the circumstance. Plus, having the badge always helps. When the reset hit and all the crypto vanished without a trace, it was this badge that kept us safe. A year later, it's the same thing that allowed us to live with such leisure. Sure, most people might not respect us given all we've done for them, but it's fear that keeps everyone in line. Maintains the order this badge is restored to this half of the city. Looking across the river to the south side, covered in darkness, now that's the difference between a world under protections granted by a badge and one without. "Hey, you hearing the radio, Charlie?" One of the other patrolmen called over to me. "That's your job, Ernie." I kept a watchful gaze along the edge of the river just below us. "You listen, then report. Anything worthwhile?" "Nah, just Matthews dealing with a loose day passer. I'm telling you can't trust those guys coming over here the way we let them." "Well, better them shoveling shit than unloading trucks than us. Save the manual labor for anyone other than us." Ernie gave a chuckle. "Telling you might want to listen in. Once they nab this guy, the chatter's going to be crazy. Hell, if it's one of the Shaw boys, I'm sure Roman will make an example of him at the gate." "Well, that could be interesting. Depending on which one of Shaw's goons it is." Ernie and I shared a smile. As with most nights, we patiently waited atop the barricade looking for signs of movement. However, in recent weeks, we waited for a connection we didn't want to lose. Although we typically wouldn't give 2 shits about the people in the South, we came across someone that we didn't mind getting close to, a booze connection. As safe as the North might be, it was rather drab, especially since what little liquor remained over here was kept under strict supervision. Just because our duty might have been boring didn't mean that our free time had to be as well. The night was colder than usual, and unfortunately, our particular position on the barricade didn't have an enclosed area to keep warm. One of the guys made a fire at the base of the wall where we would rotate between keeping watch up at the top and then getting warm below. So long as we didn't bring any lights to the top of the barricade, we were allowed to do what was ever necessary to keep warm. Ernie gave me a pat on the shoulder. Go down and warm up near the radio. I'll let you know if the beer man comes rowing across the river. Any idea what he wants to trade this time? Ask Showman down there. He knows. As I made my way down the ladder, fixed to the side of the barricade, I could feel the bitter cold of the night in my fingers as they grew stiff, clutching each step. Perhaps a while by the fire would grant me just the respite I needed to carry on with the rest of our shift. I took a seat next to Showman by the fire, my arms stretched out and fingers parted wide. Each lick of the flames made me feel as though I were thawing. A light tingle as I felt the return of blood flowing to the tips of my fingers. So what's the word on a possible exchange tonight? I leaned in over to Showman, who was particularly interested in the radio chatter. Some guy. He muttered a response, feigning attention away from updates in regards to the runaway laborer. And what does that mean exactly? Some guy is going to cross the border. I dropped my hands as soon as he uttered the words. Someone is going to cross the barricade? Here? On our watch? I was completely taken aback at the notion. It's not that big of a deal. Showman rolled his eyes at my reaction. We just have to let someone cross over the wall. In return, we get a few drinks. Much better than having to pull together ration tickets and exchange food. He had a point. Previously, when making sanctioned trades, we would lower what spare food we could gather down the side of the wall with a rope. And the upside of this time around wouldn't be sacrificing portions of our meals for the week. Still, the thought of allowing someone to cross the wall outside of the ECP was risky. Rowan made sure to keep a head count of anyone within the city at all times. This especially included day passers. Having one of them unaccounted for when they were sent back across the border meant that all hell would be unleashed until they found a body. Warm or dead, it didn't matter. I don't think this is a good idea. We don't even know who this person... Shots fired! I repeat, shots fired! Matthew sounded over the radio just in time to cut off my disapproval. Suspect is seen heading to the corner of West Elm and North Clark Street, requesting immediate... In return, cutting off Matthew's request for backup was a loud boom rattling northwest of our position. The two of us fell silent, motionless and stunned, as though we were waiting for another sound to reverberate off the high-rises. Nothing more than a low rumble from the initial blast we detected. After a moment of silence that felt longer than necessary, the radio began to whirl to life with overlapping chatter as multiple users started clamoring to be the first to make contact with the entry control point. Break, 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 Roman voiced over the speaker. I swear to God, if another one of you interrupts this transmission, all of you on night shift will lose ration tickets for a week. Ernie slid down the ladder to partake in listening to the commotion, but the simple motion of a finger on my lips was enough to let him know right now it was best to remain quiet. The three of us huddled together next to the fire, our heads turned so that each of our ears could listen to the radio. First and foremost, we have to maintain our perimeter. Any officers active on patrol duty must remain a show of force at each of their stations. As for anyone not currently on guard, rally near Tribune Tower. And yes, that sure as shit means everyone currently off duty. I'll try to put your concerns to rest. There's been an explosion just north of the ECP. As of right now, the cause of which is suspected to be in relation to a gas leak. For those of you buddy-buddy with a few of our firefighters, then I'm sure you are well aware that it's been a growing issue with the temperature getting as low as it has the past few days. Don't start stirring shit up and making it to be something it's not. Now stay on watch while the rest of us sort this out, and keep this channel clear. Last thing we need is... What the hell is that? Just as Roman ended his call, a high-pitched scream echoed through the streets, then preceded by a faint bang. It was difficult to see precisely where the noise came from with all the skyscrapers obscuring our view, but the first bang was followed by another, then a crackle, then more banging. Is that fireworks? Ernie chimed in, his teeth chattering from the cold and his shaking nervousness from the entire situation. Yeah. I was just as stunned and bewilderment by the whole thing. That does sound like fireworks. As the three of us stood there completely dumbfounded by the bizarre string of events, we couldn't help but share our stupefied expressions with one another. What the fuck was going on tonight? Explosions came from different parts of the city right after one another. Laborers were on the loose, yet we were told to just remain at our stations without questioning anything. It was enough for me to scratch an itch of curiosity. Give me the radio. I held out a hand to Showman. We need to know what the hell is going on. Roman said. As he tried to reply his opposition to the idea, I grabbed the radio out of his hand. To hell with Roman. Whatever is going on affects all of us, and we need to know exactly what kind of shitstorm we're facing. I brought the mic close to my lips. If he gets pissed off, so be it. This one's on me. Showman and Ernie took a moment to think about it, and although reluctant, nodded their heads, giving me the green light to make a call. ECP, this is Charlie. ECP, this is Charlie, posting guard at Adams Street Bridge, requesting status update. I took a long breath before asking. Did anyone over there hear any fireworks? I couldn't help but hold my breath as I awaited their reply. Roman was known for being a man of his word, which meant I knew the price of disobedience. I was willing to fall on the sword and take punishment on my own, no sense in all of us getting in trouble for my decision. Although I expected a swift, angry reply, there was nothing but a light hiss of static. ECP, this is Charlie. Do you read me? Nothing but static as a reply. The terrible high frequency of white noise was the only sound to accompany the barrage of fireworks bursting off in the distance. Not only were we completely baffled by the unusual string of events, but our only reliable source of communication was cut off. We found ourselves absolutely alone. I repeated my efforts, calling in on every open channel while Ernie and Showman threw speculation back and forth. After multiple failed attempts to reach anyone, I eventually told Ernie to head a few blocks south to the control point Bates was watching over. Things were so hectic that we had forgotten he was still down there freezing his ass off while watching the water. There was a good chance with all the commotion he was headed towards us anyway, so the two could meet halfway. Without knowing what the hell was going on, our natural plan of action was to remain at our posts. For all we knew, it could have been one synchronized distraction to lead everyone away from the border. That's when it hit me. The boys were expecting a trade tonight. If there was ever a worse time for a trade with someone from the south to take place, it was tonight. There were far too many variables to account for, let alone the fact the trade itself was to smuggle someone across the structure. Showman took point on the wall as I made one relentless attempt after another trying to make any kind of contact on the radio. Despite the aggravation that grew with every fruitless attempt, I basked in the radiant heat of the dying flames, flickering atop embers slowly turning to a smolder. Not long after the echoing of fireworks began to disperse, sirens roared to life all across the north. I welcomed the sound, as it at the very least informed us that shit was getting handled, even without our direct intervention. All we could do now was keep watch and provide the city with a sense of security. Then came a hasty patter of footsteps, rushing in from the shadows. I pulled my gun out, pointing it firm in front of me, ready to defend our position. "Stop where you're at!" Perhaps my nerves made me jumpier than I anticipated. "Hey, relax, Charlie," Showman called down to me. "They're coming from our side of the wall." The figure slowed his stride as he approached the fire. He was tall, skinny, surprisingly shaven, and too well dressed to be from the south side. He looked like he just ran out of an executive meeting and quickly put his bare hands close to the flames. "Dear God, you scared the hell out of me," he panted, still trying to catch his breath. "But I guess I must have scared you too, sneaking up like that. You wouldn't believe how crazy it is out here tonight." His eyes moved to my gun, and he gave me a nodding flick of his head. "You mind putting that away, or would that be asking too much?" "Trust me, he's cool." Showman leaned over the railing and motioned his hand for me to lower my weapon. "Check his ID. He's one of us." I instinctively raised an eyebrow. "He's a cop? God damn it, let's not do this whole back and forth. Just show him the damn thing." The man slowly moved a hand away from the fire pit and over to his breast pocket on his blazer and unclipped an ID card and handed it over. The ID read, Dr. William M. Dulles. "You're one of the docs, eh?" I couldn't help but scoff as I handed it back to him. Out of everyone in the north, those lucky bastards that work at the hospital had it made. Guilty as charged. He laughed, the smug prick. The night would go down as the most eventful one I'd experienced in my entire time running patrol detail. One thing after another, and now this. William gave a smile to Showman, then tossed him a bottle of pills. Apparently, there was a part of the deal I wasn't let in on, and that's when it hit me. It was this doctor we were letting over the wall. Sure, Roman would raise hell if someone left unaccounted for, but a doctor? They held a skill set that was incredibly hard to come by, and if one of them went missing, we would face more wrath than just from the chief of police. No, we're not doing this. I pulled William off the ladder, knocking him to the ground, then made my way up to Showman. "Do you have any idea what will happen if we let him go? Tell me. I want to make sure you understand, because I bet your ass that you don't have the faintest idea of what letting one of them leave the city will do to the rest of us. This means more than just some booze or these fucking pills you managed to snag. This is about keeping shit running. You want to end up like those poor fucks across the river? Be my fucking guest. But I'll be damned if you drag me into this." Before Showman could find an opportunity to respond during my verbal reprimand, a rock made its way atop of the barricade. What the fuck now? This night was never going to end. We looked down to the river to see a large man in a small boat waving back up at us. Protocol dictated not to use lights at the top of the structure, but at this point I didn't give a shit about protocol. I beamed my flashlight down at the guy and saw him making hand gestures back at us. "Go!" I pointed to the other side of the river. "Deal's off. No trading tonight. Just go back where you came from and I won't have to escalate things." Yeah, sorry to be the one to tell you this. William made his way up the ladder, his nose bloody and mouth swollen. Unless you know sign language, you're not gonna get very far talking to him. That was the fucking cherry on the sundae. The gangbangers on the other side of Chicago sent a deaf guy to help smuggle out a doctor under the cover of night. Sure, I've made deals with them in the past, but that was for trivial luxuries, niceties to better improve our accommodations. But right in that moment, I regretted every piss-poor decision I made allowing this to finally happen. For all we knew, they were involved with the gas leak or the fireworks. Hell, they might have even been the masterminds behind jamming all our comms. Charlie, just let it go. Showman piped up, trying to reason with me as I pulled my gun back out. Please, man. We can worry about all the other shit later. Just trust me on this. What, you running with these guys now? You're gonna betray this badge? Our brotherhood? For what? Just so you can keep ties, trading shit? Not on my watch. I know I let it go before, but not this time. We all have our jobs tonight. William held his hands up while slowly moving towards the south side of the wall. All you have to do is forget any of this ever happened. Like hell I will. Well, I tried diplomacy. William shook his head and dropped his hands. Then a tingle struck the back of my neck, making me convulse, dropping down to the ground. Everything went black for a moment when my head hit the cold metal of the shipping container we were standing on. My whole body was tense from a quick jolt of electricity. When I managed to have my vision return, I saw Showman standing over me with a taser in hand. You son of a bitch, I huffed, struggling to take a knee. We all had our role to play tonight. Showman knelt down towards me. For whatever reason, he wanted to stop playing bad cop. You should have let it go. With that final insult to injury, Showman raised his leg and kicked me square in the chest, careening me off balance and down to the frigid water below.
The USS Alvin York. Commander Fort led a tight ship, albeit a strict one. He held little patience for personal grievances among the crew, no matter the severity, be it petty or immense. All that mattered was keeping everyone in line to ensure that we could accomplish our mission in a meticulous and safe manner. Against any outside intervention, success of the mission was paramount. Barring the well-being of his subordinates, the mental and physical health of everyone on board the submarine came foremost. To Commander Fort, the efficiency and productivity of each sailor was only as good as their bodies and minds would allow. Barring this in mind, he tailored his leadership style to be stern yet fair. We all knew he was in charge, but he garnered respect through his character as a man rather than dictate it through his rank. To the crew aboard the USS Alvin York, Fort was a leader, mentor, a guiding light beneath the waves. Without question, we followed his every command. Our mission set us to the top of the world, the Arctic Circle, to stand vigilant against any possible intercontinental ballistic missiles that might be set to strike North America. The USS Alvin York carried 14 nuclear missiles that, in case of a possible attack, were set to be used in retaliation. Mutually assured destruction claimed priority to defense. The United States was domestically in a state of shambles, marking the land once known to be a welcoming bastion of opportunity, an easy target for enemies abroad. We were completely shut off from the rest of the world for months as we traveled deep below the surface of the Atlantic en route to the frigid waters of the Arctic Ocean. Although the ship was capable of remaining submerged for years, we had to make port in Greenland to resupply. Upon breaking the surface of the waves, we readied communications to coordinate the stop and reconvene with command. Our calls were met with silence. The satellite connection was fine, but it was as if there was no one around to receive our signal. Rather than have the crew worry, Fort ordered that until contact was made, the communications team would keep the radio silence to themselves, only discussing attempts with the top ranking in command. For the time being, we would continue to head to Joint Base Pensembarga-Skrugi on the western coast of Greenland, all the while making round-the-clock efforts at making contact with anyone. From what little information we could gather, there seemed to be a widespread blackout on comms. Either the rest of the world had gone silent, or our transmissions were being jammed. Roughly 48 hours after breaking the surface of the water, we managed to receive an analog radio transmission from Skrugi. They were aware of our arrival, yet remained hushed when we inquired about the communications blackout. All of us listening in felt that something was off, but none of our suspicions were directed towards the soldiers stationed at the base. More likely than not, it was a good idea to avoid filling in the airways with chatter. Soon enough, we would meet face to face.
When it came time to go ashore, Fort took a handful of us along, 5 in total, to gather intel and gather the necessities for our resupply. We climbed the narrow ladder and exited via the sail, where we were met with a small patrol boat. I relished the fresh sea breeze as we made our way inland. I had almost forgotten what it felt like to have so much space around me outside the cramped interior of the sub. Fort kept his concerns to himself, focusing on sharing pleasantries with our newfound comrades until it was time for the top brass to convene over what would be discovered as a universally grim situation. Upon docking, we were met with a small platoon's worth of scattered men. It was hard to tell who was in charge, as none of them wore their uniforms, instead keeping bundled in thick layers to fend off the frosty Greenland climate. "Commander Fort of the USS Alvin York, I presume?" A large, husky man stepped forth to greet us off the patrol boat. Fort presented a salute. "And you must be Colonel Bresco, sir." He returned a grin and a half-hearted salute. "Enough of the formalities. Let's get inside before our dicks freeze off." They led us into a recreation room attached to a building near the dock. The lights were out, but thankfully there was enough sunshine coming through the windows, so we weren't in total darkness. There were couches, a dining area, and a pool table, but from the feel of it, the room wasn't used very often, judging by how cold it was inside. Bresco motioned to the room for us to get comfortable, then clapped his hands. "I feel it's safe to assume you broke the surface not too long ago, correct?" Fort nodded. "About 2 days ago now. We've been trying to reach command, but we have failed at making contact. Figure it had to be something on our end, but now I get the feeling it's something more than that. You might want to sit down for this." Bresco took a deep breath, followed by a rumbling loud exhale of exasperation. "There's no easy way to put this, so I'll get right down to the facts. About a month and a half ago, all the cryptocurrency in the world just vanished. Every nation, every person, regardless of class or standing, was hit by whatever caused it all to evaporate. As an isolated incident, it wouldn't have been such a disaster, but as I'm sure you know, most markets in the world had converted over to the funny imaginary money. So naturally, damn near everywhere people started to panic. Quite spectacularly, I might add. The shit had finally hit the proverbial fan." Fort lowered his brow and put a hand to his chin. He leaned forward. "You haven't been able to make contact with the chain of command either." "To be frank and make a long story short, yes. While we are aware of the initial event that caused the widespread panic, very little is known outside of that. Out here we are laying out on a fragile line at the rim of the world. What little information we could gather before our satellite communications ceased was that there was a global economic catastrophe, leaving the crippling governments ruling the world pointing fingers at one another. The majority of conflicts we know of remain domestic to each nation. Too much infighting at home for any one country to spend time attacking another. At the very least, that's the best assumption we can make with so little to go off." As I sat, sunk into what comfort I could find given the cold stiffness of the couch, only one thing was certain. Colonel Bresco was as direct and bold as he was large. His voice boomed with conviction as he laid out all the available information they had, with an added dash of his own best guess to the current state of the outside world. It was all so heavy. Such a grim reality felt like a heavy burden to bear. If his theories were indeed correct, that meant that there was no chain of command, no country to await orders from. The harsh truth was that we were on our own. "So where is everyone?" Fort asked when he finally found a moment to interject. "You're running a skeleton crew. What do you have, about 20 or so people?" Bresco grimaced, gave a grunt, and then replied, "During the winter, we typically run short-staffed as is. I think about 3 weeks ago, 10 of the soldiers under my command were tired of sitting around. My turncoat second-in-command convinced them to leave." "And where exactly?" "Best guess is south. If they were smart, they'd have stuck to the coast and found the closest harbor. Doubt they'd make it very far. Not a single one of them had proper training or experience on that poor excuse of a patrol boat they took, let alone these waters." "So that's it, then?" "It would seem so. They did manage to load as many provisions as they could fit, but I'm positive they didn't make it even 100 miles before capsizing. Their departure really did a number on morale. Figured that we were stuck to our own devices. So, naturally, without anyone above us, without a country to lead us, we thought to hell with the whole dog and pony show." Slowly the pieces were coming together. and it turned Fort flush red with rage. The commander of this station lost control of his soldiers. In turn, they abandoned their posts with a large share of rations, and Bresco was left so defeated that he allowed everyone under his authority to carry on as though they never enlisted. It was a slap in the face to us all, an insult to the injury of learning there was no government to seek guidance from, that our home we swore to defend had entered a new dark age. Fort took several deep, controlled breaths before standing tall, rigid, and uttering, "It is at this time that I must relieve you of your duty and your command, Colonel Bresco. From henceforth, this station and all those assigned are now under my jurisdiction until matters dictate otherwise." Bresco remained unfazed at Fort's announcement. "So it would seem. For what it's worth, I'm at your disposal, Commander." The order was on par for something Fort would have done. To him, no matter the situation, his position carried a considerable responsibility to maintain the health and welfare of those under his command. Rather than allow Bresco's troops to remain in a state of disarray, he welcomed the commitment of ensuring every one of them could thrive under his supervision. Fort saw lower enlisted as a resource, a commodity to contribute any level of significance to the greater whole. With that came the burden of leading these men to a prosperous future where the fruits of their efforts would be worth the cost. This platoon was aimless, without a guiding light in sight. Fort became that light. Bresco proceeded to give us a tour of the facilities. The base was designed to accommodate roughly 250 personnel at maximum capacity, although it was traditionally operated with closer to 60. Joint Base Pentasbarga Skrugi was structured to be a resupply depot for the U.S. and Allied forces operating in the Arctic Circle, with a small observatory for civilian satellite tracking and weather observation. The civilian portion of the base was out of operation for a couple years at this point due to government cutting funding to similar programs. When Bresco brought us to the galley, Fort requested an accurate account of the remaining rations. After a quick calculation, Fort surmised that the station had enough preserves to last another 2 months if consumed at the rate of 3 meals per day. However, judging from the current rate of consumption, with the only personnel assigned to the base, it was clear that they had been feasting far more than was necessary. Be it out of sheer boredom or outright negligence, the small, aimless platoon would run through their available provisions in less than a month. It further emphasized Bresco's lack of organization, and had he remained in charge, his men would have sooner starved to death than perished to the bitter winter. This would be the first major decision he made as the new commanding officer of the base, to enforce strict rationing, cutting our allotted meals in half, by tallying both the crew on the USS Alvin York and those remaining on the base into his estimations. So long as strict rationing of food was followed, they could theoretically last up to 3 months. Unfortunately, things didn't stay smooth sailing for long. While the majority of the soldiers on base approved of Fort taking command, a few of them didn't. If there was no contact with the outside world and the assumption was that the United States government had fallen, then why bother? They were rather vocal with their disapproval, with the sticking point of their disapproval being an elephant that I had ignored being in the room. They weren't getting paid. In fact, none of us were, as far as we knew. Without receiving a salary, they refused to participate as part of the team. Fort had a better understanding of this than the rest of us. To him it didn't matter, but he didn't fall back on the be a patriot perspective we'd expected. We were all in the same proverbial boat now, and for everyone's own self-interest it was beneficial to cooperate with one another. Better to struggle through the hard times together than be left alone. Whether they liked it or not, it was a reality difficult to fight against. Very obviously reluctant, they changed their negative tune and agreed to resume business as usual under the newly formed chain of command. Informing the rest of the crew awaiting offshore in the USS Alvin York was a different breed of difficulty. Before we commenced our 3-month-long dive, the world was just how we always knew it to be. Things might not have been perfect, but it was what we were accustomed to. Commander Fort made radio contact with his second-in-command, Lieutenant Commander Sullivan Mayfield, and had him put Commander Fort on the submarine intercom to address the entire crew at once. There's no easy way to put this, so I'll keep this briefing short. On November 23rd at approximately 1800 hours, an unknown event erased all the world's cryptocurrency, just as we worked on our mission deep below the waves. While the severity of the aftermath of this event remains uncertain, as of right now we have no lines of communication with our chain of command. Between then and our surfacing, contact with the Pentagon has ceased. We have received confirmation of the communications blackout from the soldiers stationed at Joint Base Pensenberga Skugi. As neither of our companies have been able to make contact, our first priority will be to have the communications team come ashore to assist with making contact. During these efforts, we will be transferring all necessary provisions remaining from Scoogie as we make room aboard the York for the remaining soldiers still on base to accompany us as we make way to return stateside. I will convene with your team leaders for them to pass down any further details explaining our current situation. Regardless if communications with command are established or not, it is our responsibility and our duty to get these men off this base. They are not sailors, and as such have no experience operating a vessel like the Majesty of the Alvin York. These men are not our crew members, but our guests. If necessary, and only if the situation permits it, they will be assigned duties aboard the York. Until we make landfall back home, all of us are going to have to sacrifice both our comfort and personal space while these men are on board. Commander Fort closed the call to the crew abruptly. With such little information, anything outside of the change in mission parameters was just speculation. It was better to keep the crew informed with only the most vital information than risk uninformed rumors and whispers to distract everyone from performing their tasks. I'd hate to be the one to assume, but no matter how respected Commander Fort might have been, I'm certain his speech to the crew crippled morale. This notion was confirmed when the comms team arrived at the base. Not so much a panic, but everyone on New York was worried. Worried about their families, worried about the state of the world. What hurt us all the most was the utter silence. With a dip below the waves, the whole world hushed in such a way that everyone knew our lives would never be the same. As the crew made trips loading the York with what food and medicine remained on Scoogie, the comms team went to work on the decommissioned observatory. Most of the base's communications were unable to make contact with any military installation, but the radio installed in the observatory was designed to contact both government and civilian installations. The idea was to get the observatory running just enough for it to make a connection with one of the many satellites spinning around the Earth. With any luck, we could then use that connection to get in touch with other government agencies. For all we knew, the comms blackout would have been self-contained to military branches. It took quite a bit of work to get things up and running. Not so much that the facility was broken, but that the equipment was designed in a way unfamiliar to us. Thankfully, with a firm understanding of the basics of electric wiring, circuit board schematics, and decades-old analog radio technology, we managed to get the observatory's radio array to be able to send and receive voice communications instead of looking for black holes and neutron stars. We received a lot of chatter from all over the world while trying to set a frequency that would sync with the satellites overhead. Most of the audio we could understand were emergency broadcasts ranging from reports of lack of electrical power due to widespread infrastructure failure, civil unrest and violence accompanying riots and looting, to requests for medical aid along with food and clean drinking water. We lingered on one particular broadcast longer than others. A British news team had become stranded in Kazakhstan during the initial onset of the global panic, following the initial onslaught of chaos. They were still broadcasting updates of the growing turmoil in the region. With no country taking responsibility for the mass disappearance of the new global currency, many nations began taking advantage of the pandemonium and invaded neighboring countries, taking aim to seize any and all resources to give aid to their own citizens. As the fighting progressed and supply reserves dwindled, slowly the organization of the world's military started to dissolve. Once coordinated battalions became roaming troops of bandits, out for their own endurance against the other shattered gangs of humanity. Famine and disease were taking hold as people were fighting amongst each other over the resources that allowed them to survive. With every passing report we listened to, the comms team felt a heavy weight of despair. The world was crumbling apart as mankind followed suit with their baser instincts to look after their own survival. The truth was almost too much to endure as thoughts of what became of our family and friends back home clouded our minds, drawing our own attention away from the mission at hand. Eventually, we were able to find a series of NASA-controlled satellites whose channels were dialed into McMurdo Research Station in Antarctica. It was a world away from our intended target, but ultimately better than nothing. Beggars can't be choosers, after all. Sitting far down in the southern hemisphere, it was still summertime down there, making communications with them easy once we were all connected. We made our first contact with the doctor that was still working at the station. Soon after the event came to pass, there was a massive evacuation of the majority of people working on the continent. A small team of only 10 people stayed back as they awaited for the remaining scientists working further inland to make it back to McMurdo. Eventually, they lost contact with them, and 3 people volunteered to make the long, lonesome trek to discover what became of them, and if still possible, assist with getting them back to the main base of operations. We shared our story of just recently discovering the news that the whole world as we knew it had started to collapse, while the York was submerged deep beneath the surface of the Atlantic Ocean. They pitied our unfortunate circumstance. Having just received a full restock of supplies for a fully manned season of research on the continent, they now had more than enough supplies to last years without receiving any additional aid. Here we were slowly calculating if we had enough food to ration between the survivors left in Scrooge and the crew on the York. Neither of our positions were ideal, but if I had a choice, I'd rather take my chances with a full belly down in the frozen bottom of the world than risk starvation at the bottom of the ocean. It was a sentiment many of us shared, but Commander Fort thought otherwise. His main focus was on the longevity of such an idea. If we went there to stay, eventually the reserves of food would run out, leaving us to suffer in one of the most inhospitable environments on the planet. The one thing that swayed his thoughts of avoiding Antarctica were the few remaining souls who volunteered to stay behind and help everyone escape the continent before winter. Knowing that help was most likely not to arrive, he wanted to help them evacuate McMurdo and get back home. Knowing they were down there while the rest of the society imploded in on itself didn't sit right with Fort. Before he proposed the idea of a rescue mission with those on the other end of the radio transmission, he brought everyone under his command together for a briefing where he requested our input as a unit. A lot of us were split on going or not. Most of us wanted to get back to the States and make it back to our families. With a total of 67 personnel voting, the decision to make way for McMurdo Station was reached by a narrow margin of 4 votes. As we started arguing over the verdict, Commander Fort put a cease to it by offering to make a single stop on the east coast of the United States and would allow whomever didn't want to assist with the mission to deboard the York. In doing so, they would be left to their own devices in whatever mess they found the country was in. This compromise, although bleak, was the great compromise the crew agreed was fair. The remaining crew would be just enough to man the submarine at a lower capacity. During our voyage to the States, any service member getting off the York would cross-train those set to remain on board on any pertinent duty that was required for optimized and critical operation of the submarine. In no way would training this way be done if it wasn't for the depressing realization that the rules and guidelines of the world we were all familiar with were no more. Commander Fort made his proposal to grant safe passage off the continent to the people at McMurdo, and after a short discussion they came to an agreement accepting our offer. Their only concern was the other researchers still out in the Antarctic frontier making their way to the base at the South Pole attempting to rescue the people still stranded. There was nothing outside of the mission Fort could offer them, but offered the notion of tackling one disaster at a time. As there was nothing we could do right then and there, along with the fact that traveling all that way would take upwards of 2 months, it was best to cross that bridge when we got there. The now 68-strong crew made ourselves comfortable with the USS Alvin York and departed from the coast of Greenland, leaving the joint base Pensaberga-Scrooge in the wake of our rudder. The comms team had brought the knowledge of frequencies they gained while working in the observatory, allowing us to remain up to date on the happenings of the larger world. After many days spent filtering through several broadcasts, we started hearing rumors of cities designated as sanctuary zones in the United States. At first we thought that there was nothing more than rumors, until we overheard a transmission that wasn't intended for us to hear coming out of Charleston, South Carolina. We knew the speculation to be fact over fiction. It was the first good news we had heard in weeks, but when we arrived offshore, the city was decimated. Looking at the ruins of the city through a periscope, it appeared as though it had been burned to the ground, with towers of smoke rising from the rubble of what remained of many of the buildings. Sometime recently, before we made landfall, a fire must have swept through Charleston, and those living there were ill-prepared to combat such a disaster effectively. We produced a broadcast of our own, hoping to hear from any survivors as the men wishing to be dropped off made their way off the York. Witnessing the clear devastation didn't encourage anyone already dead set on leaving to stay. The risk of entering into familiar yet unknown territory was worth the opportunity of connecting with their loved ones. The only person that had immediate family members that stayed on the York was Commander Fort. Everyone knew he missed his wife, although he never showed it. To him, his role and responsibilities commanding the Alvin York was part of the sacrifice he swore upon taking his oath as a commissioned officer in the Navy. To our surprise, our broadcast was received. Commander Fort spoke with the head of what was called a Distro team, a Senator Green from North Carolina. Fort asked about the current status of the chain of command, and that was when we discovered that the previous standing of the U.S. government was in shambles. The president and his cabinet were sent to a secure location, but contact had not been made in months.
An effort to maintain continuity of government, several members of Congress were granted positions to oversee protection and production of key major cities, while most others were left to fend for themselves. The status of most of the nation was unknown, since most of the country's communication infrastructure was offline. When Commander Fort began to inform Senator Green about our current mission in Antarctica, the senator told him to stand down and relieve control of the Alvin York over to the Distro team. That was the beginning of the breaking point for Commander Fort. The people down there needed our help, people willing to sacrifice their own safety to aid their fellow man. Fort refused to leave them to die. As far as Senator Green was concerned, the Alvin York was a military vessel, and his position leading the government-sanctioned Distro team as a standing member of Congress granted him authority over the submarine and its crew. The USS Alvin York gained its namesake after the heroic deeds of Private First Class Alvin York during World War I. While his platoon was tasked with silencing German machine gun nests, they were overwhelmed with enemy gunfire. PFC York single-handedly confronted the opposing force with just his rifle and a pistol. He carefully crossed into hostile enemy territory while evading the never-ending hail of lead from German forces, making his way unscathed to the officer in command of the German forces. Upon receiving an unconditional surrender, York granted the officer's request and decided to take him prisoner despite 6 members of his unit being killed during the conflict. York and his platoon marched back to their unit's command post with over 130 German prisoners. Upon seeing the great deal of prisoners, his commander, astounded, said, "Well, York, I hear you have captured the whole German army." To this, York's humble reply was, "No, sir, I only got 132. This act of selfless bravery and display of humanity to his enemy led PFC York to receive their Congressional Medal of Honor. Decades later, upon the completion of the SSBN 1369 vessel, was granted the name the USS Alvin York, in memory of his tenacity against staggering odds, all in the desire to defend his fellow servicemen, complete the mission at hand, and honor his country by fulfilling his oath to serve, all at the near certain risk of his own life. Alvin York was the purest definition of an American hero, the prime example of what being a soldier meant. Commander Fort desired nothing more than to command this vessel while maintaining the legacy of York's great deed of heroism. The way Commander Fort saw it, the world we once knew had ended, and with it all obligations to what remained of the tattered remnants of the fallen United States government. His only duty now was to the protection and safety of the crew and fulfilling his promise to aid those trapped in the frozen hell at the end of the world. He rejected Senator Green's outlandish proposal to commandeer the sub, to which the senator replied with a threat. If Fort wouldn't hand over command of the York, then he would hunt us down to the end of the earth to take it by force. The events that transpired following this hostile confrontation would change the lives of everyone on board the York. As we continued our voyage to McMurdo Station, sonar readings informed us that we were being followed. From the coast off South Carolina all the way near French Guiana, a large vessel had been navigating along the same course. The comms team made contact and confirmed that it was a fellow Navy battleship, the USS Wyoming. Both commanders of our ships had a brief conversation with each other over the radio. "This is Commander Fort of the USS Alvin York. Care to explain why you are tracking us?" "Speaking for what remains of the Southern States Republic Fleet, this is Operations Captain of the USS Wyoming, Gerald Shuck. It is at this time I will inform you and all those deserters crewing your vessel that your quick submission will be met with no further aggression." Southern States Republic? Did he mean a collective of states successfully seceded from the country? And who is this Gerald Shuck, with the fake title operating one of the Navy's strongest battleships that patrolled the Atlantic? The conversation gave us more questions than answers. From what little information we had to go off, it was more likely than not Senator Green had a hand in ordering the Wyoming to tail the York so far away from the continental United States, or what remained of it anyway. The York only follows the commanding of the United States Navy. It's safe to assume, given the current deterioration of the world's governments, that our chain of command has been dissolved. As commander of this ship, those duties fall solely under my guidance. Myself and the entirety of the crew remain sailors sworn to uphold the U.S. Constitution, and only recognize the authority of the flag of the nation we swore our lives to. The York shall refuse to yield. There was a moment of silence followed by a heavy sigh. "We have our orders, Commander. If you do not relinquish the submarine, you will give us no choice but to rain fire upon McMurdo Station upon your arrival. This fool's errand you have volunteered to undertake will only result in the lives of the very people you are wishing to save. Surrender the ship and its payload, or you leave us no choice."
Gerald Shuck made a grievous error when he threatened us. With one misspoken sentence, he made it clear what their intentions were with the York. They were after the nuclear missiles contained within. As the country fell into despair, as the power vacuum swallowed tyrannical minds whole, the last of mankind's greatest cruelty was seen again as a weapon to command fear into anyone that opposed who willed it. He who controlled the York held the power of the sun to rule over the survivors amid the ruins of the old world. One sentence revealed all the potential horrors in their imagination. Commander Fort gave us the order to prepare launch procedures for one of the missiles. The navigation team focused on the location of the USS Wyoming, a mere 26 miles north of us. The crew worked swiftly and silently as Commander Fort and Lieutenant Commander Mayfield approached their stations, ready to insert and turn the keys that would send the nuclear warhead directly to the Wyoming. Captain Shuck of the USS Wyoming, this is your one and only warning. You will stop all attempts to trail the York and return to port. You will not engage in an unwarranted act of hostility against unarmed civilians that pose no threat to your ship, your crew, or whatever false flag you sail under. The York refuses to yield. How do you copy? We all have our orders. The last thing you would do is fire upon another American citizen, or risk the lives of my crew. Your unwillingness to cooperate will only bring you more suffering. With those final words of confirmation, both Fort and Mayfield turned their keys and activated the nuclear warhead. As the missile breached the surface of the ocean, the York began diving to the safety of the deep. For a moment, the hull of the York had been the quietest any of us had ever experienced. We all knew what was to come and braced for the shockwave of the blast. With several tons upon tons of salt water to cushion the blow of the blast, the crew held themselves firm to anything they could hold. Not a single sound of the blast made it down to our depth, but the immense power unleashed from the warhead after detonating when it struck the Wyoming rocked the York in a manner no amount of preparation could fathom. We were all shaken, we were all stirred, but once the shockwave of the blast left our vicinity, we remained whole. I could tell Commander Fort felt the weight of his order. To strike such a massive blow against fellow Americans was not an easy decision to make. Fort was granted a situation where there could be no winners, not a soul unscathed. He held firm to his responsibilities, confident that this was the only way. No one questioned him for it, although we all knew that this choice would forever change who he was as a person, but strengthen his resolve and respect as our leader. Before leaving the command deck for a moment to personally reflect on the actions of that day, Commander Fort removed the velcroed U.S. Navy patch from his uniform and let it fall to the ground. For us, the Navy, the United States, and our government were no more. The only authority we gave sovereignty to was the USS Alvin York.
Unwelcome Guests. I quickly regretted my decision to open the bunker once my unexpected guests rushed inside. Several armed men began securing the entrance as they screamed at me through the glass window separating the control room from the blast door. I stood frozen and dumbfounded, only managing to raise my arms in a vain attempt to convey I wasn't a threat. So far as first impressions, their immediate aggression had to be the worst I ever experienced. If this was the only company left in the world, I'd rather return to my solitude. Knocking the crowbar out of my grasp, a man pointed a rifle to my face and repeatedly shouted, "Close the fucking door!" I took a moment to regain my composure. As my first human interaction in months, this made me wish to return to my solitude. I moved to the control panel, keeping one hand up as the other reached to turn the key. The large steel door slowly inched its way closed, followed by a loud, rumbling thump of its locking mechanism, sealing the bunker with myself and my unwelcome guests. They turned me around and forced me against the cold concrete wall and proceeded to pat me down. Once they determined I wasn't a threat, the men led me out of the control room and directed me to show them to the conference room. Scared out of my mind, I walked them to the room they requested, which wasn't too far away from the administration office. In total, there were 7 men, 6 of them armed, while all of them looked worse for wear. What kind of hell was going on out there? The unarmed man ordered 2 men to stay with us in the conference room while the rest of the group searched the premises for any additional people staying in the bunker. Although I tried to inform them that it was just me, they carried on with their investigation anyway. The man in charge of the group motioned for me to take a seat. "Sorry for the theatrics, but if you'd seen the outside world, you would understand our need to take extra precaution."
He was an older gentleman with a receding hairline, wrinkles slowly taking over the sides of his eyes and forehead, and a disheveled, unkempt salt and pepper beard. He wore glasses with one of the arms secured to the frame with a dark tape, a dingy navy button-up shirt that had stains of dirt and sweat. But regardless of his homely appearance, he spoke with clear direction and professionalism, highlighting his charisma beyond his looks. "What exactly is going on?" were the first words out of my mouth as I remained confused by their presence. "Good. Let's keep things direct. No need to muck about the details. As host of this facility, I'm going to require your contact logs as well as your quartermaster reports. Once I've had time to get up to speed on the current status of this place, I'll make contact with our chain of command and get some reinforcements out here." I shook my head in disbelief at his request. "Wait a second. I'm not sure what you're talking about." "Well, what are you confused about exactly? The logs or the inventory report?" All of it? I don't know about any chain of command. What is a host exactly? And why do we need reinforcements? Is there someone after you? Is that why you came here?" He married his brow and took a deep breath, exhaling a heavy sigh. "You really have no idea just how bad it is out there, do you? Let's start over. I'm Senator Green, operating out of the shelter-designated city of Charlotte, North Carolina, and these men are what's left of our Distro team. Does any of that ring a bell to you?" I shrugged my shoulders. "I've been here since the beginning, and I have no clue what you're talking about. You are literally the first people I've seen or spoken to since I was locked in here. I haven't attempted to leave, and I haven't seen any source to contact the outside world." Senator Green started rubbing his temples while taking in and out shallow, controlled breaths. "Let me get this straight, and correct me if any of my assumptions are wrong. Someone brought you to this secure, not to mention classified government facility, and then left you? So not only have you ignored the operating procedures for this installation and maintained radio silence for damn near a year, but you weren't supposed to be here in the first place. Does that spell it out?" I sheepishly nodded, resulting in Senator Green slamming a fist down at the conference table before he angrily stood up and started pacing around the room. "Son, believe it or not, there's a reckoning headed right for us. Beyond that door, only death awaits, and we need to be ready for it." For the next hour, he walked me through the current state of things on the outside. Although there remained a few cities still operating under state rule, most of the country had fallen into a chaotic mess. To phrase it bluntly, the world had faced a total economic and societal collapse. Disease and famine wreaked havoc across the globe, and any unfortunate survivors were left to sustain themselves at any cost necessary, save for the cities left under the protections of the shelter order. There, society continued to operate on a razor's edge, just a single catastrophe away from utter damnation. The world as I knew it had ended, and all the while, my seclusion under the mountain allowed me to live while so many others died. Millions, tens of millions, hundreds of millions, hell, maybe more. So many souls lost with their last breaths begging for any form of salvation. I nearly missed the initial devastation thanks to the guy that lured me in here. Part of me felt thankful that I had it so easy while so many others suffered, but the extreme isolation in a foreign environment granted me a unique form of unending torture. When the others came back to confirm that I was the only living soul in the bunker, the senator finally decided the Inquisition had run its course. He requested an official tour of the bunker and all its equipment and amenities. I did my best to explain what little I knew about the place, but the group was distracted by the mess I left in many of the rooms. It didn't take long for me to stop picking up after myself. The dining room and kitchen were littered with empty tin cans, cardboard boxes, and other refuse of food packaging. All the beds I slept in were unmade with sheets, blankets, and pillows strewn about along piles of dirty laundry. I didn't see the point in keeping the place clean if it was just me in the bunker. I had no one to impress. When I showed them to the bathrooms and showers, everyone became wide-eyed in amazement at the fact that the bunker had hot running water. The tour ceased there as the group set their gear aside and took turns relishing the hot water that rinsed all the caked-up dirt and sweat while the steam filled the communal bathroom. It was around then that another alarm went off, making the group tense up and reach for their weapons. I lamented that it was just the facility showing its age and that I would go fix whatever piece of equipment was starting to break down. Turns out it was the water filtration unit. Since I was the only person that used any water, it rarely gave me trouble, but thanks to the sudden uptick in usage, the reclaimer was working overtime, gathering the dirty water that went down the drain. More likely than not, this would require that I clean out the intake from any dirt and debris, but rather than deal with the still scalding hot water, I just turned the unit off and allowed the reclaimed water from the showers to fill the tanks until it had time to cool. Oddly enough, turning the recycler off didn't stop the alarm from going off, so I marched my way to the air filtration unit to see if there was any abnormal air codes I could look up. I found a code I was unfamiliar with, and it was going to take a while of digging through manuals to figure out what specifically needed attention. A few of the guys started complaining about the loud alarm and flashing red lights, but the best solution I could offer was to muffle the speakers on the ceiling around the bunker until I could fix the problem. This annoyed them even further as they began criticizing my usefulness with one another. The noise and lights didn't bug me as I had grown accustomed to hearing the racket, but I didn't appreciate people being so blatantly disrespectful after I welcomed them in from whatever hell they were running away from. It was extremely difficult to focus on reading through the maintenance binders as each member of the group would keep bringing up one issue after another. They complained about the pinball machine, the lack of any food that wasn't from a vacuum-sealed bag or can, again with a now muffled alarm, the unswept and mopped floors, complaints about the flickering lights in some of the bedrooms, and to top it all off, interrogating me over the broken claw machine. For most of their grievances, I didn't have any answers. I didn't build this damn place. I completely ignored any inquiries to the claw machine. I wasn't going to let that thing get in my head again. The senator opted to get some rest along with a few of the others, while the rest of us continued to look over the air codes to see if we could find the source of the air filtration's malfunction. When I finally discovered the cause of the issue, it proved to grant a greater cause for concern. The unit was operating as intended, with the only problem being the fresh air intake sensors detecting a blockage. This was a first for me. Sure, the fiber filters needed to be changed every now and then, but a block of fresh air intake meant that something was blocking the vents outside of the bunker. There wasn't anything to be done to remedy it from the inside. Upon telling the others that someone had to go outside to fix it, their faces went pale. None of them dared to leave the bunker. We woke up Senator Green, then convened in the conference room to discuss the ramifications of our situation. If the blockage wasn't cleared, we would eventually use up all the oxygen inside the bunker. I didn't have the faintest idea on how long that would take, but it was better to be addressed than ignored. Senator Green understood the severity of the situation. However, he cautioned against opening the bunker's door. He was deadly afraid that whoever was chasing after them was waiting outside. For all you know, it could just be a minor rock slide or plant debris that blocked the vent. There's no way of knowing if someone is out there intentionally trying to suffocate us. I struggled to reason logically with them. I don't see the harm in just trying to send someone out there to take a look. With all due respect, Senator Green took off his glasses and started rubbing the bridge of his nose. Forgive me, I never asked for your name. Evan, I replied, my arms crossed, acknowledging his continued indifference for myself in the bunker. Right, Evan. Since you've been living under a rock this entire time, I'll take your stupidity for pure ignorance. For months now, me and my men have been hunted by a roaming band of marauders dead set on slitting our throats. We were once 30 strong, and little by little, one brutal attack after another, we've been picked off like prey to their deadly sport. No matter where we go, they find us, and my men have paid the heavy price of their vengeance. Vengeance would imply they have something to avenge. I picked up on that small detail instantly. Is there anything I should know about that you have intentionally omitted? Senator Green cracked a knowing grin at my question. I can safely say on behalf of everyone here that we are indeed grateful to you for allowing us into the safety of this bunker. But there comes a time when operations need to be handed over to more capable hands, and that time is now. Gentlemen, please escort Evan back to the safety of his room. We wouldn't want him doing anything impulsive. Two of the men tried to grab me by the arms, but I raised my hands to display my cooperation and followed them willingly to the confines of my quarters. Little did they know that I had one major advantage over them. I knew this bunker like the back of my hand. Each room, while appearing to be closed off from one another, is actually connected through a narrow series of corridors. Access is obscured by a small portion of false walls that reveals a short crawl space that leads to sections of the bunker designed for easy access to perform critical maintenance repairs on pipes, ventilation ducts, and electrical wires that connect like a spider's web throughout the facility. Through the deception of obedience, I instilled a false sense of security in the others. So long as they thought I was willing to comply with their orders, they would be none the wiser to my eventual escape from captivity. Shortly after being locked in my room, I dressed the bed with extra pillows and blankets to make it appear as though I were sleeping. I removed a portion of the fake wall leading to the maintenance corridors, making sure to close it tight yet quietly behind me. I made my way through the tight space down towards the bunker's entrance. The only light was the occasional red glow from the emergency lights that hang overhead. When I reached the crawl space close to my destination, I found that the area was being watched by one of the senator's men. I had no way of attacking or defending myself if the need arose, but I had an idea. I made my way all the way back to the recreation room, and fortunately found the area was empty from prying eyes. I slid through the crawl space and made my way to the broken claw machine. Taking the remaining quarters out of my pocket, I put all of them into the machine's coin slot. It abruptly whirled to life, playing the same god-awful carnival-like music that drove me to the brink of insanity for so long. I quickly made my way back to the crawl space just before anyone could notice I had been in the room. Just as fast as the machine started blaring its music, I could hear the others rush to the rec room to see what the commotion was all about. The distraction from the claw machine was just enough to draw the man guarding the entrance to leave his post. As I came out from the crawl space, I saw him running down the bunker's dimly lit hallway to meet up with the others. I knew I had a very limited amount of time before the timer on the claw machine elapsed. Even less if they chose to unplug it or wager their own sanity attempting to play the busted pile of trash. I locked the door to the control room just in case. Might buy me a little more time. Worst case scenario, there were people outside that would come in and rip us all to shreds, or the blast door would open to nothing but an empty and silent Virginian wilderness. As I readied to turn the key and open the bunker's blast door, I noticed a message on the display. Intercom request. Activate communications. Yet another new experience. This was by far the most eventful 24 hours I've had in a very long time. It seemed as though there might be someone attempting to make contact with the bunker after all, but this was the only indication that I'd ever seen of something like that happening. I figured, what the hell? Might as well hit the big red button below the microphone and see what happens. "Hello?" I asked, my palms becoming sweaty. "Hello," came the clear reply of a woman. "You can open the door and take your chances against us, or slowly suffocate. It's your call." "Honestly, I think I'm better off betting on your side, whoever you are." There was a brief moment of silence followed by indistinct voices in the background before she said, "I take it that you're not one of the Distro team goons?" "Hell no." I laughed and gave a heavy sigh of relief. Those guys are total assholes. "You don't even know the half of it. Just let us in, and once we take care of them, we'll be on our way. We don't care about your little doomsday shelter. You can keep your little hole in the ground." "Senator Green said you were vengeful. What exactly did they do to you?" More rumbling voices were heard in the background. "The senator is in there. Well, it seems like we were able to keep a good track on him after all. He's the little self-declared tyrant and ultimately one responsible for the death of a close member of our family. An act of vengeance would be considered a mercy compared to the atrocity of our barbarism that awaits him. What he has coming for him is nothing short of the most horrific war crime one could fathom." Jesus Christ! These guys weren't exaggerating with me. This group was ready to fuck their shit up. I was completely taken aback at just how cold and callous her words were. Needless to say, whoever these people were, they scared the ever-living shit out of me. Carefully taking a breather, I assessed my disadvantaged position between the unrelenting force outside the blast door and the unknown savagery that now accompanied me in the bunker. Hedging my bets, the most sensible option was to go with my gut instincts and open the door to the bunker. Armageddon. Duyan. We spent many long months following the breadcrumb trail of destruction left in the wake of the Distro team that decimated the remaining population of Harris and murdered Forrester. Since they were based out of Charlotte, North Carolina, we knew that surviving members of the convoy would most likely make their way south. Honeybun's drones gave us eyes in the sky, making our tracking that much easier.
As we drove through the Virginia countryside, we came across rural settlements similar to Harris. We would stop in those towns to refuel and speak with the townsfolk. Just as we predicted, the Distro team had made their way into the towns, taken whatever supplies they needed, and killed anyone that resisted. We knew they were always a day ahead of us, but there was one critical factor that allowed us to close the distance. They needed to fuel the MRAP. While their SUVs most likely used gasoline, the MRAP required either diesel or JP8, both of which were in an ever-decreasing supply. They could visit 1 million small towns and never come across JP8, meaning they were stuck scavenging abandoned trucks and tractors for fuel. I've got to hand it to Tex. His fireworks display blowing the tanker to shreds worked out tremendously in our favor. In order for them to find enough diesel to make the trip all the way back to Charlotte, they would need to fill the MRAP's tanks completely. If they were smart, they would have realized the same thing as us, meaning that their best bet was to head towards the closest reserve of JP8 they could find. Using a map, we plotted the direction of each town they hit following the massacre in Harris. Lo and behold, they were headed west to an Air Force reserve base. With a clear destination in mind, we plotted the best route to cut them off before they reached the base. There was no way they could travel the back roads quicker than us, and with any luck, we would have ample time to stage an ambush. However, not every plan is flawless. We had complete confidence in being able to catch them off guard, but the MRAP itself was designed to be a mobile, impenetrable fortress. The body, frame, and tires were resistant to explosions, bullets, and punctures. We decided to split into 2 teams. Garret and Honeybun would wait for the convoy to arrive at the airbase, while Dave, Tex, and I would prepare an ambush to take out the SUVs a mile up the road. The base was completely abandoned when the pair positioned themselves near the fuel depot. Honeybun monitored both the base and the road leading to it with 2 of her drones. Garret would keep himself hidden with his eyes down the scope of his rifle. Once the MRAP arrived at the base, he would snipe anyone that came out of it from a safe distance. On the road, Tex prepared several improvised explosive devices disguised as litter of trash sprinkled along the pavement. The entire affair was comical. Years ago, while deployed to Kunduz, Afghanistan, we would often call upon Tex and the rest of the route clearance team to collect and dispose of any IEDs we found during our scouting missions. Now we were calling on him to use his explosive expertise just like the insurgents that tried to kill us. What an insane twist of irony. Maybe this vengeance we felt for the death of our friend was the same experienced by the opposing forces back then after our troops did the very same to their friends and family. A crushing realization, but it didn't matter. Now that was just a bitter memory from a long time ago, owed to a different world before the reset. It didn't take long for Honeybun to spot the convoy making its approach. Our careful plotting pulled off. We had them right where we wanted them. Tex waited for the MRAP to pass before detonating the IEDs, as they would have been completely wasted as it drove right through the blast. We didn't have nearly enough explosive power to take down that ironclad behemoth, although we had more than necessary to send the first SUV careening skyward, the blast ripping the axles off its frame. When the first SUV landed on the pavement sideways, the other, not having ample time to swerve, drove right through the billowing smoke from the explosion and smashed into the other overturned vehicle. The only response the MRAP gave was a swift pickup in speed. The carnage in the rear view was of little concern. As the Distro members crawled out of the wreckage bloody and weak, Tex, Big Dave, and I were there to greet them. We made sure not to leave a single survivor as we placed lead in every one of their skulls. Not a single one of them deserved any showcase of clemency. We would grant them the same mercy they gave to Forrester and the other citizens of Harris. Back at the base, Garret held a firm finger on the trigger of his rifle as he waited for the passengers of the MRAP to begin refueling. As soon as Garret fired the first shot, the gunner of the MRAP began firing in the general direction of his shot. Honeybun radioed to us to let us know they were pinned down. We drove with haste to use the van as a distraction so that Garret could get a clear shot at the gunner. Sadly, the MRAP's gunner was enclosed and operated from the inside. There was no shot to take. All that we could manage to do was send fire downrange, keeping our fingers crossed to make some kind of meaningful contact. We were able to hit 2 of the men outside fueling the truck before they cut their losses and drove off. When we went to interrogate the Distro members dying from their wounds, we found one still breathing enough to talk. When we asked him what happened to the civilians they kidnapped, he informed us that they weren't the person the senator was looking for, so they were ordered to kill them and dump the bodies. Following that grim news, the boys started kicking the dying man.
making sure his last breaths were met with complete agony. We lost Forrester, and the hope of honoring his memory by rescuing the love of his life was also gone. We spent months tracking the MRAP, from one ruined town to the next. There was a small Distro checkpoint we managed to lay waste to, but as always, the Senator and the MRAP managed to evade the judgment coming for him. From one town to another, they continued to roam the Virginian countryside like a band of marauders, raiding and pillaging from what they could, leaving a trail of death and misery in their wake. Seasons passed, and we would go weeks without any sign of where they were headed. When we stopped at Texas Homestead to resupply, one of the drones picked up their trail just outside of the Mahogandale National Forest in West Virginia. That led us right to the bunker with the empty MRAP sitting just outside the tunnel to the blast door. My short conversation with the man on the intercom confirmed that this was indeed the very location the Distro team had run off to, and by the sound of it, he wasn't very pleased with them taking over his home. He opened the large steel door, and the five of us cautiously made our way inside. I approached the window to the control room and laid a hand on the glass. "Thank you. How many of them are in there?" The man raised 7 fingers. "Good. Now, if I were you, I'd stay in there until the coast is clear." He simply returned a bewildered nod before running under the control panel to take cover. When a couple of the Distro men turned to the hallway we were walking down, they readied their rifles to fire at us, but they were far, far too late, as Garret and Big Dave knocked them down to the ground with their rapid-fire reflexes. The bunker's halls quickly became stained red with every Distro goon we came across. 2 bodies became 3, which soon became 4. More than half of them had died within the first 2 minutes of our entering the bunker. As we passed each lifeless body, Honeybun placed a bullet in their heads just for safe measure. Wouldn't want to chance any of them playing dead and making for the exit. The first bit of resistance we hit was when we'd passed by the recreation room. One of the men had gotten the jump on us and taken Honeybun by the throat with a pistol pointed to her temple. Before Garret had time to make quick work of the guy with the precise aim he was so well known for, the man from the control room that led us inside had appeared seemingly out of nowhere and lodged a long shard of glass into the man's neck. Honeybun was able to break free before he pulled the trigger of his pistol and staggered backwards towards the wall, then fell to the floor. 5 down, 2 to go. I gave a nod of approval to the stranger, then directed him to go back into hiding while we finished off the remaining 2 Distro members. We found the Senator and the final Distro goon cowering in the kitchen. The guy figured if he waved the metaphorical white flag, we would let him go. Instead, this only made himself an unarmed and easy target. 6 down. The Senator was unarmed and begging for us to let him live. The man responsible for so much death and violence was pleading to us to spare his life. Such a mercy would not be found from the likes of us. Rather than kill him on the spot, Tex and Big Dave bound his arms and legs to a chair in the dining room, and the group took turns beating him. His screams of agony echoed through the concrete walls of the bunker. Honeybun and myself returned to the stranger while the boys continued to crack a few ribs and rip out the Senator's teeth. We tried our best to ignore the torture session while I fixed the bloody cut on the stranger's hand from wielding the shard of glass. "Thank you for saving me," Honeybun smiled. "But I have to ask, why did you risk helping us?" "Well, you guys are pretty damn frightening. Think of it as my way of showing you I'm on your side." You let us inside. I finished stitching the gash and started wrapping a bandage around his hand. "As far as I'm concerned, that was all the proof we needed to know that you weren't one of them. I'm Du Yun, and this is Honeybun." He looked confused. "I'm Evan. Is Honeybun like a nickname or something?" Honeybun laughed. "We don't really partake in formalities, but truth be told, no, Honeybun is not my real name. But it's what everyone calls me. If you think that's strange, wait until you meet the boys. Big Dave, well, I'm sure you can guess where he got that name from. Oh, and Tex. I'm not sure when people started calling him that. Now that I think about it, we've all called him that for so long, I'm not sure what his birth name is. Well, I'm sure I'll be happy to meet them once they finish taking their anger out on that dickhead. If you like, I can show you around the facility in the meantime." "That can wait." I finished up the minor medical procedure and started packing my supplies away. I think now is a better time than any to get one another up to speed on things. Is there anything else you need from us before we start? Evan thought long and hard before asking, "Do any of you know how to fix a pinball machine?" As Honeybun was repairing the pinball cabinet, Evan told us the story of how he came to be in Bunker 20. From being brought here by a stranger, to being locked inside for almost a year, to finally getting the key to his escape out of that now busted claw machine, every detail describing his isolation until he opened the bunker door, letting in the Distro team. It must have been hell to be confined to this place for so long without anyone to talk to. Still, though, he had it better than most on the outside. His solitude was probably the only reason why he was still breathing. I'm not one to typically judge a book by its cover, but thinking of being alone through the aftermath of the reset, I doubted anyone would make it very far. The world had become a cold, callous place where lone wanderers became easy prey. In return for his open candor about his experiences within the bunkers, and as a thanks for allowing us entry, Honeybun and I told him about the string of events that brought us here. We started with the bucket list we made long before the reset. For the first time in years, we openly spoke of Mason's death during the bank job. It was difficult to find the words to describe just how much that event had affected each of us. What started as a drunken joke in the woods turned into a foolish endeavor for riches. While we walked away from the job wealthier than we started, losing Mason broke us. Our entire worldviews had shifted, and life ultimately became meaningless. The only thing I refrained from mentioning were the death letters, as those were intended only for the eyes of our group. I made short work of giving the timeline events that brought us to the bunker. Talking about Mason took a lot out of the two of us, and was at the point of being done with the topic altogether. Evan listened contently, without a word of interruption. His attention remained undivided as he hung on every word. While talking about our misadventures might have been entertaining, Evan had a very keen interest on learning about what became of the country following the disappearance of all the cryptocurrency. It took him a little while for the crushing reality that the world outside the bunker was not the same as the one he'd left. But despite the severity of it all, he just took a deep breath and allowed the news to settle. So, before all this, you were bank robbers? Yes and no. It was kind of a one-time gig, as each of us had our own lives to attend to. After that night, and even longer after we were able to fence off all the stuff we stole, things changed. We saw the world through a different set of eyes, much like how you will see things after this conversation. Along with the money we managed to get out of the bank, we also ran away with this. I pulled out the little black book we found in the safety deposit boxes. For years, we used this to mark targets from our following heists. Most of the corporations and financial institutions weren't exactly on the up and up. We already had more than enough money to set ourselves up for life, but through hitting these places, we could stand to make a difference. That was at least until the reset did all our goodwill for us. You say that like it was a good thing. Because it was. The world as we knew it was corrupt and ugly. People were suffering while the select, privileged, and wealthy few in prominent positions of power were completely unaffected. Once the reset hit, everyone was brought to the same playing field. Or so we thought until the senator and his gang of bandits told us otherwise. Despite everything that happened, the whole world as we knew it ending, people like him were able to remain in power, remain in control of people like us. How? It took a bit of digging and some keen observation, but I think we finally cracked it. They planned for things to fail just the way it did. So let me get this right. Evan cleared his throat and started rubbing the side of his face as he pieced things together. There was some kind of grand conspiracy for the world to end, and the guy in the other room getting his skull fractured knows about it? More of a contingency plan than an outright conspiracy. Honeybun muffled while holding a set of pliers in her mouth, her fingers fumbling with the cabinet's wiring. Have you ever heard of the shipping company Hermes? I asked Evan, keeping straight eye contact with him. Yeah, I guess they used to ship stuff all over the country. Exactly. Companies like Hermes Distribution, Aether Flight, and Erebus Mechanical, what do they all have in common? You're starting to lose me. I expected as much. They, along with a handful of other corporations, were listed to participate in a government-sanctioned emergency contingency plan to stabilize key regions of the nation in the event of an economic collapse. I flipped open the book to show him the long list of companies and personnel detailed alongside a redacted copy of the first draft of the emergency order. That Distro team was one of many set up all over the country, going from town to town, taking whatever resources they can get their hands on and deliver it right back to places they have deemed worthy of protecting. Right now, at the end of the world, corporations still control the longevity of this country, which means we're not on a level playing field. I grew a wide smile at his response. In turn, it makes your guys' dream of a world where everyone is equal that much further from reality. Do you really think that killing all these people is going to change anything? It's a start, but not exactly the retribution we are looking for. What we have done to these guys, this was personal. Are you okay with that? Honestly, I don't give a fuck what happens to the bastard getting his shit kicked in. He's an asshole. Good. I'm glad we're on the same page. So what are you hoping to get out of him? Pardon? Well, you haven't killed him yet. Just roughed him up. I think the only reason why you didn't get it over with already is because you're planning to question him. Honeybun excitedly started to cheer as the pinball machine came to life. Perfect. There you go. Good as new. Give us a while to have a little chat with the senator. Have fun with your game. When we arrived in the dining room, we noticed the senator was a bloody mess from head to toe. His breathing was labored. Half his teeth had been ripped out of his mouth. One of his eyes was swollen shut. His nose was crooked, and several of his fingers were bent flat to the back of his hands. He was very clearly suffering a great deal, but it still wasn't enough. He deserved nothing less than complete and total Armageddon of mind, body, and soul. Only then would we allow him to die. I reached into my medical pouch and pulled out an adrenaline shot. With one quick strike to the heart, his body tensed and he started taking deeper breaths. Before we continue, I'm here to offer you an olive branch. Answer a few short questions, truthfully, and your agony will cease. We won't have to continue this miserable business of torture. Please, God, please, the senator continued to plead. I'll tell you anything to make it stop. Why redheads? What? I gave a nod to Garret, who then gave him a solid strike of his fist to the senator's chin. Why were you abducting redheads? Are you some kind of pervert and that's the only kink that gets you going? The senator dribbled a mixture of blood and spit from his mouth. Hell no. We don't take them for personal enjoyment. My team was one of many to comb the East Coast for Danielle Fort. Petite, white, redhead female in her early 30s. I was given a name and a description. While the team did its usual patrols looking for food and medicine, we would pick up anyone that fit the description. Why? Why was this random woman so important? He slowly started shaking his head. You really don't know who she is? Big Dave kicked the back of the chair, sending the senator to hit the floor with his face. We'll be the ones asking the questions. Who is Danielle Fort, and why is she so important that you will murder people just to find her? The boys pulled the chair back up, and the senator continued. Miss Fort was, however you want to put it, the CEO of Plautus. Up until the reset hit, the United States government was working on a plan to finally convert over to cryptocurrency. Then all the crypto just vanished, without a trace. No one has seen her since. Big deal. Just another multimillionaire the world doesn't have to deal with. I don't see why finding her is so important. That's above my pay grade. He flinched, expecting another strike for speaking out of turn. There are people much higher than myself involved in wanting her capture. I'm just... Don't you fucking dare say following orders. Look, I was tasked with overseeing the implementation of the shelter initiative in Charlotte. I wasn't in charge of things for longer than a week before I was given the boot and stuck with leading the Distro teams instead. The guys above me claimed they needed an important figurehead on the road. But it was just bullshit. Who gave the order for her capture? Nicholas Wright. And who is that exactly? Another member of Congress? No, he was her business partner. Plautus' largest investor. He was working with us on the conversion before everything went tits up. Only God knows what he wants with her. It didn't take a genius to put two and two together. Speaking from experience, Nicholas chasing after Danielle was personal. She was the representation of everything we hated, but I had a sneaking suspicion that we had her to thank for the reset. Untie him. The boys removed the ropes holding him down, and the senator staggered weakly to his feet. Thank you. Don't thank me, for what we will do next requires you to lay on the table. Excuse me? Tex, Big Dave, and Garret slammed the senator's back to the table. Honeybun rushed over and removed his pants. Dear God, no! What are you doing? No, stop, please. I told you everything I know. Exactly, which makes you of no further use to us. I revealed a set of bolt cutters. Outside of ticking off a portion of our bucket list, that is. I pulled the bolt cutters open and positioned the blades with the thin, wriggling shaft of his penis between them.
What I was prepared to do was a horrendous deed, but I managed to make the experience enjoyable nonetheless. All it took was for me to imagine that instead of the senator struggling on the table, it was Lieutenant Bosch's shriveled cock dancing about as he screamed for the experience to stop. This was my vengeance. This was my justice. With a snap of the bolt cutters, we left the senator to bleed out, dickless on the table. Another adventure to mark off this list. Too bad Mason and Forrester weren't here to enjoy it with us. We all met Evan in the recreation room, who the entire time had been racking up one hell of a high score on the pinball cabinet. Our entry to the room distracted him enough to miss hitting one of the flippers, resulting in the game ending. Holy shit, I still got it. You have no idea. It's been months since this thing was working. To get that score after this time since I last played it? Wow, thank you. That felt pretty damn good. We discussed our plans moving forward with Evan. Although we still had our list to cover, we had our entire lives to finish it. For the time being, our new mission was to find this Danielle Fort before the Distro goons did. Evan recognized her name and informed us that the Platis headquarters was in Boston. Turns out when they moved into the new building, they commissioned Evan to paint a mural in their lobby. Before he managed to avoid facing the reset by getting dragged into the bunker, Evan was a popular street artist, often posting his creations to social media, and taking the occasional commission from tech startups and other people with too much money to burn. He was well enough aware that his art was primarily used as a high-class method of money laundering and tax evasion. Sharing his art with the world gave him joy. He couldn't care less what people did with his art so long as they paid for him to do what he loved. Searching the bodies of the Distro team, we found the keys to the MRAP. The fortress was better in the capable hands of experienced veterans than being driven around by these thugs playing soldiers. Evan offered us free reign of any supplies we wanted to take from the bunker, to which Tex, of all people, made a proposal. Seeing as how once we leave here you'll be right back by yourself with no company but your dick in your hand, why not tag along with us? Stunned at the idea, Evan replied, I figured you wouldn't want the extra company, your bucket list and all. Think about how much fun it'll be. You can paint your bullshit wherever you like. Ain't no one gonna say shit. I reckon the White House is empty. We can make a pit stop on the way up to Boston. You can paint dildos or whatever the fuck on those front pillars while I look for the secret entrance Marilyn Monroe used during the Kennedy administration. Shit, might be a damn good idea to stop. Might find some info on Area 51. Area 51? It's on the list, Garret replied. Coming or staying, doesn't matter to me. You're welcome to join us. Beats rotting here with these poor bastards. Fuck it. Big Dave put a large hand on Evan's shoulder. It won't seem so bad having someone that can help us leave our mark. Can you do pinup art? Honeybun grew wide-eyed. I've always wanted to see myself on the side of an airplane. Evan smiled, even blushed a little at the request. If it's all right with the rest of them, I'm on board as well. My approval made the group's decision unanimous. You've already shown us that if push comes to shove, you can hold your own. Not too keen on having an artsy hippie tag along with us so long as you can handle yourself and follow orders. I think it'll be fun having a new member to the group. Evan was obviously thankful for the generous offer from the five of us, but I could tell that the thought of leaving the bunker worried him. It wasn't surprising. This place was the only home he knew for so long. A lot of us felt the same when we finally left our military service. We had grown comfortable with the stability, the normalcy of military life. Having the freedom of being away from it was difficult to comprehend. But much like Evan's decision to leave the bunker, he too would find the new boundless freedom offered by the reset a welcome change of pace. There's nothing left for me here anyway. Sure, why not? I'll join you all on whatever adventure you got cooked up. Hell yeah. Big Dave embraced Evan in a hug that startled him from both the action and the intensity. Now we gotta get you a nickname. A nickname? What's wrong with Evan? Evan is a bitch name. Last thing I want to do is be yelling, Evan, toss me some ammo, in the middle of a firefight. Well, I'm not sure. No one's ever given me a nickname before. Even online, I just use my real name. We all laughed at the thought of it. Hey, I'm an artist, and artists like to be accredited and recognized for their work. It's up to you. I tried to contain laughing any further. But Dave is right. Our old names are tied to the old world. If that's what you prefer, who cares? Me and Garret still go by our government names. Yeah, but our names aren't basic as fuck.
Garret said, sending us back into a belt of laughter. Okay, I see your point. Cobb. Call me Cobb. Cobb? Like a corn cob? Yes, exactly like a corn cob. He then pulled out a corn cob keychain from his pocket, and there was no way for us to contain just how hilarious this conversation turned. Okay, what the fuck is that? This is the key to the bunker. This key opened the door and let those asshats inside. It also opened the door allowing you inside. If I'm starting a new life outside this place, I want to be named after something that led me to it. The name Cobb was as heartwarming as it was idiotic. It was perfect. With the new member of our team in tow, we loaded up the MRAP with supplies. Thankfully, we wouldn't have to worry about food for the foreseeable future, which was always a pleasant bonus in a post-reset world. Traveling all the way to Boston would take a while, that much was certain. But everyone was excited to leave the South after having spent so long down there. The whole world was a playground now. No sense in staying in one place for too long.